Die Europäische Zentralbank legte den Referat.
This is the Opie and Anthony channel.
And now, a show the likes of which America's never seen. So appalling, so offensive, yet so entertaining.
It's not your normal show.
Beamed from satellites in space down to you every single day.
What planet are we living on?
It's the Opie and Anthony show with Opie.
We're experts and we already know this is going to be great radio, so shut the fuck up.
And Anthony.
I live in a big house, I make a lot of money, and I fuck attractive girls.
And little Jimmy.
I don't even like in our opening, it sounds like a little...
You dang open hand and don't listen to dang open hand.
Stop with that shit.
And now, here they are. Why am I introducing these buffoons? I'm William Shatner, goddammit.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
Yes, let's do it. Good morning, everybody.
Goodness gracious. Hi.
I think we got to start off with the fact that we got kind of lazy and tired at the end of yesterday's show. I didn't even discuss this with you before.
No.
And I meant to. That was Alex Jones on that deathbed confession. He made that tape.
What do you mean?
He made that tape. Because why isn't that tape anywhere? The JFK thing that he wanted us to listen to. First of all, he said it was audio and video. Right. I was clock watching around 9:30 yesterday.
Deathbed confession.
It's a radio thing where you start watching the clock.
Clock watch.
I was clock watching, got a little lazy, and then I went home going, wait the fuck a minute here. We had Alex Jones on. He's talking about the JFK thing. He thinks it's a conspiracy. And then he points us to this deathbed confession from Howard Hunt.
Yeah.
But this thing, no one has ever played, really. It has a life on YouTube.
Uh-huh.
But Alex Jones, told us that there was audio and video.
Right.
All we saw was, I guess technically it's a video because it's on YouTube, but it was an audio clip with some stupid old school fucking painting graphic or something.
Yeah, it wasn't video.
And then I'm thinking to myself, I think that was Alex Jones to keep his shit going.
That would be
Can we go back
hilarious.
to that again?
We're going to sort through this a couple of times, so let's just go ahead and roll it now so that people can hear it.
This is the deathbed confession of E. Howard Hunt, proving that there was a JFK conspiracy.
The first national airing of the testimony of E. Howard Hunt from January of 2004 about the JFK assassination on Coast to Coast Live.
I heard from Frank that LBJ had designated...
I didn't know what Howard Hunt sounded like at the end of his life.
Right.
Undertake a larger organization.
That just sounds wacky.
While keeping it totally secret.
You can pause it. We don't have to replay the whole thing.
Oh, my God.
And if it really is E. Howard Hunt, it's extremely vague.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if you're going to have a deathbed confession, why wouldn't you just say, okay, A, B, and C?
Here's what happened, right.
And ought.
Is that him?
Wait, see, this is a different fucking video now. Wait a minute. But it's stills.
Stills of him
on his deathbed.
In his deathbed, as they say.
All right, well, go back to where we were.
But I don't know. It didn't sound like Alex.
Yeah, it was playing on Coast to Coast, which is, what's his name's?
All right, maybe it's far-fetched to say it was Alex, but, okay.
There's the old Art Bell show.
Art Bell.
Yeah, I know. I'm still very suspicious about the... about this, is what I'm saying. Because why would you be so vague in your deathbed confession?
Right.
You have nothing to lose at that point.
Yeah.
Maybe he's a senile and medicated old man.
Well, that's true. He sounded wacky.
Shooting off at the mouth.
Push play again.
Cordmeyer himself was a rather favored member of the Eastern aristocracy.
See, stuff like that. Eastern aristocracy. What? I've never heard about the Eastern aristocracy.
He just keeps...
aristocracy. I almost can't say it.
He just keeps going and rambling on, and it's...
but then...
maybe he's heavily medicated.
Or maybe that's how the CIA people talk.
Right.
They have their own language. Keep going.
On their deathbed, though?
Hunt and Liddy.
Right.
He was a graduate of Yale University and had joined the Marine Corps during the war and lost an eye in the Pacific fighting.
Okay.
All right.
I think that LBJ settled on Meyer as an opportunist.
Like, what is he going into?
himself.
Just say, yeah.
Right.
By the way, LBJ killed Kennedy.
Right.
I'm on my deathbed. Oh, LBJ killed him.
Yeah, I think that LBJ settled on Meyer as an opportunist.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you just say LBJ picked
Right.
Meyer?
You picked this guy to kill him.
Right.
It's so stupid.
All right, so maybe it's not Alex Jones himself,
Yeah.
but it's still very, very fishy because of
Suspect.
just how it just kind of weaves around.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep going.
It's not, it's too vague.
Keep going.
And a man who had very little left to him in life ever since JFK had taken Cord's wife as one of his mistresses.
Oh,
okay.
I would
Nice. That's
suggest
not vague.
that Cord Meyer welcomed the approach from LBJ, who was, after all, only the vice president at that time.
Yes.
And of course, could not number Cord Meyer among JFK's admirers.
All right.
Quite the contrary.
Yeah.
As for Dave
Cord's
Attell,
wife fucked
I
JFK,
knew
so
him.
Cord was happy to kill him for LBJ.
Right,
There.
right.
Fucking conversation done.
Right. And it goes, as for Dave Phillips, I knew him pretty well at one time.
Oh,
Keep going.
I don't know.
Pretty well at one time.
Yeah.
He worked for me during the Guatemala project.
Oh,
he
by
made
George.
himself useful to the agency in Santiago, Chile, where he was an American businessman.
what?
In any case, his actions, whatever they were, came to the attention of the Santiago station.
Sold
chief.
grass umbrellas for 99 cents a piece.
Right.
It's the rambling of an old man.
But what does he mean by, in any case, his actions,
Nothing.
whatever they were,
Yeah.
came to the attention of the Santiago station chief. And when his resume became known to people in the Western Hemisphere, that's a big area. Western Hemisphere Division. Is there a Western Hemisphere Division?
Oh, well, we should know about that.
He was brought in to work on Guatemalan operations. That's kind of like all over the road, right?
A long-winded way to say, like, oh,
right.
he worked for the agency in Guatemala.
He was well qualified,
Yeah.
maybe. All right, keep going. It's almost over.
And when his resume became known to people in the Western Hemisphere Division, he was brought in to work on Guatemalan operations.
Right.
Okay.
Sturridge and Morales and people of that ilk stayed in apartment houses during the preparations for the big event.
Why did he say for the big event? That would be the JFK assassination.
At this point,
if you're on your deathbed, unless the party thinks, wait a minute, maybe I could spin my health around and I'm going to be all right.
Yeah,
and at that point, then I'm fucked because I wasn't speaking vaguely.
I don't want to spill all the beans here, just in case they come in with a cure.
Right. Is that what's going on here?
I don't know. Yeah, why would you say
the big
event and not say to kill Kennedy?
Right. All right, keep going.
Their addresses were very subject to change, so that where a fellow like Morales had been one day, he was not necessarily associated with that same address the following day.
But he's already associated with that address no matter what. No matter if he was there a week or a day.
Yeah. What are you saying? He moved around?
All right, he moved around a little bit.
Is that what he tried to say in that fucking long-winded nothingness?
How can he have all these details and then no specifics at the end?
That's why I went home going, man, we just didn't do a good job with this tape. It's a weird tape.
Well, it proves nothing.
You're right.
Well, and no one has really played it anywhere.
Because it's nonsense.
Right.
Yeah.
But here, I think he's finally starting to summarize what he's trying to say.
Oh, boy.
Mobile experience.
In short, it was a very mobile
Let
experience.
me point out at this point that if I had wanted to fictionalize what went on in Miami and elsewhere during the run-up for the big event, I would have done so. But I don't want any unreality to tinge this particular story.
Who says, who talks like that?
Right.
Yeah. I don't want any unreality to tinge the story. It's like, oh, I don't want to make anything up.
Right.
And, taint this fucking...
What is he trying to say there?
That
they were practicing in Miami, or they wanted to take him out in Miami and Chicago, as we've heard over the years?
No, there's stories about, Miami and other places.
Right. Well, the other place would be Chicago.
Uh-huh.
But I don't want any unreality to tinge this particular story, or the information, I should say.
He's just babbling.
Go ahead.
Information, I should say. I was a bench warmer on it, and I had a reputation for honesty.
Pause.
I think it's essential.
So he's saying he was a bench warmer for the big event, which is the JFK assassination. What does that mean?
I don't know.
Why wouldn't he say, okay, my job that day, just in case I was needed, was to do blank?
They had to bring in the left-hander.
Right.
He
just says bench warmer. What does that mean?
Yeah.
And who's he talking to?
Someone pulled a hammy.
Yeah, exactly.
He was there to go in.
You think whoever was there recording would be there to keep him on focus?
Of course.
Yeah.
Something. What are you saying?
Put me in, coach.
You finally got a guy doing a deathbed confession, but he's speaking, vague.
Yeah.
And you're not asking follow-up questions like, what does that mean you were a bench warmer?
What are you telling me right now?
What is the big event, just so we have it on record? Because maybe he's talking about some other nonsense.
Big event, some fucking birthday party for his great-granddaughter.
He's probably got everything confused.
Oh, he does.
I think it's essential to refocus on what this information that I've been providing you and you alone, by the way. That's about what you're going to hear right now. Go ahead.
To refocus on what this information that I've been providing you, and you alone, by the way, consists of. What is important in the story is that we've backtracked the chain of command up through Cordmeyer and laying the doings at the doorstep of LBJ.
Oh,
the doings.
He, in my opinion, had an almost maniacal urge to become president. He regarded
so to kill him?
JFK as he was, in fact, an obstacle to achieving that. He could have waited for JFK to finish out his term and then undoubtedly a second term. So that would have put the LBJ at the head of a long list of people who were waiting for some change in the executive branch.
So,
what?
All right. So what happened that day in Dallas?
Right there, he fucking took his last breath.
Right.
That's what it sounds like. It just cuts off. Yeah. How about some fucking,
And LBJ never went for a second term.
No.
So if you really want to be president that bad, why would he just give up on that a couple of years later?
Hunt's a cunt.
So I just went home going, what the hell did we listen to at the end of the show there?
It was just babble.
And Alex Jones sells it that it completely proves that there was a conspiracy that day.
That's like everything Alex Jones puts out. Documents, tapes. It's like, this is obviously going to show that Kennedy was assassinated by, or the World Trade Center was brought down, and it's obvious through this tapes, and then you listen to it, and it's like, no, it's not obvious.
Let me go to Lee. He wants to, I guess, translate this for us.
Oh God,
Lee, go ahead, buddy.
Hey, well, this recording was done by the son. He was letting his dad talk. His dad had finally had. He's been trying to get his dad to convince his dad to explain this thing for years. He finally get his dad on recording. Yeah, he's already 80-some-odd years old. I don't know if it's necessarily a death
babbling father like that.
Well, yeah, it's just the way Dad talked, apparently. But anyway, so the guy's explaining it, and of course, he's explaining it the way some spook, which E.L. Hunt was for years, is explaining it. He didn't want to get off into great the details, but he
there were zero details.
Yeah, a deathbed confession should be a deathbed confession. Imagine having to grow up with that guy.
I think that goes down as the worst deathbed confession ever.
Yeah, terrible.
He didn't explain anything, Lee.
Well, you need to know the backstory a little bit, guys. I mean, apparently
you know the backstory.
You don't seem to. You don't have all the details of the thing. This was presented on Coast to Coast AM with Ian Punnett. Ian Punnett is the guy you think was
all right.
Okay,
all right. Let's start with this. What happened that day in Dallas, according to Hunt?
Well, there was people that were jogging through the streets, and
can you imagine that information being stored in that vehicle?
Oh God!
Right.
Like that's where that brain has all the information, but the only way it comes out is through talking like that.
The cartoon voice with the vagary.
Lee, explain.
Right. You're making a bit out of it, but it's
we're
not.
Honestly.
It's legit.
Oh my God! I mean, sadly, we're not really making a bit out of this. We're just going back to this tape because it just seemed a little fishy when I went home yesterday, and I was just thinking about it.
Proves nothing.
Yeah, because if you're having a deathbed confession, there's way more details involved. What did he mean by being a bench warmer that day in Dallas?
Basically, he was kind of like to provide money and stuff like that for those guys that were doing the hit.
Mm-hmm. Why didn't you just say that then?
Jesus, Sam, the guy was 80 fucking years old.
Oh, come on, man.
I hope you're as sane as this guy was when you're 80.
Oh, that's nice of him.
See, that helps the conspiracy people.
Exactly.
He was 80-something. That's why.
I don't know if you're
So
going
it's an
to
excuse.
get a lot on a YouTube. I don't know how long that YouTube video was, but this was the whole...
Too long.
It was, way too long.
A 3-hour show on Coast to Coast that the Sun finally, St. John Hunt is the guy's name, I think, came up with this thing. And then
how about this? His son is the worst interviewer ever.
True. Even though it's your dad.
Because,
Jesus.
okay, if you're dealing with an old man, which you are, someone in their 80s, okay, I'll buy that a little bit. There's ways of kind of keeping them on track and asking them to explain a little bit more.
Really?
Yeah, simple follow-up.
How about that? Instead of saying the big event, that throws people off because, like, at the big event, that could be anything that was associated with Kennedy. I'm sure he had all sorts of scandals and things going on. So at least go, hey, Dad, what do you mean by the big event? And he goes, well, the assassination, of course.
I understand. But I think this is the way an 80-year-old guy talks. I mean, you guys...
Maybe this is all about LBJ was onto the fact that JFK had all these mistresses and they were going to try to, fuck him over that way.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
I don't know, because he doesn't explain.
No.
Well, anyway, it's probably too long for y'all to get into the whole thing, but it was a 3-hour show that night.
But you can't even explain it. He's the bench warmer. That means he had a few bucks in his pocket. So here, pay your rent at this crazy place before you move on to the next place you're going to live tomorrow.
As I understand it, he was providing money and support, different type of things.
See, it's all vague shit. What? All right. Unlike his dopey son, what does the support part mean?
Well, I'm not exactly sure.
All right. Well, see, that makes it easy for you.
If he wouldn't have been so vague, you would be sure.
There's a 3-hour show, and you can't pull out one soundbite.
Right.
This guy was a bench warmer. He provided money and support. So what is the support part?
Support part are things like logistics,
See, another weird word.
Logistics.
Logistics. What does that mean?
Right.
Moral support. He was like a cheerleader.
No, what is the logistics of it for him?
Well, I wasn't there, guys.
Was he looking to the left and to the right, making sure no one was watching?
You admit that you were not
maybe
there.
He was providing the map. Maybe he was.
But you listened to the 3-hour show.
Your name's Lee. You're from Dallas. Were you there?
Listening to your show for 4 hours. How much am I going to really get and be able to talk about at the end of the whole
Valid
thing?
point.
But you're kind of making our point today because you're not really adding much to this either.
Okay. All right.
That's the way he talks.
Take your 5-minute YouTube video and have a good time with it. But I'm just telling you.
All right, but you're not really
yelling at us.
You're not really helping good old Hunt.
I don't want you to help him or not. I mean,
he's dead.
He did.
It's hard to help him now.
Right.
Like you say, guys, I wasn't there, so I don't know.
All right. Well, you added a lot to it. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. All right.
Quite exciting.
Ron in Toronto. Ron.
Yeah. I can't. I don't know what that last guy was saying, but yeah, apparently
Just say he was an asshole.
It was made by his son. His son has some wacky first name.
Yes, we covered that. Okay.
It was, I think, it was part of like a larger like article that he wrote or something. I think that most of it was kept for his writing, as opposed to sort of an audio thing.
Right. That was
why hear it from the horse's mouth?
Another puzzle piece put in. Wow! Thank you, thank you, sir.
This is like trying to do a puzzle upside down. Meaning all the pieces are upside down, so you can't see the little.
You can't see the pictures.
The little sky. Or here's a piece of the tree.
We need to find Rain Man to put this thing together.
But this is what I'm trying to say.
It's just ridiculous.
He's trying to say that he left it more for his article because God, we all know we'd rather read than listen to something.
Of course, and left it for his article. When did he plan on doing that?
Where's this article? Can we read it?
Yeah.
Let me say hi to Eric in Jersey. Eric.
So, you guys were talking about a great deathbed confession.
Yeah.
You remember the famous Loch Ness Monster picture that for years they couldn't figure out was it real, was it not?
Sure.
And then finally the last guy who was part of it on his deathbed said, hey, guess what? It was just a model. I explained the whole thing, mystery solved, case closed. That's how you do a deathbed confession.
That's a deathbed confession, not, well, during the big events, I was a bench warmer. Meaning I was making hot cocoa for the guys.
Well, let's talk about Guatemala for a while.
But he's right. Deathbed confession. Hey, guess what? It was a model. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's all we need to know.
Towards the water and see
There was some form of creaturistic qualities on the surface of the near glass-like water that... All right.
We ate potatoes the day before. At the time, you could buy potatoes.
You're right. You get to the point, you dying old fuck.
But then I got tricked again by Alex Jones. He goes, there's a deathbed confession. It's all right there.
Of course.
So then he hangs up. We listen to that, and then we're just staring at each other like, what the fuck are we listening to? Let's say hi to Kevin in South Carolina.
Good morning, gentlemen. Hey, that guy in the deathbed said he was giving logistics and support. So how come Oswald had to ride a bus then walk back to his house?
He sucked at support.
Yeah. Thanks for the support and logistics.
Bravo, Kevin.
Have a good day, boys.
Yeah, this guy's running for his life, jumping on city buses, paying for a movie ticket.
Shooting cops.
Shooting cops. He's got his own GTA game going on.
Yeah.
And you got this Hunt guy that's, the support guy.
And
where was he?
The movie's playing at the theater at the time. All right.
Oh, that's a great phone call. You're right.
Oh.
Well, if there was proper support, wouldn't he just be jump in a car
a black
or a van
or something
that's in the back of the
I was driving the black van that Oswald hopped in. Oh, wow.
Okay. Now you got something.
Good.
Tell us more about that.
I heard Oswald, one word that actually ties it to this whole fucking thing.
But there's Oswald all nervous and sweating, running down the street.
Yeah.
Hoping that someone was going to help him out.
And
he's shooting cops. He jumps on a bus.
Buses.
The best he could figure out, because, I guess the support was lagging that day, was I'll sit in this movie theater and hope no one notices.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Hunt was probably taking so long to give him directions to the movie theater afterwards.
Yeah.
I gotta go. I don't have time.
Now, there's a little stationery store catty corner on the block that you'll pass on. All right, I gotta go.
On the northwest side.
Hunt, I gotta go.
I just committed a horrible crime.
Yes.
I have to leave.
Right. Let me say hi to Paul in Jersey. Paul.
Yes, good morning, O&A.
What's up, Paul?
You talk about Deathbed Confessionals. There was a book that came out, I believe, this past month regarding D.B. Cooper and how he actually survived. And on his deathbed, he told his brother-in-law who he really was. He changed his name. And it like, I think it was 20 miles from where he landed. I bought a house in Holsfield. The book about it just came out, like I said, last week.
Yeah.
So come out and check it out.
Yeah, I would check. I like that D.B. Cooper story, so
it's a pretty
I'll check that shit
story.
out.
Oh, so that's my last name. I figured it interests me anyway. I don't know if it interests you guys or not.
You sound like the Deathbed Confession guy, by the way, a little bit.
No one believes Deathbed Confessions as much as they say. They go, why wouldn't you have a deathbed confession? You know, the guy was quiet the whole time. Because no one really believes them either. It's like, well, he was dying. He'll say anything.
Sure.
So no one really believes
you have nothing to lose.
There's no accountability.
No.
Yeah.
Well, you got to hook them up to a lie detector test as they're doing their deathbed confession.
Yeah, there
and
you
then
go.
zap them if they're lying. Right?
That might help.
So, all right.
Yeah.
We don't have to,
dwell
on it, but I was just so bothered by that. I'm like, man, we just let that sit there.
Yeah.
Although we played it really late.
Yeah, it was late.
We probably should have waited till today. Have fresh minds.
Our new, fresh, pliable minds.
I like that, though. He was the support guy.
Yeah, good job.
You got Lee Harvey
he did nothing.
Out of his mind going, where's all my guys? Where's the bench warmer? They told me about the bench warmer.
Where's the bench warmer? I'm in a movie theater, for fuck's sake here. Help me out.
Running into the theater.
Bench is ice cold.
Yeah, look at me. I got punched in the eye.
Right.
Some fucking guys running up shooting me. You stink.
You're the worst bench warmer ever.
Yeah.
Right.
Jesus.
Exactly. Got punched in the eye.
Yeah.
Got a fucking gun in my gut.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks a lot.
Damn it.
Hunt. Piece of shit.
Maybe you could have come off the bench one time during all these crazy events that happened to me after I did my job properly.
Stop talking to people.
Yeah. Stop just rambling on like that. And
that's probably why.
Help your man out here.
He probably was the bench warmer, supplying support. And then somebody at Dealey Plaza asked a simple direction, and he's like, what you gotta do is...
Gunfire, people running.
Right.
Now you're going to want to go down 2 blocks. All right.
He got distracted.
Yeah, a little distracted.
Yeah, a little bit.
Feels like Hunt could get distracted pretty easily.
A little bit, yeah. All
right. Have you seen Burn? Did you see Burn?
I wanted to see it last night.
I watched it last night. Yeah, it's
great, right?
Good.
And they've lost a shitload since then, houses and whatnot.
Crazy.
The fires in Detroit are just completely out of hand.
It's a great documentary, on the Detroit Fire Department and
why would you bother?
What they have to go. That's pretty much what the gist of it was. Why would you bother?
Because you're not going to win that battle.
Yeah.
There's no funding for the
funding part is astounding. It's the complete lack of funds. They have, you see fire trucks around big cities, and you could tell they know to maintain them enough to do the job.
Right.
These things are so busted up, so fucked up. They just get, a lot of times they have to take some of these engines offline, and then another company has to give them one of their engines, and it just works out where they don't have enough equipment. And there's the amount of fires is astounding.
How many a week?
Oh God!
Do they follow
the actual number?
They follow all of them around, or just one department?
One department primarily, but they show what everybody has to go through.
Everyone else is dealing with.
Yeah, and then they show the chief, the head muckety muck,
right,
that came in from L.A. that wants to shake things up, and he's the guy that had the let it burn policy.
Okay,
where they pull up, and if they know it's an abandoned building and there aren't structures near it that are in danger, to just let the fucking thing burn because they don't want to sacrifice firemen
or
smart equipment.
Because those houses, you can't live in them anymore anyway.
Yeah. These firemen, though, are kind of like, a lot of these things, we don't know if there's people inside.
Right.
There's people in these abandoned buildings, so they kind of, they're firefighters, they want to go in there.
But if someone's living in an abandoned building, I mean...
Well, yeah.
They're going to risk your life to get them out of there.
Yeah, exactly, but that's what they kind of do.
You got to kind of make choices as a human being.
Yeah.
All right.
How
important is that life, really?
Yeah.
I got kids at home.
They had cameras on these guys.
Yeah.
While they went into some of these fires. It's pretty amazing. And they showed where a brick wall came down and injured some of the firefighters, and one guy's paralyzed now, and they show him going through physical therapy. It's and then
was he paralyzed during the making of the documentary?
No, he was paralyzed before that, just before it, I guess, when a brick wall came down.
Horrible.
They had video of that, and the worst part is like they show the guy's wife like putting his pants on and shit, and you look at it and go, oh my God, his wife is so fucking hot.
Oh, really?
Oh, it was ridiculous.
Oh my God.
So you start thinking like, oh, he can't. Oh, that the hell
and that's
this guy's in.
And that's got to play with his mind.
Yes, exactly.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
it's horrible.
And no real solutions here. It doesn't end with a happy ending where they get all the funding and the fires stop, and it's just a continuing thing. These fucking poor bastards are working with nothing, with duct tape and bubble gum holding their shit together.
Old equipment.
Yeah.
Fires every day.
At one point, they showed a clip where one of the fire engines are going to a fire, I guess, and smoke starts pouring out of it, and they all get out, and the fucking fire engine bursts into flames.
It's on film?
Yes.
Oh, that
rules. Like, this is fucked up.
What are they going to do up there?
I don't know. It's
I guess you just got
a disaster.
Let it take its course.
A lot of arson. And just the abandoned buildings, they start on fire with anything.
And there's a lot of arson. There's a lot of people burning down their own shit because their houses aren't worth anything. Yep. So they figure they could at least get some insurance money out of it.
They figured there were 80,000 abandoned buildings in Detroit. 80,000. And the mayor's plan is to take down 3,000 of those a year. So it really doesn't, because that's their biggest problem. The firemen are saying, our biggest problem is the fact that there's all these abandoned buildings. They're just left there to burn, and these firefighters are going in there fighting it, sometimes for no reason, and getting injured.
Where are all the abandoned buildings up there? It's in the city limits, obviously, but yeah, we did a comedy show up there a few years back, but we weren't even close to the
I don't know
city.
Detroit very well, but it's not a good place. Boy, it's not a good place.
And then they don't even have enough detectives, so they're not even investigating these suspicious fires.
They don't have the resources.
And everyone knows that. So if you're sitting there in a house, or sitting on a house you still own, and it's worth $1,000.
Yeah. They showed the new fire, the head of the fire departments, of all the fire departments in Detroit, all the firehouses, and everything. He's the muckety-muck. They brought him in from L.A., and they show him vacuuming his office because he had to fire the guy, the janitor, because they just don't have the money to pay the guy that vacuums. So there he is, vacuuming his floor in his office.
Why would he leave L.A. to go to Detroit?
I don't know. They didn't come up with that either. They didn't bring that up. Like why he
probably had no choice, because why would you do that?
He was born and raised in Detroit.
Oh, okay, because it's a win-less situation.
So, oh man, the shit that you must have to go through and eat.
They didn't say how many fires this particular house went to a week?
They did, but
was it pretty much a fire every day?
Remember? Oh yeah, at least.
Wow,
multiple fires.
Wow.
Yeah. It's just a dismal situation,
right?
That doesn't look like it's getting any better.
Let me say hi to Gary in Detroit. Gary.
Garrett, we only have 6 arson investigators here in Detroit.
6, huh?
Yep,
Yeah.
grand goal is 6. Just saw it on the news
need
10
more.
minutes ago.
6 guys trying to figure it all out.
I think they need more.
Yeah, of course.
Just a few.
Or do you let the whole thing just take its course up there?
I don't know. Taking its course seems to be just like an abandoned city.
Right.
Like where they find like Pompeii.
Right.
Where it's just the volcano blew up and killed everyone there, and you dig through the layers of silt over the years and you say, hey, this used to be a place called Detroit. Wow.
So weird.
I don't know what to
We
do with
do
it.
our best to forget it exists.
Well, where's all this going down, Gary?
It's all over the city. The whole city's a disaster.
But if you move out into the boonies, you're all right.
No,
Pretty much. I live about 10 minutes outside the city, and it's all fine here, but you move 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's the city, obviously. There's just too many buildings, not enough people in them. There's no businesses going on.
And the people that are here, a lot of them are fuck-ups, so...
Why are you staying there?
I can't afford to move.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's too late.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything we could do as a country to save Detroit at this point.
No,
I agree.
They said there was something like 1,500 firefighters back in 1950s, and now there's maybe 500, I guess.
Right. Wow.
And there's 300% more fires.
Oh my God.
So they're really working
terrible, guys.
with nothing.
Right. I wonder if did the firemen like the fact there's so many fires, or what's their whole vibe?
Firemen are a weird bunch of people. They love fires.
Well, they want to.
So they love their job. I mean, and they wish they had more resources, obviously. But I don't think there's anything a fireman loves more than running into a fucking building that's on fire.
Right.
It's crazy. It really is you can't just be a fireman. Like, I don't know what I want to be. And then you're like, well, fireman, I guess I'll be a fireman. They're all like, they love fire.
They're all in.
Oh, do they love fire?
Are other departments going up to Detroit to train?
No, it just looks like no one gives them the time of day.
That's
it's like, here, you're a fireman in Detroit. Go ahead.
Right.
You're on your own.
Let's say hi to Tommy in Chicago. Tommy.
Tommy.
What's up, guys?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, so, and you were kind of hitting on two things. And you were kind of hitting on that wall that collapsed.
Yeah.
Detroit is so fucked up that when that wall collapsed, they didn't have ambulances to send their own guys to the hospital.
That's right. Yep.
They were throwing these guys in the fire trucks and in the police cars to get them to the hospital.
Right, to get them to the hospital faster, because the ambulance is they're either broken down, they don't have enough people to man them. It's crazy.
Wow.
And they had a story in the news yet probably 6 or 7 months ago. The guys had made like a steak dinner for themselves, and they ended up getting a run. So they drove out on a call. They came back half an hour later. Everything on their table was totally gone. Someone had broken into the firehouse, stolen the steak from the tables, the baked potatoes, the coffee from their little kiddie fund.
Motherfuckers.
Unbelievable.
When it started to get real bad, they had to end up selling all of the fire poles because they were made of copper to make money to pay for bills for the fire department.
It's a fucking war zone.
It's unbelievable.
It really
it's I hate to say it, it's kind of fascinating though. What's going on up there in Detroit?
Yeah.
I'm watching more and more YouTube videos of Detroit. Yeah. And then someone turned me on to another documentary called Detroitopia, I think, something like that. Detroitopia.
Yeah.
Which just is more of an overview of everything that's going on in Detroit. And then, of course, the Burn documentary, which you saw and I didn't see yet.
Yeah.
That's
so
the Dennis Leary thing.
It's on Netflix.
Everyone's talking about how great it is. So, thank you, Tommy.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Brian in Detroit. Brian.
We live in Metro Detroit, and we have some customers that are firemen. There's so little funding. If these guys are married and have 3 or 4 kids, they are eligible for bridge card or food stamps.
Yeah, one of the guys was saying if he gets his pay cut again, he could get on food stamps. It just seems like a very dismal situation for those poor bastards.
Right. And they know it's just not going to get better anytime soon. I don't know how you deal with that.
There's no light at the end of the tunnel in Detroit.
Right.
That's for sure.
Oh, is this true, too? Ant would probably know because he saw it. Tony in Detroit, go ahead.
Oh, hey, guys. Morning.
Hey, morning.
Hey, they had a report out a few months ago that when the firefighters were going out to all these fires and rescue spots going out, they come in from the building and their trucks are stripped. I mean, their pickaxes are gone, their chainsaws are gone, and so their equipment's being ripped off as they're fighting the fires.
Jesus, it's just that's no way to work.
Right.
People stealing your shit.
All right.
Have a good day, guys.
Thank you. Remember that guy saying there's only 6 arson guys? Well, Chris in Detroit has a comment about that. Go ahead, Chris.
Hey, that last call is full of shit.
Oh, man.
8 arson investigators up here, boys. Don't worry about it. They got it covered.
Oh, that's great. Okay. Obviously.
So you liked it, huh?
Yeah, it was really good. And I guess Leary is one of the executive producers in Serpico. It had a good, it looked good, had a good, like, rock fucking attitude
nice.
to it. Some, good music. Yeah, it was a very well done.
It's on Netflix.
Well done on Netflix. I watch YouTube videos too, like you were saying, like if there's a good documentary and you can't find it anywhere but on YouTube, and then you use that goddamn Apple TV, it's great. Puts it right up on your fucking TV screen. For the most part now, the videos look pretty good, especially if they're in HD, and you just watch it that way.
Yeah, perfect.
It's not like you just got to watch it on a little computer screen. So I was watching that, and then watched that Bobcat Goldthwait movie. It was out a few years back. The World's Greatest Dad.
Oh,
no.
I thought you meant the one where the guy and the girl go around shooting everything.
I saw that one, too, a while ago.
What's this one about?
This one's the one with Robin Williams and the little boy from fucking from Spy Kids.
Okay.
But he's grown up. He's like high school aged.
World's Greatest Dad. When did this come out?
This was 2009?
Yeah.
It was pretty fucking good. Another one of these twisted...
I may be young, but I'm not your boy. I won't pick your cotton or pick up your dishes.
Oh.
Yeah, I sing.
Someone read poetry.
I am not
his
your
poetry class.
I don't.
Stay black, y'all.
Anybody else have their haiku?
Magnolia Pictures.
My name is Lance Clayton. I'm a writer. But so far, nothing I've written has ever been published. Ernest Hemingway once said, all he wanted to do was write one true sentence. He also tried to scratch an itch in the back of his head with a shotgun.
Your poetry course. It's not very popular.
There's poetry, sir.
Does it bother you that I have male friends?
Not at all.
You just feel sorry for his character.
We do something together tomorrow.
Yeah, like build a rocket?
Sure, if you want to.
That's retarded.
Yeah.
His son's a piece of shit.
Just 9:30, we can go to a video store, get a movie.
Are you stupid? I hate watching movies.
Kyle's a complex guy. Put on some music you like, Kyle, okay?
No, I hate music.
You hate music?
Yeah.
All music?
No, the only thing queer than music are the people who like it.
His son is such a dick.
How's Kyle been acting at home?
Are you on your period or something?
Does he seem normal to you?
Oh, yeah. We're going out to dinner tonight with Claire.
What? No.
If you don't act right at dinner, I'll stab you in the face.
So, what do you like to do, Kyle?
Nothing.
You must like to do something.
We're really not conveying the movie
like
much.
conveying.
Oh, no. He likes you a lot.
You don't look so good.
Well, I had kind of a rough weekend.
Kyle, you ruin everything. Will you just shut up?
They're not kidding when they say that raising a child is the toughest job you'll ever love.
They sure have kept it a
this
secret.
Movie looks like it sucks.
Trailer. I know, right? It does. In the trailer?
I thought he was a zombie.
That
I like zombies.
doesn't even convey.
I don't even know what the movie's
anything
about.
Of what happened. Now we bash trailers a lot for giving away too much.
Sure.
That didn't give away anything.
I have no idea what the movie's about.
Yeah.
I guess, he's got a teenage son.
Yeah.
Not even a dick kid.
Well,
just a teenage son, and he's trying his best to, what?
They didn't
make him
convey
happy?
what an asshole the son is, first of all. He's a
Okay.
complete dickbag.
Okay.
And he's a pervert.
Right.
So he's constantly jacking off and fucking mouthing off to girls and everything. And he likes to practice autoerotic asphyxiation.
On himself?
Yes. So he kind of puts a tie around his neck and like kind of chokes himself in a chair while he's watching porn and jerking off.
Well, that wasn't in the trailer.
Exactly. And everyone hates him in school.
Okay.
Everyone fucking hates him. He's a dick.
I didn't get that.
Yeah. Well, then his father comes in and finds him dead.
What?
Yeah.
That kid's dead?
Yeah. So the father...
They made that look like a light,
makes
fun
it-
comedy.
It makes it... The father there makes it look like he hung himself.
Right.
Instead of autoerotic asphyxiation.
right.
And wrote this very eloquent suicide note.
Okay.
That all the students pick up on and are like, oh my God, he was so deep, we never knew who he was.
Okay.
And start loving this kid,
Right.
even though he was a fucking asshole that no one liked. And then they're all like, no, I loved him, I knew him, I did. Then the father writes a whole journal of this for this kid, and puts it out, and it gets published, and everybody thinks he was the greatest kid.
And then the father becomes a writer officially
Yes,
because he got something published.
And then they want him to write a book about his experience as the father.
Right.
So he finally gets this big opportunity. But he finds it very hard to live with himself because he knows it's all based on bullshit. That's the fucking movie.
Is there a twist in there?
Yeah, there's a little twist.
They kind of
I'm not giving away the whole thing. And by the way, it's a spoiler if you know, but the synopsis of the movie is that.
No, I don't think you gave away too much. I'd still.
How quick does the
I would
son
still
die?
see this film.
The son doesn't die until you realize what a fucking douchebag he is.
Oh, that takes at least a half hour.
It's a little bit. It's very. He plays a great asshole fucking son, and
but they give it enough time so that you don't feel bad that he's dead.
That's exactly it too.
That's smart.
Like they had to really make him an asshole,
right?
Where
Where you kind of didn't mind that he was now dead.
And the whole thing of him being a dick, I mean, he had to be a big asshole because all the students had to start liking him, and the audience has to be like, you didn't like him, no one liked him, he was a fucking asshole.
All right.
And all there's this goth girl that fucking is just like so taken by him. And the father writes everything about it. She was like, what music do you listen to? And he's like, oh, Bruce Hornsby. because the father listened to Bruce Hornsby. And then at one of these memorials, Bruce Hornsby shows up.
Oh, God.
And he plays the song. It's really Bruce Hornsby.
He has nothing better to do. Of
know.
course you could get Bruce Hornsby.
Of course.
The way it is many years ago.
Yeah.
I think I could get him for one of my dopey YouTube videos at this point.
The goth girl was Jack Nicholson's daughter, I guess.
Yeah.
She looked pretty good. With the goth makeup, it's, a little man. But I think she looks pretty good these days.
Well, I got two things to watch now. I got to watch Burn, and I got to watch World's Greatest Dad.
That was good.
And how was Robin Williams? Was he the funny or serious Robin Williams in this film?
He was the serious Robin Williams.
Okay.
Yeah, a little. See, that's she's kind of cute. A little Hayden Panettiere thing going on there with the little squat legs, but
she goes goth in the movie. That
yeah.
Wow. Okay.
She's like goth in the movie.
All right.
But Nicholson put out a pretty nice
very nice
there. Yeah. So that was pretty good. I like Bobcat's movies. They're really kind of twisted.
He seems to be
weird.
pretty clever and pretty intelligent. That guy.
Pretty strange.
He tricked us with all that. And it turns out he's a really good writer and a good director.
That and the fucking Police Academy movies, yeah.
Right. You think he's just a cornball, but I guess the guy's a lot deeper than that. All right, very good. Let me say hi to Steve on Long Island. Steve.
Yes.
Hey, guys, what's happening?
Hello.
Love the show. Listen, you guys saw the report came out yesterday about Adam Lambert in Connecticut.
Lanza,
yeah.
And the Lambert. What is he gay? And yeah.
Well, I don't see anybody mentioning like what an asshole this mother and father must have been. That I mean, you got this kid hiding in his room for 3 months, sending his mother emails for his Fruit Loops, and she's like giving him a gun to connect with him. Like,
yeah, I completely agree.
Yeah.
She's a big piece of shit.
She was dope.
You know, you got to know your kids.
What his father's been hiding, I haven't seen his face anywhere. He probably wanted nothing to do with this fucking kid that he had.
Well, the mom absolutely looks like a whack job herself. I don't know exactly what her deal was, but
probably got this Norman Bates thing going on. My boy, he's my baby boy, and he's fine. And she leaves a bunch of fucking guns unlocked with this fucking nut in the house. And this wasn't one of those nuts where we didn't know he was a nut. He's a nut.
Look at the picture of this kid.
Just crazy.
They always talk about the whites of the eyes, right?
Yeah.
And there for 10 hours a day playing Call of Duty with fucking AK-47s laying around.
Well,
they think is going to happen.
He was also playing Dance Dance Revolution.
Was he really?
Yeah.
And he didn't dance onto someone's head.
No, they have a video of him playing Dance Dance Revolution, and
the Call of Duty angle is rough, sir, I think. I think there's a lot of kids that are playing Call of Duty 10 hours a day, and their parents have guns in the house that they probably could get to.
He had an obsession.
If they wanted to.
He had an obsession with mass murder and school shootings and Columbine especially, but he also had an obsession with mass killings that date back to like the 1800s. He had literature about mass killings and videos.
And the mom should have known all this, and then maybe kept a closer look on, a closer eye on the kid, and locked the guns up better.
Institutionalize him. Lock your fucking guns up.
She didn't lock him up at all, right?
No.
Oh my God!
Ridiculous. They were just the open vault.
I would have locked up the butter knives.
I'd leave the guns out and put him in the vault. You see, because that would have killed him.
Upstate for. This kid got a hold of the gun and came out and shot the 4-year-old in the head. I mean,
it's horrible.
He's going to jail for it. But, you talk about bullying and shit. This Adam Lambert, I would have beat the crap out of him.
Lanza. He keeps blaming Adam Lambert.
Poor Adam Lambert.
Horrible crimes.
He's just a performer.
There's one crime that Adam Lambert...
what is Adam Lambert doing?
The crime against God.
Is he now Freddie Mercury?
I think that's so.
Yeah, that's what he's doing?
Yeah.
Can we hear him as Freddie Mercury?
Sure.
Thank you, Steve.
Talking to you. Take
care.
All
right.
Yes.
No one feels like fucking parenting their own fucking children.
No.
That's the biggest issue in this whole goddamn country. It's not easy, dude. Obviously, it's not easy to be a parent. It's really a lot of work. It's hard.
I know.
And I
have to open up a can of cat food every morning.
I mean, you joke, but you probably understand slightly.
I got to feed little Beavis.
And a lot of times you could. It's so easy to go, you know what, I'm going to just do the pass here instead of like maybe sitting down my kid and spending a lot of time explaining shit to him.
Yeah.
I could see where you decide to skip a few steps.
Yeah.
But you can't.
Yeah.
Got to do your best.
Raise a fucking nut like this.
And even if you do your best, there's no guarantee your kid's not going to be a fuck up. I understand that. But at least fucking give it the old college try.
She absolutely was delusional as far as her son's mental health goes. And to leave guns open, unlocked, and unattended like that when you have a lunatic, and to not be enough part of your son's life to know that he's looking at things that, put all the pieces together, you fucking dumb bitch. Well, no, she's dead, so... Well, whatever.
That's too bad, isn't it, now?
Yeah, fuck her.
Let's hear this.
Oh, Las Vegas.
So this is what he was doing before his shooting spree? Oh, different guy?
This is Adam Lambert.
Brian May finally figured it out. Good for him.
Yeah, right.
How to get the band back together.
Dude, I was so sick of interviewing Brian May over the years. Feeling bad for him.
Yeah.
Great guitarist is sitting there waiting for someone that could take the place of Freddie Mercury. He finally figured it out.
I can't believe he gauged it up more than Freddie did.
Oh, yeah. Well, Freddie would have loved to gain it up this much.
Oh. Well, he does have a very strong voice. And he's got some range.
It's subtle, though, but he's a little too Broadway-ish.
He's too Broadway,
And I know Freddie Mercury, you could kind of say he's a Broadway type of guy.
It's very show tune-ish. But
he's got his toes in the show tune world.
Yeah.
With the Queen stuff.
Twinkly toes. Dun, 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 dun. What? No, what's that? Oh.
What happened?
It's a little medley, I guess, because they don't want to.
Oh.
I like his tough guy act.
Are you ready? Hey, are you ready for this?
Is he the gayest of all the
gays?
Of all the gays?
Oh, God, no. I saw one on TV yesterday.
Yeah?
The skater dude. Holy fuck.
Skater?
Figure skater dude.
Oh, well, yeah.
I don't know. I think it might be on a kid channel or something, but it's some kind of Dora the Explorer / ice skating commercial for something. If someone could help me out, I got to play it for Anthony now that he's asking. Wow. What was that guy's name again? He wore the fur coats in the Olympics.
Oh.
Wasn't he the one he walked through here like a girl one day?
Johnny Weir.
Johnny Weir.
He's pretty.
Johnny Weir was in here, puzzled at which bathroom to use, I think. And when he came in here. Johnny Weir, I said.
Brian May looks like Jimmy Page, huh?
Yeah, a little.
I'd see this shit.
But he's definitely the gayest American Idol.
Gayest American Idol.
He outgayed Clay Aiken, which is a tough thing to do.
Yeah. He got a nice little career eked out for himself, though, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you know.
This guy's got to be touring now with this, right?
Yeah. He's a little too Broadway, and he's very gay.
Oh, yeah. He's a good front man.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
He's a good front man, though. He's pulling it off.
Oh, yeah.
I'd see this shit.
And looking back, Freddie Mercury was also extremely gay.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
He's no Journey kid.
No.
You got to get your new lead singer from the slums. They'll work harder for you.
That's it.
Now what are they playing?
Work for a sandwich.
This is from the iHeart Radio Festival.
I just can't handle it.
Yeah, this is getting very close to like a Rock of Ages version of Queen.
That's what I'm saying. It's just a little too show-tuney.
Which, by the way,
a little Broadway-ish.
Could be the worst thing ever put to film.
Did you see it?
No.
I saw parts of it.
You got to watch the whole thing through.
Do I?
No.
It is maybe the worst movie ever made.
I didn't even know what was going on.
No.
Tom Cruise is there.
You mean Stacey Jacks?
Oh, Stacey Jacks. Holy shit, was that awful.
Maybe the worst movie ever made.
Yeah.
All right, listen, we got a request to play Almost Queen.
Oh, yeah?
Cover band of Queen. Hold on a minute. Let's say hi to Finn in PA. Finn.
Hey, what's going on, boys?
What's up, man?
Oi.
Hey, me and my buddy Mikey just saw Almost Queen this past summer. It was fucking phenomenal.
Phenomenal.
Here's the problem. We're going to find a YouTube video, but it's going to be recorded from the back of the room.
Live.
That's why I hate doing this cover band stuff.
Yes.
It's hard to... Say, there you go.
The shaky
it's a shaky
video.
camera from the side.
The condenser mic.
All right, we'll try, though.
Oh, this guy does it all up with the mustache and...
It's tough to hear Queen in like a bar.
Yeah.
It's like a giant show, not like where you can hear individual people in the audience.
Yeah.
I think he pulls it off better than Lambert.
Yeah. Oh, don't.
No.
Not the audience.
No. We're paying to see you. You do this part.
Yeah, you can really tell they're great. Beautiful.
Great job, guys.
Come on.
Middle-aged guy with his shirt open by the drum kit.
Oh, there he goes.
He's pulling it off.
Well, it's
all right,
live,
Finn.
so
Thank you, sir. Not bad.
Yeah. What are you going to do?
See you guys later.
All right, brother. And then someone saying George Michael with Queen for the tribute to Freddie Mercury.
Well, George Michael can step in for anybody, of course. Of course, with Elton John.
Mm-hmm.
Don't Let the Sun Go Down on Me.
Mm-hmm.
He did a great job there.
Thank you very much. There's something I'd like to say.
Jesus, do you have to be so flaming to front Queen?
I think you do.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people here this evening
want to pay tribute to Trayvon Martin. What?
People, not necessarily homophobic people.
Oh.
People here are probably taking some small comfort in the fact that though Freddie died of AIDS...
He's just trying to justify showing his dick at the urinal.
Uh-huh.
God.
Him in the bathroom, public restrooms.
How about you just fucking play a song for everybody?
You ever seen one of these before?
Wow, look how many people are there.
Oh, my God.
Good God.
Is that at Wembley?
Yeah, I think so.
Wembley.
I think that's the only place those bands play.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, God, he's still talking.
And...
Oh, I was stalling. You got your food over there? When did that come in?
I don't know.
I was in stall tactics there.
Oh. I just want to hear a little bit of fucking...
And for your own sakes, please be careful.
He's a minute 30 into the video without singing.
It's called Somebody to Love.
To Love.
That
Jesus,
George Michael,
that's unbelievable.
You gotta say,
right.
that fucker
Holy
can sing
fuck.
pretty well.
Let him show his dick to whoever he wants.
Yeah.
He's earned that right.
Yes.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Wow.
You
Good for George Michael.
You kind of tell why he still kind of had a career after so many times pulling his dick out.
Right.
That's a lot of years. How long ago was that?
I don't know. I feel like he did it a couple times.
That looks like a much younger George Michael.
Oh, this video you
Oh,
mean?
yeah. He's a little haggard these days.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
All right. And then finally, we got Josh in Philly. Josh.
What's going on, Bobo boy?
Oh, God.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Let's go to Brian, New Hampshire. Brian, what's up?
Hey, good morning. So the thing I want to say is that there was a special on PBS on Frontline all about Adam Lanza and his mom.
Right.
And it turned out that she actually did every single thing that she could for that kid. She knew that he had problems. She took him to several different schools. She tried to get him help everywhere she could, and it seemed like nobody could help him. And
so why didn't she lock her guns up?
She did.
No, she...
As far as I can remember, she did. But what happened was she was asleep, and he took her keys and unlocked the safe and took her out.
I don't know.
But the firearms... Go ahead.
I've seen pictures where the safe is opened. There's guns around. He had guns in his room. He has access to his mother's guns. I don't think she was very careful with those. Quite frankly,
I don't remember that he had his own guns. I remember that he used her guns.
Yeah,
once in a while.
Yeah, we all know
that's
he
what I mean.
used her guns.
It wasn't like they were locked up and then he took her keys one day and he constantly had access to them.
I don't know that that's with all with all due respect. I'm not sure that that's.
I don't need all due respect, but I did see photos that were newly released of an open gun safe. Yeah, I do believe he had much too much access to his mother's guns.
All right.
Well, we can put that aside for now. But
that's the big important part. Is that his mother was delusional.
Well, it's just been a while since I've seen that special, so I don't remember it exactly.
I don't know if what you're saying is a popular opinion of what went down.
Well,
he was obviously a very troubled kid.
Yeah, he was very troubled, obviously, but when it came time for them to actually, he and his mom, to actually connect on anything, the kid had no interest in anything.
Well, they should have put a GPS on the kid.
Yeah.
In the
mom, where
mom
he was the whole fucking time.
Of course, it's easy to, in hindsight, it's easy to look at this.
Hindsight.
Yeah, but yeah, it was unfortunate that the mom grew up with guns. They were a part of her, kind of like that hunter chick you guys were talking about the other day. With hunting, but firearms were a part of the mom's life forever, and she
should have known.
Guns.
Then she should have fucking known how dangerous it is to have guns around somebody that's fucking unstable like her son. Whether they're locked up, whether if she had the keys in a place where he could have gotten to them while she's asleep, she's irresponsible as a gun owner, and shouldn't have had that made available to him.
I think it was an incredible responsibility for her to have guns. Possibly she might have thought about maybe getting rid of the guns.
Yeah, sorry, you have a nutty son. You gotta fucking put your guns away.
Well, it's like one of those situations where she thought she was doing the right thing by having an actual thing that she connected with her son on, and that was the one thing she was totally into it, and then he got into it too.
He connected with her on that subject. I'll tell you that, right to her fucking skull.
I'm gonna go with she was a shitty parent.
Yeah.
What I want to impress upon you guys is that she was. She tried, and she made a really big mistake, and she paid for it with her life.
Well, unfortunately,
no one gives a fuck about her life. Trust me.
It would have been great if he would have shot her and then blown his own head off.
Right, that would have been beautiful.
2 fucking wastes would be gone, but unfortunately, he went out and killed a bunch of innocent people.
Fuck her and fuck him. Period.
I say fuck him, but I do say
and fuck her.
I think you guys should also see that Frontline special on PBS.
What, were you fucking her or something? What, were you fucking her?
Do you have a connection to this family, sir?
Do I what?
Do you have a connection to the family?
No, not at all.
All right, hold on a minute. Hold on. Let me go.
I think he was fucking her.
Pat in Jersey, you're on with Brian in New Hampshire. Go ahead.
Hey, that kid's fucking full of shit. Documented. Fuck him. It's actually documented in court papers that lady was an unfit mother.
Oh.
If you Google that was a big thing when they were looking into her background. I think that kid was fucking that lady. I don't know why he's sticking
Well,
up
he's still on the
for
line with you. Brian, you got a comment? This guy's saying you were fucking his mom. You might want to defend yourself because he's assuming you were fucking her.
Actually, I was fucking her ex-husband. That's actually the...
I think you're the other brother in that fucking family, the way you're sticking up for that broad.
Yeah, in all fairness, it seems like the brother has distanced himself from the whole situation.
Yeah, wouldn't you?
Definitely.
Of course I would.
Yeah, it is kind of weird that the
changed my name to Lambert.
Was almost like completely out of the picture.
Oh my God, you're so fucking boring. Stop it with the fucking love to the mother. Fuck. Hey, real quick, because I can never call when you guys talk about this. Because fucking Building 5 at the World Trade Center fell down because there was $1 million diesel fuel tank underneath there. No, I'm just telling you why, when these assholes call up and talk about that shit. So back to that fucking not banging the broad.
You don't got to sell me.
All right.
All right.
All right, man.
All right, Pat, thank you. Brian.
Grows the cancer to society. Bye.
All right. And Brian, thank you, sir.
Yeah, watch that special on PBS.
A right special.
All right, we will.
Watch the mother. She looks very pretty.
All right.
She's wearing a lovely blue dress.
I just Googled it.
Yeah.
That guy was fucking his mother.
Yeah.
Just read that, so.
Yeah, well, Google it.
He said the ex-husband. No one else picked that up?
I heard him say it.
I think he was a little...
Josh in Philly has a little something.
Loafers.
Let's go to Josh in Philly. Jesus. Josh.
Not even like all of that, but Maynard from Tool did a cover of Bohemian Rhapsody with his band Pussifer. And he actually hit
Pussifer is kind of a cool band. I only know that one song, really, maybe two. What's the one song they do that everyone likes? I can't even think of it right now.
Yeah, popular?
Yeah, it was popular. Here's Tool doing Queen.
They're telling the truth.
Pussifer.
Pussifer, right.
Is this the real life?
No way.
Is this just
sounds,
fantasy? Caught in a landslide, no escape from reality.
Oh, the video's creepy. Check it out on YouTube.
Look up to the skies and see.
And go.
I'm just a poor boy. I need no sympathy. 'Cause I'm easy come, easy go, little high, little low. Anywhere the wind blows doesn't really
It is creepy.
The video's creepy. E-Rock, put this on our Facebook page. Opie and Anthony on Facebook.
Mama, just kill the man. Put a gun against his head. Pulled my trigger, now he's dead.
They've superimposed their wackily made-up faces on the bodies of a real old movie.
And now I've gone and thrown it all.
To achieve a very creepy effect.
Yes,
Would
yes.
they shoot the whole thing like this? Oh, I see. Yeah, you're right.
Leave it to Tool, right? Or whatever.
Pussifer with Maynard.
To make creepy videos. There's nothing you can really do with this song to kind of make it your own, you know? So that just ends up there's a bunch of covers that sound good, but...
I don't know. I think he's doing a great job with this.
Yeah, I think he's doing an amazing job. It sounds great.
But it sounds like the original, you're saying?
Yeah, and it's got a little Tool in there, but...
I would like to hear him do it as, Tool.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Really fucking tool
really
it up.
Dark.
Tool it up.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
God, I gotta listen to some Tool now. You like Tool as well, right?
Oh, yeah. I've always been a fan.
Yeah.
I celebrate their entire catalog.
Yeah. All right, we're going to take a break. Who's in today?
I think we got Rich and Bonnie, the Vosses.
The Vosses are coming in nice.
Yes.
Very cool.
And who else is coming?
Their podcast is still going strong. I listened to their it seems to...
Dave Attell.
Oh, Dave Attell's coming in today, too? That's right. Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Their podcast is on the channel this weekend.
Yeah, their podcast is great.
Oh.
I really enjoy their podcast.
Mm-hmm.
So...
Alrighty.
Rich Voss, Bonnie McFarland, and Dave Attell. Stay there.
You're listening to the Opie and Anthony Show. The Opie and Anthony Show. Sirius XM. This is the Opie and Anthony channel on Sirius XM.
Let's discuss harassment for a second. Let's just, you feel it a little bit? Like, let's just discuss it. Why can't I harass you? Sometimes. I can never harass you. Never. And I'm not talking about, ooga booga. Like, I'm talking just... at the job. It's unfair that I can't harass you at the workplace. Like, you looking how you looking, and I can't just a little something that has to do, like, you got to be careful just to say, hey, you look beautiful today. That's how messed up the game is. I think you should be able to comment on any part of the body that you see. If you... I'm serious. What's your name? What's your name? Jeannie. Now, Jeannie, no disrespect, but if I work with you, I should be able to walk in and go, oh, Jeannie, beautiful titty meat you have there. And because I see that. But whatever the scientific term is, I'm looking at Mr. A 4.9 grade point average. What's the science term for the titty meat? What's the actual... And it's not the cleavage. I mean, the cleavage is the space in the middle. I'm talking about the meat, the meat, the titty part. And I'm not being foul, just, whoa. You know what I'm saying? Just so I can go through the rest of the day without pretending that I don't see. Which, you understand what I'm saying? I mean, let's work out a deal. Don't get me fired. Having women work with men, right, is like having a grizzly bear work with salmon. Dipped in honey, like so. Now you dip the salmon in the honey, right? Grizzly bears, and the salmon get to walk through comfortable with honey and fish and good morning, grizzly bears. And the grizzly bears is like, hey. He can't even growl like, what's up, fish? Oh my God, human resources. The grizzly bear just did grizzly bear stuff. So, like I can't even go, hey, good morning, fish, good morning. Oh, I can't touch it like, oh, look at that. Oh, let me just get a little bit of that fish, a little bit. Get that honey. Oh my God. Fish and honey, man. That's my favorite. Usually I kill fish and eat them and stuff, but I just wanted to just rub a little bit of that. God damn. That's oppressive. Like you shouldn't even. And there's cameras everywhere. You can't do like weird stuff behind her back. Like. Why would it be disrespectful? I said, what's your name? Terrell. If I go, hey, Terrell, we work together. And I go, Terrell, hey, do me a favor. Let me know when you're getting up to go to the bathroom so I can sniff your chair. That's disrespectful because it's sexual, but that keeps me from being... Like, I think there should be a holiday, for lack of a better word, harassment day, but not, that sounds whatever, but I mean a day where I get to find out, like, because, and this is why it should be harassment day, because women get to be inappropriate sexually all the time. You get to be inappropriate. And when I say inappropriate, I mean say hello to me too close. Hi. Or some weird massage because you think we're friends and you, good morning, a little kiss, and he's just like, oh boy. And you think in your head, man, I wonder if I, you know. But harassment day allows you to be able to ask all year. I say the Tuesday before Thanksgiving. And it's a beautiful day. Flowers and everything. You buy her flowers. You just real cool. You walk up. You're respectful. You say, hey, how are you? You know, good afternoon, Terrell. Happy harassment day. And you just like say, listen, I was wondering all year if you would suck my dick in a broom closet. And you just be like, no, thank you, I'm not. And you be like, thank you, keep the flowers. I just thought I made a mistake. I thought you was a hoe all year. I was confused. I thought you was a hoe, but you're not.
Now, the Opie and Anthony Show continues. What do you know? Hotshot cat from a North Guinea.
What do you know? Yeah, this one. Thanks, E-Rock. We needed this a little while ago. Pussifer. Love this song.
Yeah? Who's singing with him?
Maynard. Oh, the chick?
Yeah.
I don't know who the chick is.
That didn't sound
Is
like
she in the
Maynard.
band? I don't know much about Pussifer. I just know it's Maynard's side project.
I know this one stinks.
What?
You don't like Maynard?
No, or Pussifer.
Pussifer. Oh.
Well, we got to say hi to Rich and Bonnie.
Rich and Bonnie are here.
They're off to a great start.
Rich and Bonnie.
You're saying her pussy stinks?
No.
What were you saying then?
What? If it stinks means smells like candy.
Aw.
Wow.
Aw.
Wow.
It's tilted.
If you like black licorice.
It's tilted.
Yeah, it's tilted.
I have a tilted uterus.
Uterus. Oh, you don't see that.
Is that a real thing?
It's like a fucked up pinball game.
It tilts.
Wait, is that a real thing? A tilted uterus? And what happens?
Well, it's
it's
supposed to make it hard to conceive, but I guess that...
Wait, you've heard of the tilted uterus?
Yeah.
Really?
I know a little bit about a lot of things.
Yeah, but what does that mean? It's just like off to the side a little bit?
Yeah,
like
it's
if
tilted.
No, I understand what a tilt is, but
it's like...
It means he feels big, this one. Yeah, that's what that means. Huh?
I don't want to do this.
Tilted.
This was a bad idea.
What?
How were you diagnosed with that?
I just put my finger in and checked it.
It's like, that feels a little tilty.
That's tilty.
That's not quite straight.
A friend of mine and I were comparing our uteruses.
Oh.
I was telling these guys off air that their podcast is one of the best.
Thank you.
I still listen on a regular basis. I've tapped out of a lot of podcasts.
It's because it's a good original idea.
Because you can't keep up with everybody's. So, yeah, it is an original idea. It's very
people
different.
have one guy or two guys that are sitting there bullshitting or something. To have the married couple there with all the foibles.
Right.
We're doing a live show.
Marriage foibles.
You want to be our counselor at Caroline's? We're going to do a live show.
No,
Come on, do it.
No, I don't.
You don't want to
do that.
I don't want to be weird, but Aunt, do you want to be?
I would actually do that, I guess.
What's the gimmick?
Well, it's my wife hates me, but every now and then, like we bring on a.
Are we supposed to notice your tattoo now? Is that what you're doing?
It's so.
Is that what you're doing?
Don't.
Oh God!
Is that what you're doing?
No.
Yes. Bonnie. Bonnie.
I can't talk about it.
We're trying to talk, and I guess we were off Rich Vos for 5 seconds, so he decided to break out his tattoo cream.
Rub some cream
knowing
on
that we would all have to notice and go, wow, I noticed you got new tattoos,
No,
Rich.
I didn't do this at Immortal Ink in Flemington from Josh.
Uh-huh.
No, we're the best.
Oh, you're
place.
the worst.
I know.
No, he puts cream on all the time. It's like he's made me hate cream.
Of course,
right. Why are you still putting cream? They look like they're
new.
You're asking the guy that's still chewing that Nicorette gum why he's putting cream on. Those things will look like an old World War II sailor's tattoo. They'll still be rubbing cream into them. Cream.
I want to make fun, but you look all right with the almost full sleeves.
This is like, it's so gross, but I don't know what he's been doing. He looks so good lately.
Oh, wow.
I don't mean that. I mean it in an angry way. Like, it's...
But
last night on stage, I was like, how did he become the young hot one in our relationship?
Oh, my God.
I signed on to be always... I married someone 52 years older than me so that I could always be...
feel young
the
at heart.
younger one. And
we were looking at old pictures, and we said it recently that Rich is the only one that hasn't fucking aged in our radio crew.
It's like Dorian
It's
Gray.
creepy. You started looking like you were 55, 56, and
it's
you've
almost
stayed that age all the way through.
It's almost strategic. Like, you looked like utter shit. So then you've gotten, like, you're able to get better, and people go, wow, he looks better. It's because it started with the ponytail, or the fucking, the Jerry curl and the teeth and everything.
Yeah, but
you can only look better from that picture.
You're right. There's only up from there.
There's only an upside.
You have no idea how much pussy I used to get when I looked like.
Can I just say something? That video, is that from that?
Rascals, yeah.
Rascals?
Yeah.
My friend and I watched that, and we both, it made it clear why there's somebody who looks like that should not have that amount of confidence.
It was called drugs.
There was something crazy about watching that, and you would, you're like, oh, I guess I would.
Wow, Bonnie.
Wait, let me see this. Go ahead.
Watch this video. You'll see.
How long is it?
No, don't watch that, please.
It's
just a part of it.
Yeah.
It's better than watching you rub lotion into your new tattoos.
Oh.
That looked good. I gotta say,
he's
they
got more
look good.
confidence in this early thing than he does now.
I saw this.
What, do you got the chicks on your arm?
Yeah, she's swinging a club.
I saw that one.
And what's the other girl doing?
Holding a club.
She's holding.
No, I saw
a
the
club.
holding the club one.
Yeah, this one's new. She's swinging the club.
Do you like golf?
Pinup girls. These are the arms he hugs his 6-year-old daughter.
Oh, go with pinup girls.
Right, but they're underneath. They're on his forearms. I mean, the under. Whatever.
You don't think that sends a message?
When we're fooling around, I'm looking at these two girls.
Oh, God.
Last night I said, do you want to have sex? And what did you say?
What?
I got to get my testosterone checked.
Why? Because you didn't want to, really? You're just like, eh.
What's up with the testosterone thing? A lot of people are talking about
That's
testosterone.
like going to be the downfall
new
of
thing?
humanity.
Dr. Steve told
I
me to get
should
it
start
tested.
selling it.
Yeah.
All right, I heard you guys talking
low
about that
T.
on the podcast.
What that's probably he heard and said get it. It's easy to get it tested or something.
Yeah, if you want to fuck, you don't have to get any. And if you don't want to fuck, you need some.
But what would it?
But
blue pills help. I mean, if you get it checked and they fix it.
But
does the blue pill help the urge? Like, do you want to have sex?
Look what I'm. Please.
Oh, Bonnie.
She's as pretty as she's ever looked.
Yes.
Oh, that was convincing. You see how he rubbed her face? Oh my God!
No, he put lotion on everything but his hands. I just got scraped.
Oh my God!
You do have what are you wearing? A little Artie Lang show hat and a Nike sweaty with a
just rolled out of bed.
I don't think you've ever seen me without a baseball cap.
Really? Probably me too, right?
You leave before the morning.
Yeah.
We always have the lights out.
Anthony Bourdain loves Bonnie.
I know.
Loves Bonnie.
Kinda
Is that a
creepy.
problem yet?
What?
Should be.
The fact that Anthony Bourdain loves you.
I don't want to talk about how crazy Rich is because I don't want to ruin.
Right.
I don't want Anthony Bourdain to hear it and be like, I better just
hands off.
Is it a problem yet, Rich?
This is a weird thing.
No, listen.
Because you're a little
I
paranoid.
met his wife. She's gorgeous. She's
Oh wow! Look, let's throw that in. No, she did the CNN thing in Vegas.
Yeah,
with
it
him.
was great. I'm a big fan of Parts Unknown.
No, I mean, listen, I'm glad
It
that
is a great show. I had to watch all the episodes.
Oh, you didn't watch it before he asked you to do the show, the live show?
No.
That was like the wrap-up show after the season was over.
Did you see the wrap-up show?
Yeah, she did great.
I know, and
Bonnie did great.
And she was with the dude from The Wire. It was all fantastic.
Yeah, he was a little too stuffy.
And well, the thing
he wasn't off camera. He was really fun and nice.
Oh, we found him on. He's a good guy, but he was a little stuffy. For
Which guy?
Anthony Bourdain. I don't know. Fucking what's his name?
Oh, the big guy.
Yeah. Big black guy. I always forget.
Listen, I'm happy that a famous, successful guy is fans of Bonnie. You know,
loves Bonnie.
Okay. Well, relax.
Loves.
He's trying to start some.
Huh?
What? No.
Right? You start trying to get him going.
No.
Let the people see what kind of craziness I have to deal with on the podcast.
I always think of that tile guy that you never really got an answer to. Always pops in my head. It's like, that didn't make
that's
sense.
worse than what I did.
That didn't make sense.
Call him out. That's way worse.
But Rich still tries to catch on, and he's like, hey, remember our neighbor? What was his name again? Stuff like that.
Oh, really? How would he know the color of the tile?
Listen.
That's fucking Columbo shit right there.
I don't. Hey, you know what? Want me to tell you another one?
Yes.
Oh,
Okay, you got it.
There's a whole.
This is a good one.
Yeah.
Our old door, our door to our bedroom, right? I don't want to start a fight with her.
Oh,
but I'm
my
just
God, this
wait,
is-
This will start the fight.
Okay,
This is what we're really looking
I
forward to.
can't defend stuff. I don't know how things happen.
Okay, listen
no.
Okay, listen to my theory. And the door to our bedroom locked had a latch on the inside. Like you walk in, close.
Can I just defend myself with one thing?
We understand latches and how they work.
Okay.
All right.
When a woman says, let's have sex, and her husband says, I got to get my testosterone checked.
That wasn't
What is a lady to do?
That wasn't
justification.
Okay, so it latched from the inside. So I come home, and the latch is like broken, like somebody was pushing the door. So the only way, okay, you go in, you say you lock the door for some reason. Maybe you would lock the door because you don't want your kid to walk in. Or
There's many reasons.
Okay, but you lock the door. There's
Maybe
no
there's
way.
some masturbation going on.
There's
with
no
the
way
kid
for one person to lock the door.
dolls.
Wait, there's no way for one person to lock the door.
I masturbate a lot
Then
in
get
the
on the other
afternoon, like
side,
kids
and then the lock is broken. Like some.
Right.
So here's the theory: somebody's up there. They get in an argument. He leaves her. She locks the
An
door.
argument about
and
what?
He breaks it. Let me in. You know what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm? Do you understand what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying.
Well, maybe she.
I didn't break the door. I didn't have anything to do
But
with it.
maybe she. Hold on. Maybe she locked the door because she was masturbating. And then all of a sudden the phone rang or she heard Raina or something and then ran quickly to open the door and forgot that she had it latched.
Yeah.
She's not
And
that
my
strong.
hand was slippery, too.
How?
She's not that strong. How badly was it broken? Yeah.
And what kind of latch? Is it a little wimpy latch
Yes.
or a big?
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Okay,
You could-
so
you
it's a
could
little
break that
wimpy
shit.
latch.
Yeah.
She just tried to open the fucking door.
I forgot
come
that it
on.
was locked.
Hey, you can't take the same sides. That's
So
not
then
good
I-
radio.
No, we're taking the logic side.
Your Honor, if I might. Also, there's, you know,
Do you know
two
how it's broke?
teenage girls that are often at her house and a 6-year-old. Well, at that time, she was probably more like.
So do you know how it got broken?
I don't know. I didn't even know it was broken until they showed it to me.
You didn't even.
And Rich,
pull at
why
it.
wouldn't the guy just continue to until the latch popped off?
And also,
And
She
break
came and
in?
opened it. Stop!
I never say stop to him.
Oh,
But that's a while. I let all that go. Ever
No, you
since I
haven't?
started looking like this.
Oh, God.
I almost did it over under on the time that he would,
my God.
how long it would take.
Wait, so you're trying to get another
shaved.
woman, I guess?
Huh?
Why are you
No.
doing all this shit?
Because I know I'm going to
New
land a TV show
tattoos
soon.
and fucking.
I'm going to land a TV
He
show.
shaved his hairy abs.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
we
you know,
always-
We've been looking at his hairy abs for 10 years.
Well, they were shaved a while
Abs.
ago, and then once I get abs back, because my
You always
goal-
had abs.
Yeah, but
We've
here's-
seen him forever.
not like this.
he's acting
What was
like.
different? I don't know.
What?
Like he's at, you know, where it's just a matter of time before he like convinces me to get a facelift and then over medicates me and drowns me in the hot
I
tub.
want you to do anything like that.
Why don't you tattoo abs on, and then you don't have to work out as hard?
Thug life.
No, just
Thug life tats on your
tattoo the shading, and it looks like you have abs.
He doesn't work out hard.
No,
I
he's just
No.
I
a
lift. I just don't do cardio. That's stupid.
Yeah, that's
There you
stupid.
go.
All right.
What cardio?
It's good
I mean, for
you.
losing weight.
Good for your heart.
It's good. Yeah,
I can't believe you shaved down.
I shaved up here too.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Shaved down. I don't mean
Yeah,
down.
I should
up,
get my
down.
testosterone checked.
I shave some shit. You got to
Is that gay stuff?
Well, clipping and
No,
and,
my hair goes.
you know,
it's
all
just-
that shit. But completely shaving like that. Wow, that's a commitment.
Yeah,
it's
but
not
my
that-
hair just keeps growing and growing
It's
for whatever
too
fucking
gross.
reason.
It's too much hair. It's too.
Yeah.
You know, it's too. It's just, you know,
Can we see the video from Rascals?
Well, wait, didn't you want to hear about the podcast that we're doing live?
No, not yet. It's stalling. Eventually we will.
You know what? I'm not listening to
The
it.
latch thing is not suspicious.
It's not?
Nah,
that it
no.
broke from the inside.
also, I might
No,
say
that
this-
means someone was pushing from the outside, but it
Yeah,
could be your
that's what I
daughter
mean.
or something.
Yeah,
She was 3 at the time.
No, you have 2 older daughters.
Why would my older daughter come push the door?
And maybe they
open
were
on
having
me?
a party in your house while you were
they have
gone.
friends over all the time.
Oh man, that could be.
Maybe
anything,
there was
man.
some fucking going on in your bed. I'm not saying your daughters.
yeah.
I'm just saying people they would have
Yeah, well,
had
it's not
over
my
with them.
daughters. It's-
No, I'm not
dirty
going to go down. I'm just not going to go down that road. But if they're having a party, then maybe others are
Their
using your
dirty
room.
friends are
Right.
fucking in your room. Shit, yeah.
I don't.
You don't think they've had a party or two when you guys are out of town?
Oh, when fucking we used to
Are
have
you
parties at
kidding
my
me?
house, and every room was fair game.
Yeah, your daughters are how old now?
23 and 21. But this was.
You don't think
5
they
years
had parties?
This was 4 or 5 years
Yeah,
ago.
when they were in
Exactly.
high school. The perfect time to throw a
Yeah.
party.
But even when they're babysitting, Rain is like, oh, there was like 6 people over and stuff.
Never.
Yeah.
Never.
Oh boy.
You're crazy, Rich, if you don't think your daughters threw some parties
There
while
was
you were
never
gone.
evidence of a party in my
Yeah,
house
because-
ever.
No,
She's like-
except
yeah.
for all the things you think that
Yeah, that's the
gentlemen
evidence.
callers.
How many times have you thrown parties where there's no evidence because you're
Of
fucking
course.
paranoid? Your parents are going to kill you.
But also,
Or his
if I
girl's
broke the
parents.
latch, can I just say this? And I know what kind of person he is. And this is all the things that he thinks that I do these things. Wouldn't I fix it? Like, why would I leave
Right.
it for him to find?
Because you don't process stuff.
That was a
till-
party. Get out of my dad's room.
Right.
Bam, bam, bam. Yeah, yeah. That's what happened.
I would bet that was a party, if you want a real answer.
Well, I
we could
thought
continue to
about
make
that.
you paranoid, because that's fun.
Yeah.
But I think it might have been a party. Or
What
get
about
together.
Anthony Bourdain? What does he say about her?
He thinks she's very talented.
Oh, that's okay.
He was in here recently. No joke.
Did you say she's hot?
Oh, come on. Let's not. He's a normal person
I don't
in
know
the
if he's
business. we don't
I don't know if
need
he's
to
normal.
drag him into our marital
I bet
bullshit.
he doesn't need testosterone.
He's talented. I don't know if he's normal.
He's got to be packing. Look how tall he is.
Yeah, he's probably got a
Yeah,
big
no, he
cock.
is packing. But here's the thing. I have a tipped uterus, so
That's true.
we can't enjoy the full.
Everything seems big.
I want to
with a
see
tipped
Vos from
uterus.
Rascals. Have we ever
Bottoms
played
out.
this clip?
No. It's 20 years ago.
All right, well, this is what Bonnie says she's turned on by this.
Yeah,
So I want to hear
His
this.
Confidence.
Just a couple jokes. We don't have to play the whole song.
I know. But you have to see it.
Look at all those necklaces.
People have to see it.
Rich, everyone remembers how awful Rich used to look.
All right, let her rip.
They have the visual in their head.
Plainfield, New Jersey.
Oh, doesn't even sound like you.
Scary thing happened to me last week. I had a burglar break in my house. The scariest man, because I'm home at the time. I'm laying in bed and the living room window opened. So that's when I crawled under my covers. Burglar climbed through the window. He's tiptoeing around the house, tiptoed in my bedroom. That's when I pretend to be asleep. Now, it's tough to pretend you're sleeping when you're laying in a puddle of piss, okay?
Good on. Look at these. Oh, my God.
Crazy.
Guys tiptoeing around the room. That's when I started talking in my sleep. The money's in the top drawer.
Funny.
It's those things.
I
the
bought a
middle.
dog to guard the house. I bought a St. Bernard. I like big dogs.
That's a good joke.
I like to get naked and ride around the house going, Equus, Equus.
Oh, boy. A little
He thinks that's a good joke.
I like doing sick things.
brought
You
some
gotta talk.
culture to it.
I knew Aquas.
Equus.
That was hard to say with my I had to practice that.
That doesn't sound like you. Your voice isn't
Do you
matured.
see what I mean, though? It's like in between. He's just like,
Yeah.
there's no shame. In
He's like got his hands on his
Very
hips.
confident.
He's got a swagger.
There's something about it.
Did the
It's like-
business just knock you down because you don't have that confidence?
Yeah.
On
No.
stage?
What
Are you
happened?
kidding me? On stage?
I'm
Well, on
just
stage,
in general, yes.
You have. It's almost like.
Because that's natural.
Yeah, it's just a natural.
That's
like,
you.
I know what I'm doing up here.
First of all, let me explain something. I have confidence. For a couple years in here, I used to take in this and that, but now, with your guys' decline, it doesn't. I don't put up with any kind of bullshit, right?
we're going to remember this when we climb back up, okay?
Oh, boy.
It's happening right around the corner. This is going to become a media destination. It was told to
God.
us.
And the thing is too, I'll get tweets or people come up to me after shows, man, good, whatever. You go, man, you really take a beating in there. I go, look, one, we give it back and forth. Two, they don't get, and two,
you're done.
What happens here? No other radio station would I let happen to me.
Oh, exactly.
Nowhere in this country.
Oh,
what are you laughing at?
I don't know. You're just funny when you defend yourself. It's
I
like,
know.
who
And you're
cares?
always doing it.
Why are
No,
you doing
because-
that? See, that goes back to my point. What happened to that guy?
Yes.
That guy would just go, you know what?
Yes.
Fuck you. Fuck your
Yes.
show.
Yes.
Fuck you.
That was fucking 20 years ago. What are you going to do about it? All right. What are you guys doing for the holiday?
More cream.
Why do you have to keep creaming it?
Just
put it on.
Huh?
You just put it on when you walked in.
It dries up quick.
Yeah, that's
No,
what
it
it's supposed
doesn't. You
to
just-
do,
you
though.
He just did it,
supposed
though.
to
Just dries off, and then you're fucking...
Are you going for
it's-
full sleeves now?
Just probably, maybe here. She keeps telling me to get them.
Oh, yeah.
I did last night for the first time.
Wow.
Where else you got tattoos again? I
Just on
forget.
my arms.
Mostly up your arms, right?
And I had this one done over at Immortal Ink in Flemington.
Yeah, that's a little too dark. That's too.
Well,
This
to cover
is-
up.
Yeah,
was a
the
good
cover up. You're gonna have to add a little more to that one.
No, I love this.
Whoa, you don't say no.
Huh?
Do you have them on your legs or anywhere else?
No, you can't. Why have them where you
Just
can't
your
show
arms?
them?
So it's just your arms?
Yeah, I'm not doing anywhere else. Maybe some on my neck and my face, but that's it.
You would look badass with a neck tattoo.
the
You gotta
guy-
do it.
No.
Just a little neck right
The
here.
guy at the tattoo place the other day, he's like, why don't you put a spider web on your elbow? I go, look, I've never been in jail. I'm not getting a spider web. Then he goes, how about skulls? I'm in my 50s. I'm not putting skulls on my arm. I want to put
You'll soon enough be one, right?
I want to put like AARP signs or something. Put a skull.
Why is he obsessed with tattooing your elbows? It just brings everything together?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay.
But I don't know. He said when you finish it, what are you going to put on your elbow?
Well, they're like anybody. They want more work. You know, they're just always like, hey, I'll put a little here. And a little
First of all,
there.
the guy that does me, Josh, the owner, he doesn't need work. He's one of the best in New Jersey.
Yeah, but what about the tattoos?
What do you mean?
Because it does me, Joe.
Oh, he's one that... it's still early. Don't worry. You'll get your groove.
I actually like it.
You know, he'll...
See, unlike... all right, whatever.
He doesn't need to work. He's, you know, he squeezes me in because I'm a celebrity.
Oh, boy.
He squeezes you in.
How much for that rose tattoo?
What's that?
How much was that one?
For this?
Yeah, it's a relatively big piece on your whole forearm.
He did this and this, touched up the purple for $200.
That's pretty cheap.
That's cheap, right?
That's a good deal.
Really good deal.
Yeah. You know, he did this.
You even look
this
for
girl
good deals when you're getting
I know,
tattoos?
Taz.
What?
Fuck that.
What's
You're
that?
like the most expensive fucking, I'll pay full price.
Absolutely.
Just do it
No,
right.
he's got HIV now, but it is a very good.
No, he's...
Why are you looking for good deals as far as tattoos go?
I'm not looking for good deals. He's one of the best
That
tattoo
scares
guys.
me that it was only $200.
No,
You're lucky it came out well.
No, it
but-
would never be that for anybody else. Well, one, I was going to do a show for him. What happened?
You know why? It's because you go, look, I'm going on O&A soon,
no,
and I'm going to mention your place.
Oh, yeah.
And you're,
Yeah.
the business you're going to get from those
No,
guys.
first of all, do you think the people that listen to this are leaving their basements and having their mom drive them to get tattoos? It's not going to happen.
Oh, audience members.
His only
Did you hear
audience, and he trashes
know,
him.
right?
He had me. Okay, he was doing a. This guy's a hot rod guy. You would love him. He's got hot rods and motorcycles. He's got a hot rod club,
hot
right?
rod guy.
He doesn't like
I'm
hot
not
rods.
a hot rod
He
guy.
doesn't like motorcycles.
I don't like motorcycles.
Well, what do you? Don't you like those kind of car type
No,
things?
I like
Car type thing.
You know, you get behind the wheel. You know what I'm talking about?
I like a fast car.
Well, hot rods?
No. A hot rod is like
How
going
many
to the
people like
fucking
hot rods?
going to the car shows and the track and seeing a hot rod, which is a difference between a hot rod and just a fast car.
Well, anyhow, he has a hot rod club. He has like 12 acres, so he does a thing every
If you take some testosterone, you could have one too.
He has a. So he's doing his outdoor hot rod, party and.
He has a hot
bikers.
rad party.
Well, not
Yeah, I
party,
wouldn't do
an
that.
outdoor thing with bands and stuff.
And are they racing hot rods?
No, they put them on and they show them.
They
like,
put 'em on
a car
display?
show, like a car
Gotcha,
show.
okay.
And there's, thousands of people. So I said, well, he had bands. I said, I'll host it, right?
Oh.
And I get there, and there's at least 100 bikers. I don't want to say what motorcycle club. And I'm on stage for maybe 30 seconds.
A very popular one?
Very popular.
Oh, okay.
And I'm on stage for like 30 seconds just to introduce myself. And people walk around drinking. They got their kids, and then I'm looking around. I'm going, I can't do this. I go because I'm going to say something, and someone's going to go, I'm going to have to kill him.
Nah,
I'm going to have to kill him.
Have to.
I'm going to have to kill this guy.
Yeah.
And it wasn't conducive for comedy. Like if I was in a club and there was 300 of those bikers in the club, I'd have no problem doing a show because that's what they're there for. They weren't there to see this little Jew bag on stage telling his jokes.
All right, I get it. So what
So
happened?
I bailed out,
You bailed
but he
out.
still gives me deals on tattoos because I showed up and, was going to do his thing. Do you see what I'm saying? That's why he gives me deals.
Bonnie, is Bonnie all right?
I don't know, his stories. He's always like, I'm a great storyteller. Like, Jesus.
Yeah. I'm a great story.
He tells people that.
You shouldn't have to tell people.
Tells
that.
people. I don't know. I hear. I mean, I have to hear it all the time.
You can't tell people you're a great storyteller.
No, people could say like, "Wow, he's a great storyteller," but you can't say it.
You got to leave that to other people to
It's
decide.
like you're picking your own nickname.
Right.
Yeah, you can't do that.
No, well, you asked why do I get deals, and I told you.
Well, let me
All right,
tell you in
and-
great detail.
And you being a great storyteller, you hit it out of the park.
Well, you like to give details.
He doesn't know what details, though.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Bonnie, is it a turn on? Because I listen to the podcast a lot. When Rich brags that he's going to take the blue pill,
I don't understand why you have to call it the blue pill. Like,
but it sounds like he's waiting for you to get extremely excited because he's going to take the blue pill.
yeah, well, it's better than the way that he used to tell me that he wanted sex, which was to hit me in the side of the head with the gel.
I threw it at her once by accident.
I was watching TV.
Really?
Well, I guess we're doing it.
Oh.
But he likes to just, in the middle of watching something, pull down his pants and, ooh, come on. It's like...
Oh, man.
You got good presentation. You got to show it off, right, Rich?
But there's no kind of...
Oh, no,
you know,
no.
nothing alluring about it. Him just pulling his pants down. Let's fuck.
That's why we need
Rich.
the lube.
Oh, Jesus.
How big was I the other night? That fucking thing was like a monster. Right? It was like, 'cause I took a pill and
We were watching Lockup.
That'll do it.
And it was, and the thing is, you got to tell them I'm taking a pill because I'm not going to take a. That was
He acts like that it's so expensive. Like,
Yeah, they're like $10
if it
a
doesn't
piece.
happen, he's like, I took a pill.
Yeah, who wants to waste like $10? It's not the money. It's just
$10.
It's not the money. It's just that I don't have that many.
It's not like medically it doesn't do anything to you. You know, it's fine.
Where are you getting your blue pills from?
From the
black market?
No,
He's got a guy. He was going to do a gig. Okay. And
You paid him in blue pills.
It's another one of those good stories.
Yes, come on, tell us how.
Yeah.
So,
Mr. Viagra.
Can you, get hard without the blue pill?
Not with her.
I knew that was coming.
Oh.
I'll give myself an assist on that one.
Oh, Bonnie.
You know, I was thinking about this the other day. Like, Rich will fuck up everything in his life. You know, I mean, if something good happens, he will find a way to just fuck it up. But
Wow.
why didn't he do that with me before we got married? Like, how come he didn't?
Fuck that up.
Yeah, no, somehow he hung on to that and then ruined my life.
What is it, Rich?
Oh, please, I turned your life around. You've never had a BMW.
What year?
Well,
What
she
year
got
are we
it.
up
Was it was only 2 years old when she got it.
That's pretty impressive.
2008, and she got it in.
How long you guys been together now?
10
8
years.
Oh, I mean, wait,
10 years.
marriage.
Oh.
No, 9. Is it 8 or 9?
It's 8. We celebrate our 8th.
I always go with how long I've been with my.
She never
girl,
gets me a present.
instead of the how long I've been married.
9 years are pretty much a limit.
What's that?
That's like a big
9.
At least with me.
Oh,
it's always like
9.
My stupid marriage lasted 9 years.
Oh, I thought that was your cutoff age.
Yeah.
you deserve to rub some lotion. Do it. You deserve.
That's just tell now that he's told a joke.
Rub some lotion. You deserve that.
What do you call? What was I going to say to you?
I don't know. So many things.
I don't like.
All right. So what's this podcast about? I'll help you out. Instead of watching you trying to figure out what you're going to say. I can't do it.
I wanted to watch.
What's the Caroline thing?
We're doing this weekend. This weekend I'm at Gotham. We're not doing it there. This weekend. When
Gotham?
This
weekend?
Friday
Both you guys?
Saturday. No, just me.
Okay.
Fine. But one night at Caroline's, like on the 9th in January, we like if you listen to this podcast that we did in L.A., we went to a podcast festival, which was tons. All the podcasts.
That sounds awful. To be honest
It was
with you.
kind of.
Was it cool or what?
It was a lot of fun. Like
It was, all
Mark Maron's podcast was there. All like a lot.
Who
of
got that together?
They do it out on the West
No,
Coast.
who organized that to do a podcast festival?
That's a bunch of guys
that have podcasts. You know, Benson's podcast. There was Dana Gould. There was some big, funny podcasts. You know, Aisha Tyler. They're all big podcasts on the West Coast, and I guess throughout the country because they're always in the top, whatever. So there was only 2 East Coast podcasts: Keith and the girl from Queens, and us.
Who's Keith and the girl?
They were like the first to do podcasts. They were like
do it
the
every
first.
day.
They do it every day.
That's a big
They
deal.
have a studio in Queens. They're really
Doing
nice.
the podcast every day is really stupid.
Why?
Because I like listening to podcasts. I can't keep up with all
Yeah,
of you guys.
that's like.
Well,
a
but they
nice
have-
quick hour from all you guys once a week is perfect.
Yeah, but see, someone like them who are like the first, they're like a radio show. They have their following that listens to them on a daily basis. So we went out there. We were on the opening night. We were in one room, but they put us up against Marin in the big room, and we filled our room.
Do you see
and
what I
his-
mean about the details?
Yeah.
Are you getting it?
I'm
painted
staying
it.
silent
Well, let
just
me get
to
to
see
it.
the story.
You need a good editor.
What I'm getting to is, so we did the podcast live, and we brought Andy Kindler on. He was our counselor.
Is he funny?
He's
I
beyond
heard you guys
funny.
talking about how funny he is.
He's
on your
beyond
podcast.
fucking funny.
I don't know if I've ever seen his stand up. He seems like he's a dick, though.
No.
Is he a dick?
No, I'm telling you, just
No,
he's
as
so
a
funny in
person,
real
is he a
life.
dick?
Oh yeah, no. As a person, he's horrible, but he's very.
He's really a nice guy. He's not even one of these guys that are.
What does Marin say
arrogant.
about me, Rock?
Well, last time Marin was here, Marin talked about him. And Marin loves him.
Okay.
Who?
Yeah, Mark Marin.
He is. I'm telling you. And
I'm just asking. You answered. Go ahead.
So he came on. He was our marriage. No, a lot of people like I mean.
It's almost too easy.
People do listen. So you don't have to say it over and over again.
Our marriage. He came on.
I heard
as a,
you. I had a question. You answered it perfectly.
He came on as a marriage counselor.
Okay.
And then Jake Johannsen was in the room, so he also came up. And we did an hour and a half live to a packed house. And it was probably the most fun doing a podcast. Because, like, when you do a live event and you get to, as a comic, you want that applause or that laughter because it fuels more, energy and humor. Just sitting in our dining room doing it with me and her, it's real fucking tough. It's not easy because, I got to carry it and she's, doing shit, eating, and whatever. It's just aggravating.
This is
You did it on purpose.
Yes.
I hope that people understand. We understand when things are at a lull. We wanted that lull that time.
At Caroline.
but he doesn't read it as a lull. He's in the middle of a horrible story. He's like, I carry it. Do you think people are going to believe that at this point?
Wow, it takes you a long time to get to the point.
Well, you got.
I get it. When you do a radio
show.
show, and then if you do a live event, you go, "Holy fuck!" People do react to this shit, and you get the energy.
So
we understand all that.
I said that they didn't get it. The people listening don't know what I'm trying to say.
Oh, no, people listening are saying he's telling a story.
So what does that have to do with Caroline? So you like the feeling of doing your podcast in front of a live audience, so you're going to do it again on the East Coast,
We're going
right?
to try to do a more regular thing and have
Okay, all right.
I guess celebrity.
Look, he's don't
set me up like this because you said, "What's a podcast festival?" When we said we did one in LA.
Yeah, but then you didn't really answer that
It's like
either.
Hunt's deathbed confession.
Yes.
So we'll do it live.
Right.
Bring in a counselor, and we're going to start doing a show like that.
A counselor.
A guest celebrity.
Right, a guest celebrity. And they're supposed to kind of, what?
Yeah, it's a loose.
You guys kind of talk, and they figure out, hey, this is what you need to do.
Like the first time,
I got you.
The first time we did it, we brought Florentine. But
Florentine really acted like a counselor, and a couple days after we did the podcast, Rich and I were driving, and he was doing something. I go, remember what Florentine said?
Like he was the fucking
He
guy.
really had good advice.
Oh, that's great.
All right, our time's done tonight. Come back again next week.
All right, when is the Carolines thing going down? You don't have a date?
That's, I think, January 9th. But
All
this
right.
weekend, I'm at Gotham.
Yeah, you said that.
Headlining.
Good.
The real clubs.
Very cool.
Wow.
All right.
You know what
It was
people-
nice seeing you guys.
I've been kicked out of radio so much. It's so funny when they.
Why? Why are you getting kicked out of radio?
Because they let you go.
Yeah, when
you're
they
on the
do
road,
that, it's like,
there's nothing
well, Rich Voss.
You're on the road.
Thank you.
So
Well,
where
we
you
got
gonna
to
be
squeeze
again?
everything in 7 minutes or something, right?
Yeah, like you get up at like
I don't miss those days.
6 in the morning. You got a driver. They drive you to a half an hour from your hotel, and you go in. They don't know it. Some know you, some don't. And it's just
That's got to be the worst when they don't know you.
when they, I mean,
Because we
it's-
enjoy the lulls and stuff.
I did last week. I did a live event in Vegas for Tom Bernard's radio show out of.
You love that guy.
Yeah, huh? Do you know him? Well, I didn't hear what he said. Did you say I love that guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's great.
I know, you've said it.
Yeah.
I've said it.
Thus, why I said you love that guy.
Oh, I thought you said I love
That was a
guy.
statement.
Yeah, I play golf with him. Hey,
Is it a good show?
Yeah, it's a good show. It's
Yeah, maybe that'll help.
Hear the things that they're said.
Oh, sorry. Don't flinch. I wouldn't hit you. You're frail.
You get all those tattoos.
I mean, anybody.
He still has tats. Yeah, he's thinking you're fucking like gonna beat him up.
Someone has a problem with you. Could you put your headphones on? Let me say hi to Steve in D.C. Steve.
Yes.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, buddy.
Oh, here we go.
Hey, I can relate to Rich, as I'm also a bad storyteller, so you have to bear with me here.
Great.
So I went to the D.C. Improv a few years back to see Mr. Voss, and I was taking a young lady on a first date, and she's Vietnamese, and they put us in the front row.
Oh, shit.
And she started getting a little bit tipsy and was yelling out "Nom fat" or something like that. Some guy who had just won Last Comic Standing.
Oh, that fan.
And
Nom fat. It was 2 syllables.
Was she ordering yogurt or yelling
"Nom fat"?
Non-fat. Whatever happened to that guy, that fan?
So
got
all right, go
everything
ahead.
you deserved in life.
So Rich, you zoomed in on her pretty quickly, and then asked me if her pussy tasted like sweet and sour pork.
Oh,
Nice.
shit. Oh.
That's kind of. I'm sorry. I thought he was calling to attack
Racist.
me.
No.
It's racist.
No.
You fucked up
No,
his
not
night,
at all,
though.
not at all.
Because you had to deal with that after you said that.
On the way in, an elderly couple was walking up the steps, and some guy said, I didn't pay $25 to get insulted the whole night, and I knew I was in for a good night. So.
Oh, boy.
Sometimes they're very temperamental audience members.
Yes.
Sure.
No one's trying to be mean. You just throw in a dumb line like that. But I'm doing a lot of brilliant, genius stuff in between. You know what I mean?
Like what?
Whoa, look at.
No, I'm asking.
Oh, the new bit I wrote about the storm.
What storm?
I just wrote a bit.
Superstorm?
I'm working on it. Because you see all these signs when you're driving on the toll booths that say New Jersey stronger than the storm, and I'm going to have to say Jersey lost. I'm going to have to say the storm won that one.
You've seen enough neighborhoods to.
I'm going to say it's not even a draw.
Right.
Yeah, that's funny. Actually,
That's a sound assessment of the situation. Jersey got its ass kicked.
How arrogant are you that you think you can beat Mother Nature?
Yeah,
that's funny.
Yeah.
At least call it a draw, right? I mean,
I just said it's not even a draw. Okay, maybe if you pay attention,
right.
okay.
Bonnie
Damn, I bring
paying
her in here. Fucking, it's just.
Oof. Where's the movie at? You guys sell the movie?
don't talk about that.
Yeah, for real.
Oh no.
No, we have a deal. No, we have a deal. And here's another.
I'm so sick of talking about it.
I know we don't. It's been so long. It's going to come out. Look at the Scarborough. It's going to come out. They're comics. They're twins.
No, I know who they are.
They were at the podcast festival.
Yeah, they have a big podcast. We have a couple of deals on the table. We're just trying to finish the legal stuff. Fucking lawyers. I'm not saying. I wrote to my lawyer the other day. I said, I write to you. You'll say you'll get back to me the next day. And I don't hear from you. Right? We have to get this legal done.
Hey, brother, I'm with the tribe too here, motherfucker. Help us out.
And so he goes,
I didn't know you
I'll call you tomorrow.
Invoke Jewism.
You can play the Jew card.
So I emailed him. I said, you say you'll get back to us next. After that email, he goes, all right, I'll hold of you tomorrow. No,
Nothing.
But he's good. They're good. Just finished illegal, and it's done. It's sold.
All right.
It's sold.
What's the
Okay.
problem legal?
Huh?
What's the legal problem?
We have all the releases. We got to get the clearances for the stand-up in it.
Oh,
the clearances. That's all.
No, we have permission. We just have to pay it, and it's
We
a
just gotta-
complicated system.
So you're negotiating
Yeah.
how much
we
you want to
would've paid
pay.
it.
Gotcha.
We would have paid it when
All
we
right, then.
finished.
So let's...
Thank you. Come on.
And people out there that listen to this show thinks you financed the whole movie.
I gave you a little
He
taste.
bankrolled it.
1/6 of the movie. He did 1/6.
What the fuck?
I don't understand why
Why would he
he
do that?
What? He gave
I
a
was
million.
a nice guy.
He gave no,
And
because
now he's like killing me on
No,
it.
because he's so consumed with making sure people know that he.
No,
like,
no, I get
Dude,
you.
I've never bragged about
No, it's not you. It's the
giving
dumb
you guys a
audience.
cent on the
No,
movie. No one even knows I gave money.
Yes, you do. You said it, but there's
I don't think I really have.
But no, what happened?
But I say let people think it then. Who cares?
But no, it's not against you.
What is he doing?
Stop.
No, I know.
It's not against you. It's people.
I thought
that
I was
tweet
very
going,
generous.
Richard's dumb movie that Opie financed. Well, I
didn't even think of it as financing because I
I
didn't
do
think I was
think of
actually
it
going
as
to
your
make
dumb
money.
movie, but I don't think of it as.
All right, I wasn't thinking about making money off
No,
you guys.
not you. It's the
I thought it was just a nice thing to do.
Producer
Holy
credit.
shit! Yeah, a little credit
Producer
action.
credit rolls at the end.
They got producer
In
credit
the beginning.
Nice. The beginning.
and he saw it live with an audience.
It's very funny.
Oh, wow.
It came out very good.
Damn.
Thank
But
you.
now he's trashing me. I guess I
No,
should have
I'm
gave you
not
more
trashing, I'm
money. Is that
trashing
what's
the
happening
No, but
here?
why did you only give us that amount?
Right.
Just
I
1/6.
mean, 1/6.
It's a big number, you fuck.
I'm trashing the people
And I never
that
asked for
perceive-
anything in return.
that perceive.
Oh, see? He's got to put more lotion
For
on
those
the
keeping
tattoo.
track, yeah, Voss is lotioning again.
All right.
No, listen, it's not
How long
you.
is that
We're,
gonna
we're,
last?
we're
Like,
grateful.
fucking 2
You love
hours?
yourself, don't you? Look how he caresses
I
his
know.
arm.
Yeah, he's never
Really
touched me
does.
like that. I guarantee
Dude, if I
you.
put lotion on, it'd be like this. Slap, slap,
Slap
slap.
it on.
He's like caressing his arm.
Rubbing in
really
little
slowly.
circular. He's doing figure
Oh, my
eights
God.
and circles.
But now watch him touch me. Go ahead.
yeah, that's it.
It's like
Oh,
it's like he's giving me a snake bite.
Why
Yeah.
would you tell everyone
Yes.
how much I gave?
I didn't say how much.
Yeah, but you
1/6.
are.
You said
like,
1/6.
Yes,
Well,
you're,
because
you're
it doesn't
giving
matter.
too much information. Who cares? He loves
Right.
to tell the number. And
No, I don't.
It's like,
Listen, stop. Can you guys listen?
I gave you more than you
No,
guys
but you don't-
wanted.
I know.
wow.
They came to me asking for something, and I said, all right, well, I can
No,
do this
we're
instead.
grateful. I'm trying to say the perception of people that think.
who cares though? Who
What are you, back
cares
end?
what
You're in on the back
Greg
end?
and
Yeah.
wherever?
I don't even
cut some points.
I don't
back end
even
points.
Yeah.
I don't even expect my original investment
Oh,
back.
that's already.
Whatever. It's all
Made.
No.
Uh-oh.
1/6.
Bonnie showed it in
What am
Port-
I, a schmuck on wheels? Right. I want my money, Rich.
Bonnie showed it at Portland, and she did a female comedy festival
Oh, yeah?
called All Jane No Dick. That was the festival.
Was it
she did
really
in
called
Portland.
that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at her. And
Are you
that's
mad?
because
Bonnie's mad right
that's
now.
because
Why are
I'm
you mad?
hungry.
Let's get this
He
on.
said he said that you guys would get us food.
Well, we will. If you,
Well, but
We
see,
couldn't
that's what you were
sense it.
supposed to do when you first got here. Instead of demanding to come on right away, you settle in. You take your. She hasn't even taken off her sweatshirt yet. You get your.
I'm not taking off my sweatshirt, buddy.
I don't think she's got anything on under it.
You get your breakfast order in, and then
I'm
you
not
come in here
Rich.
nice.
I haven't shaved my stomach.
You shaved it. Your abs aren't shaved like Rich.
Too good. Why don't we take a break and then we could get you guys some breakfast?
Yeah, that
I ain't
sounds like a
paying
good
for
idea.
shit, by the way.
You pay for
Fuck
1/6 of our breakfast.
Oh, it's got one of them Bob envelopes where you got to sign a bunch of checks
Jesus
to people that I don't even know
Christ.
who they are, right?
New York City Department of Finance, $10,463.
Was
You
that
owe
tax
them or
time?
they owe
That,
you?
I guess. What?
They're giving you. That's a check for
No,
you.
that's
man.
taxes.
That's my.
I just laid out $12,000 for
quarterly, I
my
don't even know.
half-year school taxes.
How much?
Oh my God.
12,000. It's $24,000 a year in
Well,
my
then
neighborhood
stop
for school
dating
taxes.
those girls.
I know, right? Well,
You got to pay.
that's just school, and then property is separate. It's
unbelievable.
It's amazing
It's
out there in Nassau County. They
Your
just
fucking taxes have to be.
It's the
My
highest
brain
in the country.
can't even really process
It's the
that.
highest in the fucking
And Nassau
country.
County's the
and
highest?
it's not. Yes.
And that's where I'm in complete agreement with you. And then they want more from us, and we're not doing
Yeah,
a fair share.
You're not doing your fair
if you
share.
saw
Go
my
fuck your
fucking
mothers.
bills. Yeah, I have enough money to pay these bills, but the
Yeah,
amount of
yeah.
money coming from one guy, me, is ridiculous.
the wealthy do your fair
Holy
share.
shit,
You
I'm
saw
doing
what I
my
paid
fair
taxes.
share.
Shove your fucking face in it like a dog that just shit on the rug.
I love hearing wealthy people talk
Yes.
Now you have knowledge on this, and I don't want to get trashed.
Oh, no.
About this Obamacare. You know, everybody says,
Oh, God.
I'm
Can we
paying.
wait till after the break?
No,
You know that it's serious when he's
I'm
reaching
serious.
out
I
at
know,
you.
he's
No, this is a
reaching
topic.
for me.
It's gonna
Yeah,
take
why
a
don't we
while.
take a break? Remember this.
Remember
though.
that.
Yeah.
And
Keep
it's
it
going
in
to be up
mind.
to you to remember this,
fucking
though. We're not going to
killing
remind
Oh,
you.
I don't doubt it. I can't wait to hear.
Yeah, I want to hear you taking Obamacare for real.
We'll,
killing me.
Oh no, God!
And I think,
I might not be able to come back in.
is Dave Attell here?
He's on his way.
All right, we got Dave Attell today as well. So
Nice.
Very cool show. Rich and Bonnie are in. Rich Vos at Gotham this weekend.
This is the Opie and Anthony Show, Sirius XM. See, told you we had sponsors.
And now back to
The Opie and Anthony Show.
If you did that creepy lean.
We got Dave Attell in studio. Rich Vos, Bonnie.
Hey guys, how you
Good
guys
morning,
doing?
Dave Attell.
Rich just told me that there's no better club comic than him, and I know we're going head to head in this battle.
No, that's not what I was getting at.
And I
I'll tell you
said,
later.
"Don't you have your own podcast? It's not fair for you to promote here when I'm
That's true.
podcast list."
Right, you
I
should
don't have
just
a
be
podcast.
promoting on a podcast.
Yeah, but you're Dave Attell. You don't even have to promote. You're just your poster. Because
Dude, I'm not even on the show right now. I'm sitting in the place where they look up stuff. I'm not on the show.
That's true.
I offered up my chair to you.
No, you guys are a team.
Where they look up stuff.
This is the this would be if
That's
this
the
is Star
Google
Trek.
seat.
This is like the Spock area. You know?
Yeah, kind of off to the side.
Yeah, they're looking in that thing.
Where the weatherman's too busy, so they go right to his office to do his broadcast.
The meteorologist.
You don't need promotion. You're Dave Attell.
Dude, I need all the help I can get.
You're a fucking genius. Besides me, you're the #1 guy other comics copy.
I just did a USO show with Jay Okerson, April Macy, and Jesse Joyce, and 40 people showed up. So I need a lot of promotion.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it was a great crowd. It was excellent in Delaware at the Dover Air Force Base, but it was funny. Yeah, I need promotion.
What happened?
It's just holiday times and it's a Monday night,
It's always
so
an
it's a little
excuse.
difficult.
Right.
But it
Were
was
they
a great
service
show.
guys?
Yes,
Yeah,
and the support
Isn't
the
this,
families.
isn't this a tough weekend to do comedy?
No,
Thanksgiving?
not in New York.
Or does
There's a lot of
everyone want to
tourists.
everyone want to get the fuck out of their house after
Well,
Thanksgiving?
I
and
don't
go
know.
out?
I'm already selling a lot of tickets at Gotham, so I don't know how he's doing. But
Dave Attell will be at Caroline's. You're going to be at Gotham. Rich
But there's a
Voss.
lot of tourists, especially for you. You're on Broadway. They're just going to fucking fly in. You're working Broadway. They're going to come flying in.
Oh
to your
Well, Gotham is where is that again? That's in Chelsea. That's like the other That's where the Broadway people live.
that's gay Broadway.
Yeah, it is.
Hey, Dave, you got here just in time because
What happened?
we held Rich Voss back for the commercials because he's going to give us his take on Obamacare.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, this is
Apparently,
good.
This is why it's.
And we
killing-
want to fucking clear the field.
apparently
for
it's
us.
killing him, as he said.
Well, listen.
Wait, before you get started, Bonnie's from Canada. You should jump in on this because they have health care.
Oh, they
Yeah.
have that socialized fucking healthcare.
Isn't it-
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
a great up
Nothing
there.
wrong with socialism.
What?
Tell that to your crack fat mayor.
Yeah,
Huh?
yeah,
I love him.
exactly.
We all love him.
That's how
But that's
magical
how great
Canada
our
is.
healthcare is. He's on crack and he's fat.
There you go.
Okay?
It's a magical world up there.
Yeah.
If you beat off, a woman appears. It's backwards land. That's what I call Canada. Backwards world. Sorry, go ahead.
Why
Rich.
has he been so quiet lately, this Rob Ford? What's wrong with him? He doesn't understand. He's got the heat
Thank
right
you.
now. He's got to keep going.
Hey, buddy.
He went away for a bit.
Yeah, do more
I think
stupid
they took.
stuff.
Didn't they take away his?
All his powers.
Now
but
he's
then
just. He's just a
Yeah, he's
figurehead.
just a
Yeah,
figurehead.
but now he has nothing to lose. Now he should really start getting wild.
Let her rip.
No,
You should try to be a dictator, like Toronto's dictator.
He's so Canadian. It's so funny to watch. Like, even his sister, she was on, defending him, and she's like, he's not an alcoholic. You're going to count binge drinking. Okay. Have I had to ask him to leave my house? Yes. I've had to ask him to leave my house. Does he pass out sometimes? Yes. He passes out sometimes.
But he's not an alcoholic.
But he's not an alcoholic.
Do the 911 call from.
I don't
come
do
on,
things
please, come on.
Do it.
Who was the girl that was the 3 girls that were held in the basement for 10 years?
Yeah,
Ariel Castro's
Yeah,
chicks.
well, with the girl, what's her name? Amanda Berry.
Amanda Berry.
Oh, you do?
The Amanda Berry call.
What she calls
I love that Amanda Berry.
It's Amanda Berry. I've been locked up for 10 years. Okay, where you at, Mandy? No, you don't understand. I need someone to get here quick. I love how she thought people were still looking for her. She had no idea.
That's hilarious. Yeah, no one fucking gave a shit.
What did she say? She goes, you know me.
You know me? I'm Amanda Berry.
Oh, shit.
What have you done?
Where you at, Mandy?
Where you at?
That's terrible.
I think that's a great take on the kind of humor we can expect out of the Vosses. Hurtful topical.
Hurtful
topical. Okay.
Wait, you're not on the gig, Bonnie?
No.
Is that a genre?
Hurtful topical.
Yeah, but if you want family-friendly Broadway style, like a wet for no reason pretzel served by a terrorist.
What's your bonus? Your bonus number? 50. If you
Wow, now they got inside shit going on.
Every comic has this thing of like, when do they pull the curtain? Where they disguise half the room, the empty, your career is dead part of the room.
Yeah.
It is like putting a veil over a body. Like, all right, you don't need to see this. You don't need to see this.
But at least they make the curtain black, so they are trying to trick everybody.
I get curtain off after the second row.
I go up wearing a curtain on my head, just not to see. So horrible.
I used to walk in the Carolinas and go, "Oh, it's a curtain show." Right. Okay, and then you lower your expectations a little bit.
That's what's great about the road gigs. The rooms I do are so small they can't have a curtain.
Oh,
I did a room.
It's the shower curtain.
I did a room 2 weeks ago where I wasn't allowed to say fuck or do crowd work.
Why are they doing that shit to you guys? I understand doing it to fucking radio guys, but leave the stand-ups alone.
Because he wants
to What's the problem with saying fuck on stage?
He wants to compete against the other club that's dirty. He wants to be the clean club.
Well, that's just stupid. What club is it? They should be called out. Every one of these clubs that do that to you guys should be called out.
I'm not saying the club. I'm not going to burn the bridge.
Like Bonnie's like, don't you fucking
Dave, do you think that's stupid?
I don't see why you should burn that funny bone bridge. No, I think it's horrible, especially if you get a guy like Vos in here. Like, like he's going to be edgy, as they say,
and crowd work.
As everyone would say, a little blue.
What are they doing? They're going to fuck that up too.
Friday. Wait, hold on.
Go ahead.
So the sign out front goes, "No F-bombs at this club."
It said F-bombs.
Yeah. Well, they're not going to say fuck.
He should just sell the club. Is what he should do.
But anyhow...
But you got an A.
Well,
he gave you an A.
I heard this on the podcast. Rich now gets graded A.
I got an A.
So these clubs are now grading the comics.
Grade A comedian, Rich Voss.
Does he actually sit you down and tell you what grade you got?
No, I had an argument. Friday and Saturday... The first shows were good shows, 150 people. The second show Saturday, and hold on.
No, he has to build it up because he's got to tell on himself a little bit that he didn't fill it up. Second show,
but it's an interesting topic, and he's going to fuck it up.
I'm telling you right now. The second show Saturday, there was 25 people, 24, in a 300-seat room, scattered. Not even together.
That's nice.
So how you can't do your fucking dog and pony show. You got to talk to the crowd.
Yeah.
So I'm talking to the Navy guy. Thank you for your service. I mean, then there was a Marine guy go, "Well, I'm sorry. You take and whatever I said." And then after the show, well, I wasn't too happy. You kind of downplayed the Navy. I go, "Are you fucking kidding me?" I was
what?
And
he's critiquing your fucking.
So I said, "What do you mean?" I go, "Are you kidding me? You're fucking..." I go, "I killed both shows. I kept it clean. I even recorded one because I don't ever do clean shows. I record. He goes, no, I'm giving you an A.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
You didn't push for an A+ at that point?
He's giving me an A.
And where does his A go? Does it go on a big board at the club or something?
Yeah. There's a gold star next to your name.
It's in the computer program. They can look it up.
Yeah. See, here's the deal. We have to deal with one set of assholes here at SiriusXM. I can't imagine you guys that travel around the country have to deal with different assholes in every city.
But not usually
some I'm sure being cool, but you got to deal with dicks.
Not usually when you're the headline, you do whatever the fuck you want.
Not anymore if they're telling you no F-bombs and they're grading you. I can see this guy's
theory. I could see why he's trying to compete with the other club and get an older audience. I get his point. Okay, but still,
old people like the word fuck.
I know.
They do. They're cooler than the young people now.
And the young people are more.
You know what?
They're very politically correct. Those young kids.
Yeah,
they really are.
Dave's pretty accurate with that statement.
You get a lot of ooh.
Yeah, a lot of girls around looking around.
Up.
Yeah, men looking at their woman to see if they can laugh.
Yeah.
Did we lose a war?
What?
What's going on here?
Men looking at their women.
Yeah, they're like, "Is this okay, honey?"
How dare they?
Looking at the black guy in the audience.
That's the worst.
Oh, did he say something that's going to upset my African American friend?
I don't have one black friend in my life, but I'll pander.
You know, though, it would be worth your time to just pay a local black guy to come in, sit near the front, and have him laugh at everything.
I try not to have black comics on before me because the audience falls for what. It's hard. I love black comics.
Falls for it.
By the way, this
you
is
know
why
that no black comic can get a laugh without white guilt, right?
No,
Do you understand that?
Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. On the road, I'm not talking about New York. You know, you go on the road and you get these. I can't. They're so likable. You know, and energetic and
hacky.
I'm not talking New York comics, obviously.
I know.
And they're fucking energetic. I'm on the road and
they bamboozle the audience.
They do. And I got to go up with my.
And if they start dancing, I mean, it is lights out.
I go up there with something that might seem racist. The fucking crowd is.
I just imagine his openers coming on with like a basketball.
This is why both of you were cut out of the Mom's Mabley documentary. Whoopi's like, I'm not having it.
No,
you're both out.
No.
I don't want to hear your geneticisms. Eugenics.
Do you care when you go on the road? Do you care who opens for you? Do you get like, or
I either like. It's either a guy who's too dirty to get in the club himself or like a local.
Oh. Yeah.
So I really don't care.
You don't give a fuck.
But I'll tell you, most of the openers, it seems like it's really hard for anybody to get into the clubs now. So I feel bad for all the.
Well, yeah, I get
comics.
emails all day long. Can you take me with me?
Yeah.
You or you know what I mean? Can I do this in Philly or DC with you? And
I'll suck your cock.
Yeah.
You get that? Ever get that?
Not at home.
Wow, edgy. That was some edgy.
Interesting.
My mouth isn't tipped.
Sipped.
All right, what about Obamacare, Rich?
It's fucking killing me because Oxford United Healthcare keeps raising my health insurance every year. Every month it's going up $200, $250 a month.
Every month it's going
for
up?
a year. Yeah, I mean my payment a month is.
Oh, okay, I got
So
you.
I'm paying almost $20,000 a year in health insurance.
It's crazy.
Okay, to subsidize for the people that aren't paying
exactly
for it. I'm subsidizing for these people.
Yeah.
But basically, it's not enough that I'm paying taxes. You know, probably like you say, property tax. Income, federal. State tax.
Well, the
now
people
I'm
at the
paying
bottom
extra.
Can't pay, so the government says, well, you don't have to because we got so much money coming in from Rich Voss
and
the other people.
I'm not upper class. I'm luckily middle class.
No, you're no class.
So people think, hey, we're getting free health. It's not free. I'm fucking paying for it.
There you go.
Okay, I'm paying for it. And don't get me wrong. There's nothing I would rather see than
paying the bill.
It's a bigger problem than
you
that.
voted for him.
And people go, well, in the long run, it'll weed out. No, I don't have time for the fucking long run to pay $20,000 a year in health insurance.
Did you vote for him?
No. Are you out of your fucking mind?
You know he didn't.
I love just getting
and also it would be cheaper for me to buy another house in like Florida or somewhere. And have residency in Florida where your health insurance is like $500 or $600 a month. you know, it'll cost me $10,000. I'll save $10,000 on health insurance. Which
So welcome to Obamacare. What can I do for you?
I don't know.
All I know is 50,000 people signed up for it. That's like, whose Twitter is that? That's like the least of the Kardashians. Yeah, it's like, there's a magician somewhere in like Oklahoma with more followers. I mean, it's horrible. So
no one really was clamoring for it, and nobody, the people that really can't afford it, they don't understand, or they didn't understand that you had to pay for it anyway. It's not free health care for most people. It's you got to pay. So they're selling you insurance. If you didn't have it or don't give a shit about it, you're not going to sign up for it. There's going to be a bunch of people not fucking signed up for it.
It's the website. You understand this. You're a comic.
I'm going to have
building a good website is the hardest.
How did they fuck up the
Because they
website?
outsourced it to a Canadian software company, Bonnie.
Michelle
Manitoba Jones or somebody handled this. Saskatchewan Steve. Some shady dealings over the border.
Steve's pretty good.
All right. Well, either way, it's a web problem.
It's amazing they fucked up a website in this day and age.
I know.
Exactly.
That's the easiest part of the thing.
And could you imagine a month later if Amazon.com didn't work, how many heads would roll over there?
Oh, my God.
But they're like, well, we're working on it. What do you mean working on it? Just fucking get it done.
Well, I've listened to interviews where they've had top web designers and companies and go, we could have done it for $1 million.
Of course.
You know,
But that's not the government way. You got to dump millions upon millions and get the worst possible product. They're terrible.
And I'm not against it. Of course, you would want free health care. Of course. I mean, if it was right, if you got to see your own doctors and didn't wait a month for
our government and system and people aren't set up for free health care.
Well, first of all, one of the reasons why it works in Canada is there's a lot fewer people.
It's Elysium. They don't deserve to go to the spinning ship.
The spinny nice place.
They can't be in the tanning bed of
I'm
cures.
sorry, Bonnie. You know, everyone in Canada fucking crows about their wonderful free health care and stuff. The only reason you guys are able to have socialism and social programs like you do up there.
Let's remember, socialism killed the Jews.
Right.
So
is one reason your border with the United States of America.
Yeah.
And that's the only reason you're able to fucking, you know, it's like you're fucking in the same family with like some rich guy, and you're able to buy some toys and have some fun because you know the rent's going to get paid.
But wait, we're not subsidizing.
It does.
Are you kidding me?
How are we subsidizing Canada?
It's not subsidizing Canada. It's that Canada doesn't have to spend horrific amounts of money on like national defense because they know we're not going to sit still while Canada gets invaded.
That's not fair because if you weren't here, there would be no reason to have a national defense.
We wouldn't.
You join NATO.
You don't think the Soviet Union would have plowed over Canada if it wasn't for fucking the United States being there? Please, all that shit.
There's a lot of countries that don't have people trying to
It's the direct
invade
border
them.
with the United States makes it national security to keep you guys safe, and that's what we've done since the beginning of the United States.
How come we don't do it for Mexico? I mean,
because Mexico's a piece of shit, and we don't even care about it.
Okay,
let the drug
They're the
lords
best
kill
neighbors
each other.
ever. The Mexicans showing up, working, bringing drugs. Why can't you do that, Canada?
And bringing drugs.
We dare Canada.
We got
giving
Colin.
shelter to Geronimo.
Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. We got Colin Quinn that wants to pipe in. Here we go. Mr. Quinn?
Wow, it looks like I stepped into a real maelstrom, didn't I?
Rich doesn't know that word. he thinks it's a gay club.
I said it to make Rich laugh.
Yeah.
Wow. How are you, Colin?
Call.
Wow, what's going on?
You should have come in.
We got Rich, we got Bonnie, we got Dave Attell in studio today.
Wow, you guys are really lighting it up, huh?
Yes. Every club in the city is covered.
Where are you doing your Spanish show this weekend?
My what?
Nothing.
Shut up, boss. Why don't you block me like you do the rest of your followers?
Are you a blocker?
There's nothing worse than watching boss lecture his followers.
Yeah, there is one thing worse. Your second one-person show.
Wow.
Richard.
Oh, that was
Richard.
mean.
I saw that show. It was a great
I
show.
know. I love it.
It's
You know
my
what
fourth
happened?
one-person. It's my fourth one-person show. The only one that's seen all my shows is Dave Attell.
I did. And I loved it. It's about the Constitution, okay?
Yes.
Yes, but how happy were you when he skipped from 6 to 11? Come on.
Well, all I'm going to say is I also saw Mike Tyson's thing, and Mike Tyson had better graphics, but your story made sense.
Wow.
There was no holes in your story. So go see Colin's show.
Can I just say something? Rich used to always just kiss Colin's ass constantly. And then just one day it dawned on him, one-man show. Like, Colin can't help him.
Oh,
you know?
right.
Figured
First of
it
all,
out.
Colin, that's what you're wrong.
Solo show.
Colin is my favorite comic anywhere,
It's true.
anytime. Okay, Attell's in my top 25.
No, Colin is the guy.
Colin.
I didn't even make the top 25.
He's the only one I ever fucking mentioned in an article on radio because he's brilliant.
Wow, that must be a lot of press for me.
Okay, why do you think I use his cousin to open for me whenever I'm on Long Island?
Oh, right.
I try to keep it in his family.
Gage. I love him.
Leave my cousin out of it. Fucking call me his brother. Beat the shit out of my cousin.
Wow, you gotta let that one go, Colin.
Yeah.
No, we're not letting it go.
You hold a grudge, I think.
Why?
We're not letting it go. Joey C. used to beat up Tim Gage, and we don't like it.
Are we at least
He was
over the Mark
asking for
Cuban
it.
incident?
No, I'm so mad. I'm over it, Opie, but every time I fucking see that small human face in the news, I watch.
Is that new?
It's like that cartoon watching dollars.
What's his issue?
What about Paul Anka? You over that?
Well, that just said
That's a good question.
You know,
Yeah.
So you're over Paul Anka, and you're not over Mark Cuban.
What happened with Mark Cuban?
We kind of, I don't know, we were lame.
Bill Burr
We were lame that day. Me and Bill Burr were kissing Mark Cuban's ass a little too much.
And Colin was relegated to the couch. It just got ugly.
And then I took a shot at Colin. I wasn't really
Yeah.
taking a shot, but it might have been.
I was livid. I ended up turning on. The worst part was I was so mad, and I turned on Mark Cuban too.
Yeah, he's like misplaced anger.
Oh, he was just
No,
angry.
he fucking tried to jump in too.
Oh.
He was like, I guess this guy's a whipping boy. He fucking.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, it was.
Wow.
Give me a coffee.
He was like, a lot of people watch that, so it's just ugly. And I was the one that had the previous relationship with Mark Cuban.
Oh, yeah,
okay,
yeah.
It was a small one, but you know.
Yeah, but it was a relationship.
What do you think, Colin, can I ask you a professional? You know that guy Incognito? You know that?
Yeah.
When do you think he'll start touring? Because I cannot see him not turning this into like a club thing or a podcast. I can just not see it. I mean, he is the guy of the moment. He's in your face. We all know where he stands racially.
Well, I mean, he's going to get a reality show, I guess.
Something like that.
Do you guys think it's lame when guys get stand up, when they start doing stand up because they just were in the news for something? And all of a sudden they're like,
one just called in.
That is a slam.
Jesus.
Rich, are you saying that as a comic or as the supporter of a social net of healthcare? I like how you think you have like this job, like you're a retired something like airline pilot. How much Social Security do you think you actually paid into the system over all the many years?
Social Security?
Yeah, or whatever it is.
8,000.
There you go.
There you go. It's a good.
You're like one check away from like the meth guy who also worked at a Denny's as a cover job. The meth cook.
Do you have health insurance?
I think so. I don't know.
Jesus.
I usually go down the Voodoo, like what you call it. Voodoo is the stop gate. In New Orleans, they have the Voodoo shops. It's like they're Dwayne Reed. They really do have it down there. People walk in. Sorry, I had to hack it up. Sorry, guys. Where were we? Oh yeah, healthcare.
It's great. Carl, what are you doing? Where are you?
Yeah, are you doing the show on the road?
Nothing, guys. You don't have to talk. I just want to listen in for a while. It's lonely here.
Aw.
Well, you should have came in.
He's out in Staten Island.
Oh, you're far now.
You're in Staten Island now?
I missed the days when Colin was pretty much across the street, and he would almost come in with his pajamas on.
Yeah.
Huh?
A little bit of Staten Island Ferry now, yeah. But I didn't want to interrupt you guys. Were hammering Bonnie about the Canadian healthcare.
Well, yeah.
I don't want that to end just because I called in.
Well,
no, that was great
okay.
stuff.
I was just, I think it's reasonable to say that the Canadians were able to spend their money on a lot of other things to make their country better because the United States was down here with, pouring money into our military, keeping the evil people away from this hemisphere.
We have their back.
You've seen that movie, The Devil's Brigade, haven't you?
Yeah, sure.
That's the best.
We gave them one fucking job, which is watch Rwanda, and look what they did.
I'll tell you a story about my friend and I when we would whatever we needed.
Birth control
drugs.
pills.
Yeah, condoms, birth control, whatever.
Oh, shit.
And our doctor, we had to take an AIDS test in order to get free stuff. Sometimes you had to do something.
Whose blood did you
So
give?
we took an AIDS test, and then he brought us in and he sat us in together, and he goes, "One of you has AIDS."
Holy shit!
No fucking way.
Yeah, and my friend Lynn,
It's a hell of a
knew it was
bedside
her.
manner.
I was like, "Oh shit, Lynn has AIDS," and then he goes, just kidding.
What a jokester!
Wow, that's how they pay for it with that Canadian sense of humor. I didn't get it. Who is this Jim Carrey of? Who is this?
Wow, that's funny.
And we got our birth control pills and left.
And then
Thank
he
you.
just went and rubbed.
Then you guys got back on your sled and headed to their life below zero.
We couldn't afford a sled. We had snowshoes.
Here's the good thing about the Canadian, like they have our festivals up there, which is a slam on this country that we can't hold our own comedy festivals. We had the New York Comedy Festival. Were you involved in this?
Yeah, we did one night.
Okay.
We did a podcast thing.
Well, that's how less I draw. Like I can't do that festival and then also work Caroline's. I have to pick one. So I always pick the club over the festival.
And it never feels like a festival. To be
It
honest with
doesn't.
you. I mean, that Montreal thing is amazing.
It feels
Why
more like
can't they
that
do that
wedding
in
in
New
Game
York?
of Thrones. The red wedding.
The red wedding. Yeah.
Everyone's going to die.
I'll tell you something.
Yes.
I was going to just be quiet and enjoy this conversation, but the New York Comedy Festival infuriates me on a fucking level so big. I can't even take it right now.
Go ahead, Carl. Spill.
Why?
Because I've never really been given any fucking...
You can be on shows in the New York Comedy Festival and find out a week later you were in the New York Comedy Festival. You didn't realize at the time.
You didn't know at the time? Now that sounds like a fucking piece of shit run festival.
You weren't in the festival, Colin? Jerry wasn't doing anything?
I was in it, actually, like Bonnie said, accidentally. That Bob Kelly podcast show was in a fucking festival.
There you go.
See?
Closest I've come.
That's why you got paid more than $25, Colin.
That's festival money. That's festival.
It was $100. That was a good show, though.
Nice.
Colin is my favorite person. He's my
the best.
favorite person.
Colin
It's so
He's the
much
best.
fun to be with him. It really is.
Oh, Jesus.
I want
I
to
bet you don't say to him, I got to get my testosterone checked.
Oh.
because I don't need it with him.
He can't fuck Bonnie anymore. I don't know what happened. He needs some testosterone.
Yeah.
Or Viagra.
Hey, Colin, can you tell them what a good actor I am, please?
What?
Oh, my God.
Louis Beans, remember? Louis Beans.
What's that?
Oh, I'd love to hear that again.
That was when he did...
that was one of the greatest moments,
It really was a great moment. Rich Voss
Dave, do you
acting.
know about that one?
No.
You don't know
Fill me
this?
in.
Play
Sorry,
this.
guys.
Oh,
No,
this is
you didn't
great.
get
Play it.
it.
It's quick. Everyone just has to...
This is from A Bronx Tale.
Right.
They
Oh, now I know. Okay,
Yeah,
go ahead.
we-
I want to hear it.
They
Oh,
tricked
my
me into
God.
thinking I was going to read with Norton.
With Norton.
And Norton's as bad of an actor as I am at the time. Now
Norton's good, though, now. I saw him do something, yeah.
I like
What?
when he doesn't have any dialogue and he just uses his eyes.
Oh,
He can
you like that?
communicate so much.
yeah.
Because he's blinking Morse code.
He's known as Loud Eyes. Lower your eyes.
He's blinking up the scenery.
His eyes are overacting.
So then, yeah.
It was like the dog and the artist.
Right. So we switched out. We switched out Norton
For Chaz Palminteri, who,
Palminteri,
of
of
course,
course.
wrote A Bronx Tale. Starred in the movie and did the one-man show.
Yep.
So he did a scene, and of course, Chaz Palminteri is just flawlessly natural doing it.
And we're gonna
Okay,
Rich,
guys, you're not doing the interviews. Relax on the fucking guests.
Smart Cuban all over again.
We're gonna do the dry
Every guest
version.
is a god on fucking Opie and Anthony.
No, hey, look, we've gotten better since you called us out.
Oh, I notice it every time now.
No, I feel like we've gotten better since the big call out from Colin Quinn.
Every time I ask a question. So back in 1974, when I just imagine Colin listening, going, "Oh, shut up, stop it."
He
Not
pretty
an
much says
interview.
we stop our whole show
Isn't the
to kiss
Tonight
their
Show?
ass, and he's right.
I know.
For the most part, he's right.
We suck.
Here's the dry version of that day. We usually play the production piece.
Oh, right, yeah.
So here we go.
Beans, you can't dodge me forever.
Oh my God.
See, what are you doing? Come on, what are you yelling about?
John, I got a problem with this guy over here. Louis Beans,
This guy owes me 20, and it's been 2 weeks now, and every time he sees me, he keeps dodging me, John. Should I crack him one or what?
Listen, see, come on. Sometimes violence is not the answer. Is he a good friend of yours or not?
Nah, John, I don't even like him.
Well, there's your answer right there. Look at it this way. It costs you $20 to get rid of him. He's never going to ask you for money again. He's never going to bother you again. He's out of your life for $20. Come on, you got up cheap.
You're right, John. You're always right. How do you know the right answer all the time, Johnny?
Well, I try to keep my eyes and ears open all the time, and I read.
You read?
Yeah, I read. Come on. Come on, let's go to Mario's next door and get something to eat.
What do you read?
That was the only
I read things,
moment.
I read philosophy.
Philosophy? You read philosophy? Come on, John.
Sure, you ever hear of Machiavelli?
Who?
Come on, Nick Machiavelli.
Who?
Oh, wow.
That was good.
That's really
That you read line, I think, was your best line.
That guy with Vos, he's going to make it.
Yeah. He's all right.
Were you like all were you holding the script, or can you memorize it?
No, I got in here. First of all, they said, come in tomorrow. We're gonna, and then I got in here. They go, you and Norton are going to read the script together.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't practice. I did an audition yesterday. Knocked it out.
Yeah,
of
why
the park.
practice for our big radio show?
What was the
Because I
audition
didn't
for?
have it. They didn't give me the sides or anything until I went in that morning.
Do you have a regular straw?
Is that my coffee? Thank you.
Wow, look at that little airplane meal you made for yourself. A little quick flight to Albany. So that was. I didn't know that you were an actor as well as a comic.
Yeah, that was good.
It was my oatmeal.
There's this guy, Louis Beans.
We missed that part because the track skipped. Do you want to hear that?
Yeah,
just a really.
Boy, that Chaz, he was a good sport to do that.
Oh, yeah.
He was great, man.
Because think about it, that's like a dolphin swimming with a tart. I mean, he's such a good actor.
Exactly.
That'd be like a dolphin swimming with a tart holding a bowling ball. I mean, he is so good. No,
yeah.
All right, go ahead. Play the first part.
Yeah,
That's quick.
Go ahead, let's go.
All right.
Here we go. Go ahead.
Louis, Beans, I want my money. Beans, you can't dodge me forever. Look at
See, what are you doing? Come on, what are you yelling
You
about?
can't
John.
dodge
I got
me
a problem
forever.
with this guy over here. Louis Beans.
Louis Beans.
All right, that's enough.
I love that. The guy, Louis Beans. Oh, is that great?
Now,
Oh my God.
this has been going on for 10 years. It's been going on for 10 years.
And God hoping another 10.
It never stops. You're
Why
right.
don't you show the clip of ice cream coming out of Colin's ass in Grown Ups 2? That was real method acting right there.
Oh, what happened there?
I saw it.
I didn't see
Grown-Ups
Grown Ups 2.
But I don't like the fact that Vos has really zeroed in on that like that lately.
It's because it's the last thing you've
What's the
done
problem
in
with that
15 years.
scene?
Nothing. Colin was very funny. He saved the movie.
I didn't
Shut up!
He was good.
I get people get trashy, and then at the last minute, you always back off a little bit. It's really
I
annoying.
know. He's so in love with Colin.
Oh, God.
Yeah, you were the one that brought it up like it was a horrible scene, and now you're saying he saved the movie.
No, he did.
Yeah.
Up to that.
So what
up
is
to that
it?
point. Up to that point where he became a prop actor.
I'm just kidding, Colin. I love you. I love you.
Yeah, I better not get that fucking call later. Hey, we get a kid around.
You know, on a radio show, it's, we all pump things up.
All things are being equal.
I thought I was the only one that got those calls.
You're not mad, right? We all were taking shots.
We're all having a good time.
How was my appearance?
I thought I did good. I want to grade myself.
He used to call me and give himself grades.
I was a club owner then.
Now the club owner's doing that to you. What do you think of that, Kyle? There's a club Rich played recently. No F-bombs, and they grade you at the end. What the fuck is that about?
A grade A comic.
Huh?
Who does, the club owner?
Yeah, he won't tell us which one, but I think that's fucking bullshit. And I pray more. I pray more club owners don't go down that road.
That is humiliating.
Goddamn morons.
It was a stretch factory.
What?
I'm only kidding.
No, it can't be Vinny.
What did this club owner give you?
No, Vinny, you have to grade him. He will hound you after the show. What'd you think? Did you like it? Did you watch all the new stuff? What you do, you watch Vinny. You try to grab one thing, and then you can go and mingle with your friends. So later after, you're like, the bit about the whatever, that was fantastic.
Like, oh, yeah, thanks.
But what about the other one?
I know.
What about the other one? I don't know.
What would you give me, an A or a B? What?
Anyway,
I like when
but we love him. We love Vinny. He's great.
When you're talking about Norton's expressive eyes, that when he's not acting, he's like the governor on Walking Dead with that one eye, but he has two eyes. Just like really looking.
It's like his whole face is a mask.
Looking through a recurring part in the distance.
Imagine him with a gun.
Hey, Colin, what are you doing tomorrow? You want to come in?
Yeah.
I'm serious. It's our last show before the big turkey thing, you know.
Come on.
We might.
Did he just pretend to look through his...
He's reading the Daily News.
I heard the paper rustling.
Let me check my schedule.
And no one even has one of those anymore. You just use your phone.
And, and then you can go from here to Joan Hamburg.
I'll see you guys later.
Oh, what's that about?
What's that about?
What's that about,
I didn't
Rich?
get it, but it was funny.
Okay.
The timing was right.
All right, Colin. If you want to come by tomorrow, we'd love to have you. That's a real invite. Are we promoting anything?
No.
Okay.
Oh yeah, what am I saying? I'm at Tarrytown Friday and Bayshore Saturday. You guys gonna come out?
That's a great theater.
You're at Bayshore, what, Saturday?
Yeah.
I'm going to go.
Holy fuck, I might be on Long Island, too.
I'm going.
Come on, fellas, this is it.
I'm right there. I'm right there.
The Tarrytown Theater, that's perfect for a show like
Is that the old porno theater?
We're right next to the yes.
The old Bayshore Porno Theater.
Right.
Used to go there before videos, you know? You'd have to go.
The old theater, yeah.
Yeah.
I went in high school.
Yeah, that was great.
I used to be a road trip with some road sodas. Down at the porn theater in Bayshore.
Bayshore.
Speaking
Nice.
of road trip, if I come in tomorrow, we have to discuss a road trip also with a certain gentleman.
Oh, with the Bobo.
That's correct.
So maybe we should have Bobo in tomorrow.
Why not?
Yeah?
What the fuck?
Why not?
Right.
We're doing a road show, a road trip with Colin and Bobo are the stars. I'm going along to maybe film it. And
Wow.
yeah, I'm serious. It started out as a goof, but I want to do this, even if it's a day thing.
Well, Bobo thinks
We do a test show.
We're going to do a test. We're going to do a test.
right. Like up to fucking Westchester or something.
Yeah.
This could be the equivalent of that Bruce Dern movie that's out now. The independent classic.
Walking to...
Stark. In the cornfields. What is that movie, Colin? What is that movie? It's like Kansas City, something like that.
Yeah.
That's not Nebraska, is it?
Nebraska,
It
yeah.
is? Okay.
That's the movie.
Hey, didn't he like win some fake lottery?
Heading towards a dream or a fantasy.
Everyone's telling him
dementia.
it's not real. I'm walking.
Oh, no. That doesn't sound good.
All right.
All right, guys, bye.
All right, Colin.
right,
We'll see you
Colin.
tomorrow. Colin Quinn, everyone.
Colin who?
He is great.
I love the great Colin Quinn.
Rich Vos, Gotham this weekend. Dave Attell, Caroline's this weekend. We're going to break so you guys could eat, and we'll continue.
Yes.
You're listening to the Opie and Anthony Show. The Opie and Anthony Show. Sirius XM. Sirius XM. The Opie and Anthony Show.
Got a busy room today. Rich Vos in studio playing Gotham tonight and tomorrow. No, when are you playing? This weekend?
Friday, Saturday at Gotham.
I'm starting to think this is like Friday. I'm all fucked up because this
I know, it's only
Thanksgiving shit.
yeah.
It's only Tuesday. Fuck,
It's
what am I
Indian
talking
Friday.
about?
But it feels
It's
like
Indian Friday.
It feels like a Thursday because we have tomorrow and then we're off.
Yeah.
So you got to say, it's Thursday.
All right.
Hey, how about a shout out for Hanukkah and Thanksgiving finally buddying up the way they should?
That's right. Whoa.
Burying the hatchet. Boom.
That is true, right?
Rich, jump in on this. You're a Jew. Go ahead.
No.
Hanukkah starts early, huh?
It's ridiculous.
When is it starting? Like now?
Because it's wandering around the calendar.
You don't like Hanukkah? You know how I know about the Jewish holidays?
What's that?
You know how I know about the Jewish holidays? B&H Photo
Yes.
doesn't fucking deliver on certain days. They can't take the order right away. So when there's certain holidays,
How
that's all I
are
know.
they? How are they in business?
It's amazing.
That's how great they are. They could close when the sun goes down and still make the ends
You know what?
meet.
You can
Jews
still
are good
log
business
in.
It's
people.
unbelievable. Though.
You know what, though? The efficiency of that place
That's
is definitely
beautiful.
ripped off from the Nazis.
It's amazing. It really is. They learn that in the camps.
It's very efficient.
Oh, my God.
There's like fucking conveyor belts. One guy takes care of this. One guy's standing there with a thumbs up or thumbs down on your order, getting off the fucking boxcars.
It looks like when it goes just go see the guy with the beard.
Looks like someone was paying attention back in the day.
I lost my umbrella there, and they said go to the lost and found, and there was like umbrellas, then shoes, then little kid shoes, then eyeglasses. If they had just kept all that shit in a pile, nobody would have hated them.
But the separating of them, that's what...
That's the Nazi anal.
Right.
Very nice. Holy shit.
Oh, that's funny, man.
Eyeglasses.
Yeah.
I love that place,
Spectacles.
though. You could fucking order something, like, in the morning, and by the next morning, it's delivered right to your door.
Unless it's a Friday.
Well, yeah.
You know how they are, those people. They don't do it on a
They
Friday.
just walk it over, don't they?
They send you a fucking book this big in the mail. With,
Yeah, the catalog
The
that comes
catalog.
in it.
The catalog.
It's like a Torah.
Yeah.
By the way, people don't know how big you were doing. You were doing... when you said this big, people didn't realize you were doing the size of your
Yes.
cock.
Oh,
Yes, good night.
Nice.
Boom, baby.
Oh, be
Inch
in
and
my
a half,
house all
baby.
weekend.
Damn.
Doing laundry.
Got another star calling in.
What?
Oh, wow.
Hello.
Yeah, this is
Oh, God. This is Bobo. You know Bobo? Everybody knows Bobo, right?
Who dialed
He's
the
Adam
number for
Lance's
you?
friend, right?
Yes,
Bobo.
yes, Adam Lance's friend.
Wow.
Oh, God.
Bobo, explain to Dave Attell what you're doing with Colin Quinn. Everyone needs to know.
Go ahead.
No, what I'm planning with Colin Quinn is a road trip from New York to L.A.
Oh.
So it's going to be a road trip, and there's going to be like all different kinds of things that take place in each of the states we pass through.
So let's say you pass through Texas. What's going on in the panhandle of Texas?
Well, maybe that's something we do with Texas. Maybe something that's synonymous with Texas.
Like what?
Yeah, you should know all this now.
What's synonymous
This has
with
been in the planning for months.
Amarillo?
Well, the thing is, we don't.
Look, if we...
They haven't mapped out their trip yet.
No, at this point, if we name a state, you need to tell us what you're doing in that state.
What states are you going through?
Let's start with, I don't know, let's start with
Jersey.
Pennsylvania. Yeah, let's start
right.
with Jersey, your first state.
Jersey, New Jersey. What are you
gonna
doing?
Well, let's say Jersey. I guess we'd right, Jersey, I haven't thought it yet. I know.
What are you going to do?
It
You're
is
going to
a
go up
hard
on
state.
95?
It is a tough state.
And if you're going across country from Jersey, wouldn't Texas be out of the way?
Well, you take the southern route or the
They might have to
northern
take the
route,
southern route
or the
because the
central
weather's
route.
starting to get cold.
Southern route takes you down Texas, and then you get through New Mexico and Arizona and stuff, so you can kind of see the Grand Canyon, Great Meteor Crater.
Okay. I would just get on Route 80 and go straight.
Well, you could do that.
I'm a little sexually attracted to Bobo.
Wow.
Wow,
He's got a tilted penis.
Bobo, yeah.
No, he's my type.
He is.
You can tell he doesn't know what's happening.
Yes, you can. I can tell the
He's a bad
similarity.
storyteller.
You do have a type.
Who's doing the driving, Bobo? You or Carl?
Well, it could be both of us at different points.
Now, Bobo, you don't have a license, though.
Yeah, but by that time, hopefully, if everything goes as planned, I'll have a license.
When is this plane going down?
There's no better way to learn to drive than on the road itself.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is the best way to do it.
This is slated for March.
It's slated for March.
Now, you don't have a license. It's slated for March, and you're going to learn to drive going cross-country.
Well, I'll driven a bit before then, of course.
But it's a lot different driving cross-country. Highway driving.
Yeah, that's hard.
Proficient highway driving is...
Remember the scene in Planes, Trains, and all fucking Colin.
Yes.
All right, Bobo, this isn't working.
Maybe you could work the mixtapes.
Yeah.
They're going to make a nice, good, long road
Yeah,
mixtape.
why don't you do that?
And when you go through North
What car
Carolina,
is he taking?
when you go through North Carolina,
Tape?
listen, when you go through North Carolina, Bobo, my friend Roy is building development, and he's naming the street after me, Vos Terrace.
Oh, good.
Vos
Somehow
Road.
he made that story about him.
Wow,
How does he do it? It is.
How do he
I
do it?
wanted to bring up my
Seamlessly,
friend Roy. I wanted to bring up my friend Roy
Yeah.
in North Carolina. He's a developer that...
This is like a Kevin Bacon thing with him. Everything goes right back to him.
to him.
You don't get it. I was bringing up my
You'll
friend Roy.
notice Rich never asks a follow-up question unless it's going to U-turn right into...
Why are you
Yeah.
you're crazy. Why are you saying that about me?
Is that your joke?
Yeah.
Bobo.
Yeah.
Bobo. When you're merging onto a highway,
Oh, good question.
Yeah.
who has the right of way?
The white person.
Right.
The,
the person that's already on the highway.
Whoa!
That's a good one. That's a good one.
All right.
The answer is always me. That's what I say. Me. That's very good, Bobo. What does a yield sign mean?
A yield sign means yield to the person that has the right of way.
Whoa!
What's a blinking yellow?
A blinking yellow.
Norton with hepatitis.
What do you do about a blinking yellow? Drop before they throw a ninja star?
A blinking yellow is a pass through with caution.
Oh, he knows some of these. He's kind of Rain Man-ish when it comes to certain things.
Sure.
I bet he can pass the written test and then completely be an asshole on the road.
Just spinning around.
Just driving in circles.
Taking the fucking, going the wrong way on the on-ramp.
A lot of these young kids, I assume this Bobo is a young millennial. They don't learn how to drive or anything like that. They don't do it. I guess they're their drone friends do.
Yeah, they get the...
Hello?
They're the bus.
All right, Bobo.
Turkey bacon?
No, I'm good. I think I just ate enough on that last one.
Bobo, we're going to let you go. You can come in tomorrow because Colin's going to be here, so you guys can work out the road trip. All right?
All right, I'll be in tomorrow.
Oh, we can't wait,
All right,
Bobo. It's been so long.
Maybe we'll give you a good driving test tomorrow.
Yeah.
Come up with some questions.
That was good. Did you see that movie 12 Years a Slave?
I haven't seen that. I heard about it.
Yeah.
A lot of people
what's it about?
Trying to get me to see it to make me more tolerant.
Exactly. Well, I don't know if I want to see it because it reminds me a lot of my Verizon plan. Hello? Boss, come on, let's work out some of our gems.
That's very good.
I did one earlier.
You guys gave me nothing. You were the only one who gave me just a little baby bird help.
I
can't wait till I'm really old and like just like in my own filth in a diaper wearing a bow tie like the old comic.
Yeah.
And those kind of thing, and the nurse will have to like, oh, Mr. Funny, oh, time for your pills. That'll be the best.
Right around the corner.
Exactly.
Like fucking, like Jake LaMotta with that. I fought Sugar Ray so many times I have diabetes. And then he says it like 5-6 more times.
At least.
In the next...
But then again, he's what?
10 minutes.
How old was he? 90 or something?
90, and he's got
92?
this
I don't know.
young chippy wife, the girlfriend wife, who's 70. But
Are you talking about Raging Bull or the real one?
The real one.
The real guy was
He came in here.
Did you read for that one?
Puts him up on She puts him up on stage, and like he tells stories and he shadow boxes, but he can't move.
But she swears that he still wants to do it.
Yeah,
he doesn't want to be doing that shit.
And his wife's making him?
Well, she's saying she's not.
It's kind of like when you have to fly to Jacksonville.
Uh-oh, his wife's making him. That's going to be Bonnie with you.
What are you talking about?
What happened?
What happened?
I don't like him at home. I try to get him to go on the road.
Oh, do you make little, poor little kitty.
Wait, what's going on, Vos?
I don't
You have to go to Jacksonville?
No, how old is your daughter now? Like 10?
6.
When will she be worked into the act, like the actual, like the 3 generation kind of thing?
Oh yeah, no, she's working on her mic technique. It's just.
I remember when we did the show and she came out and grabbed the mic. I thought that was adorable. It was great.
Dave put her in his jacket and zipped her up.
When she was a baby.
She was a baby and she fell asleep in there.
Yeah, like a little kangaroo in a junkyard. Like a little kangaroo in a junkyard.
Alleged.
A roo. No, but then when we were doing the show at Comics, at the Fall Comics, you remember she came out on the stage at the end?
Yeah, she still likes going to. One time we were.
What are you guys, the least proud parents in America?
What?
I'm bringing up your own kid. You should be excited about it.
I feel like people don't want to hear about the kids. Like,
all right.
This isn't a kid-friendly show.
Oh,
okay.
We're all parents here. Come on.
Yeah.
Just going to somebody going, "Who's your daddy?" doesn't make you a parent.
I have my cat.
I apologize.
Fucking, I hate when people go, "Look at my kid," and they show you a picture of their dog. Really?
Oh, I hate that.
It's fucking.
As a bi-curious New Yorker, I'm going to take offense at that.
I don't like poor quality photos of people's animals when they take pictures and they're like these blurry pictures. Like, it sucks. Take a good picture, you dumb animal.
After your shows.
That's his issue.
Do you sell merchandise after your show?
No. We've had this talk a million times about selling merch.
Okay, well, how
You
about...
can't do it again.
One more time, no.
Do people come up to you after your show and go, can I take a picture?
Yes.
And they have no idea how to work their own
Yes.
art? You've been taking a million fucking pictures.
But aren't you happy that someone wants your picture?
Yeah, but
Give a fuck.
Lemonade? Making some lemonade?
Who cares?
Yeah, I hear you.
Because when you're selling merch, you're holding up the line.
Oh, I see.
Oh.
Hey, Jew.
But that's weird because you're right. They don't know how to work their own cameras. And then they give it to the drunkest friend to do it. And that's always it's a mistake.
I like the one that comes back like 10 minutes later and goes, yeah, it was blurry. Can we do another one? Because it took them that long to review the picture. Yeah, it's just the same thing of they don't know how to use their cameras. Thank you.
Does that happen when you're playing in the rock band? When you're
Oh yeah,
when you're out doing
so many pictures.
You still go out and jam, right?
Very rarely, but if my brother gets something together and gets everybody in one place at one time, sure, I'm game.
You usually do it around the holidays. You're just going to get out there or what?
When you do something now, like Wednesday night at one of those Long Island bars, you used to like
those are great.
Fucking Fast Eddie's or something. Or?
Long Island stinks.
That's been going for 15 years.
I don't know.
That's the Staten Island and you're talking.
Yeah.
What do you need us to ask you?
Yeah. What is it? How is it coming back?
Yeah, what do you need?
Yeah,
I'm just
we're not figuring this one out.
How could you make fun of Long Island like that when I grew up there? Everybody in this room pretty much lives there.
That's right.
How did I make
what
fun
borough
of it?
president would you be? You know De Blasio, I'll tell you that.
Oh boy, that's going to be fun, huh?
Yeah.
Long Island's great. You could drive out there without any traffic.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
He's being sarcastic.
He hates it. You must have a problem with governors.
No, I love governors.
How about that Long Island Expressway, people? Am I right? That's what you do at governors and fucking brokerage. And
no, you saw me at governors.
I know. It was great.
Thank you.
Had a pisser. Yeah. I don't know. That was fucking.
Ed came out with Keith the Cop. It
was a star-studded evening.
Did you go to the Dairy Barn before or after?
Dairy Barn. Get some lemonade.
It's right next door.
Yeah,
and there's a Petco right across the parking lot.
You're going to have to step out of your vehicle to buy the beer.
You can't.
What?
They can't
They make you...
Yeah, you can't. They can't sell you the beer through the window of your car.
Why?
Because Dairy Barn here, it's a drive-through.
Right.
It's this little drive-through, little shack
That's
with
the
a
best.
silo next to it. It says Dairy Barn. It looks like a little farmhouse. And you drive through and you buy like, give me some
milk,
potato chips
eggs,
and
and fucking
and some donuts.
Right.
You're talking about farmhouses.
And then they sell beer. So you go, I'll take a 6-pack of Bud, and they go, you got to step out of your vehicle, and come in to grab the beer and get it because they're not allowed to sell it when you're in the
Through
car.
the window, yeah.
But
And that's when you go make me, and that's how Jerome Mackey got started. Long Island beat down, hardcore taekwondo before Brazilian jiu-jitsu. It started there.
And my fucking stories are boring. You're talking about beer.
Hey, man, people are...
I'm just saying, it's odd that they would do
They're
that when
relating
meanwhile
out
they're
there.
selling it to you and you're getting right into your car anyway.
He's
But what gets
giving
me-
you information also. That's a good...
You know, you're a fucking turncoat.
Oh, wow.
Anthony, you
should be
missed
on my
something.
side.
Hold on, you missed something in there, though.
Using a phrase from his childhood.
You missed his simple...
You brigand.
What did he do? I missed it.
You missed his thought process. The thought process of a simpleton. You said it's like a barn, and he goes, "Ooh, they're talking about barns,
Barns,
and farms.
No.
What does that mean?"
That's her fucking...
That's all he knows about
Dairy
me.
Barn.
She grew up on a farm. That's her.
Okay,
That's
The farm girl.
That's so away
That's so removed from the dairy
I know,
barn.
but when you do it,
us
We
promoted
also
governors.
had alcohol.
they have like in Kentucky, you go on the road. They have drive-through where you get liquor and they hand it. Like, I mean, that's major alcohol problem where you can't even get out of your car.
Well,
and you just
maybe it's just convenience, like
Well,
everything else we
convenient.
want in this world.
I used to drink and drive all the time. At the same time, like I would drive around with a beer right between my legs there, driving and drinking the beer, and not even wonder, like, what would I do if I got pulled over? Like, where am I putting this beer?
I did that with crack.
And well,
Oh, wait, one up. Nailed it.
Old one-up guy had to get me.
But how do you, like a crack guy can afford a car, really?
Oh, yeah.
That must have been your first day of crack to like still have the car. Like when does that all go? Like when does all that stuff?
I tried to sell my friend's car. He gave me his car to go cop, and I tried to sell it.
Oh, my God.
I got the radio out, and I said it got stolen, but I didn't have the bill of sale, and I tried to sell his car, and I would just say it got stolen, that's all.
That is the best, the morgue story that you tell about your drug, like whenever that is, the bottom, you know, like with the head and all that kind of thing. That is just great. Am I giving it? Is that?
I don't remember it. There's the old bit you're talking about. Or?
Yeah, I'm trying to promote you, dude.
Yeah,
you might have
a crackhead.
What's the story?
I don't remember. I don't know.
You're in the morgue, and this guy's, and you're like, do you remember this? Where you're like at the graveyard?
Oh my God!
Getting high?
Crack?
No, we used to get high at my friend's funeral home.
Okay, yeah, this is what I'm talking about. I'm sorry.
You can't figure out what Dave's
Yeah,
talking
with the
about.
head, he goes, you can't have any because you're dead.
Like, which one has Alzheimer's?
He relates Dairy Barn to farms out of nowhere, but he can't relate the fucking funeral home to the morgue.
Because he said graveyard instead of funeral home.
I'm sorry. He's got a better memory. It's a bit I used to do.
I love the bit. I compliment on you every time, except I will never do it again. I didn't know. In my head, it's the graveyard bit with the dead head guy, and now I didn't know it's the mortuary something.
Sorry, I'm going to bring the bit back. Thank you.
Can we hear the bit?
No.
What happened? No, I thought I was stepping on your closer.
No.
Get the guy's closer away on the radio. You get that flash of your eyes, that one eye, governor look.
That's like when people are like, you stole my bit. I've been closing with that vet for 25 years.
That's my bit.
Oh, Rich.
But that's that was like,
thank you,
the ultimate crack.
You'd smoke a lot of crack, right?
Oh, yeah, I'd smoke as much as I get my hands on. That's what the crack addicts do. You don't
like every
that's enough.
I mean, like every day. No, I'm good. No one ever gets past the pipe and goes, nah, good.
We're good.
I don't know. No, I'm going to switch to water for an hour, and then I'll get back on the crack.
I'm going to go for a jog.
When you're smoking crack, if there's enough there to smoke 3 days straight. I remember this dude came to my house. He brought 2 ounces of coke to sell from Florida. It was so fucking pure. I mean, it was unbelievably the strongest coke. And somehow my mother was gone for the weekend. I was staying, and we're selling coke out of my house. I mean, people are in an apartment building, like just knocking on nonstop, fucking in and out. The dude passed out. And I took his fucking ounce of coke, right? And I took an eighth out, and I cut it with an eighth of whatever you cut coke with.
Soda, and inositol, baby laxative,
the laxative stuff that came in the cube, and it was so strong. And he's sleeping. I'm stealing. Here's a better story.
Wait. Then you go to the morgue.
How about you finish the first one?
Oh my!
What happened?
Can I just say this before you
can't stop
launch?
Smoke. What?
Into your next story. I've never seen you so happy. I think you should go back to drugs. This is where your passion is.
He does love talking about drugs.
No.
Yeah. You love talking about
life insurance.
I bought this, like I copped this guy an eighth. He goes, get me an eighth, and when you get it, put it under my door.
Oh boy!
At my house,
no.
And then
it got stolen.
So I put it under his door, right?
Yeah.
I kept going back. Going back every 40 minutes. I kept going back every hour with a hanger and pulling it back out.
Cutting it some more.
Coke is hilarious.
Then another kid, he goes, look, this is why I was doing comedy. He goes, I haven't seen you in a while. He goes, I'm going to buy an eighth, right? And we'll, we'll do a gram, and I'll sell the other 5 half grams. The other 5 half grams,
and then we
right?
got a free gram.
So with free gram, because it was $2.50 for the eighth, 5 half grams. So we smoked it. We smoked the gram.
But what would that be in today's money?
I don't even know that.
Millions.
So he went to bed, and I knew where I found where he hit the 5 grams.
Oh no!
The 5 half grams. So I would go in. I would steal 1/2 a gram, drive to the fucking convenience store and buy ammonia. I was cooking in ammonia then, right? And then I would throw the ammonia out because I can't do it. I made 5 trips buy an ammonia.
To get a new bottle because you throw
every time, because I throw the other one out, and I went in there. I'm so fucked up. I go, hey, I got a cleaning business, and the guy woke up, and all you heard was him yell, "Fuck!" because all his coke was stolen.
Gone, of course.
So you remember that story, but you don't remember the graveyard/morgue story.
That was a joke. That was a bit.
Okay.
It was always a fine line between can you sell the coke that you've cut up and put in the little half-gram envelopes and stuff. Can you sell it before you do it? Because if it's just there and you do yours, like, because you took some out and then cut it and you got to sell and then you got yours, if you get rid of yours, you're just going to start doing the shit you're supposed to sell.
It's impossible.
It's impossible to have it in the house and not do it.
You're saying, now, if I cut this to quarter grams and
Right,
throw in
now
a pair
I'll
of
just-
sneakers.
The guy came to our door once with a giant water jug from the water coolers full of pennies. And he's just like, here, man. Like, what the fuck are we going to do
It's
with
giving me
this?
anxiety thinking about it.
Oh, people would come up with cameras and shit. Or just-
I told you the golf club story many times. I think I told you that here. I would go to garage sale and buy like $2 golf club sets, like they would have for like $3.
Yeah.
Then I go to drug dealers. Hey, look, man, I'll leave my clubs. Just,
Be
these are
back
fucking.
for 'em.
I play golf. I got to have my clubs, and I'll be back Monday. And I
What
get
an
a gram, and they never see me again.
You ever run into these old people that you owe money to?
I think no.
They're all dead.
Oh, I'm sure somebody went
Well,
like...
this week at golf them.
Yeah.
Right? Throw it in there.
Come down to Gotham if I owe you money.
I think it's
We'll
only
have a
one.
full house.
On some coke, yeah.
There was only one I really owed
Sell
money
out.
to.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other guys, what the fuck? They
It's their problem. They should have known better.
Yeah, you don't give.
Caveat emptor.
One time, they give it to you, and they give it to you.
That's a great word in the drug culture.
In the
Hey,
drug
my
culture,
man,
yes,
caveat emptor. Is he here?
Caveat emptor, nigga. Yeah, that's what I said. Oh, shit.
They put it in your hands. They try to sell it. It's half their fault. You don't fucking. Really?
I love it.
It's pedophile. Watch my kid. You don't do that.
You don't do that. You know
don't
better.
fucking do it.
Yeah, yeah.
You're a fucking drug addict.
Oh, we let Dave watch her.
You guys wanted me to hold your baby, and what TV show was that again? What rendition of your life story?
That was the Lifetime one. That was the one where...
Didn't I immediately say this is not good?
Yeah. No, you tried to help us
These guys
figure
are
it
so
out.
funny and so dark and like just great, and then they always get involved with like Nickelodeon 3. Hey, you're gonna follow Gumball Princess Fairy Time
Dave, I
with this
overheard...
dysfunctional relation. Yeah, go ahead.
I overheard Rich on the phone. Somebody had asked him, what'd you think of the pilot? And I heard him go, I watched half of it and turned and punched Bonnie in the face.
It was so bad. That pilot was.
She got a beating.
That
on this
pilot
one.
was unwatchable.
Yeah, bad.
Yeah, but it's not your fault. It's like you get involved in the wrong network.
Well, when you go in a pitch, they love your ideas, and you go in. And then they have to switch everything around with their like when we did the one for Comedy Central, it turned out great. It was a great pilot. I don't know why I didn't pick it, but this one was so fucking bad.
Yeah.
They go, okay, we want it to look like it's your house, and they rented us a house instead of using, and moved all of our furniture into this fucking house.
I think it's also the same where they shot The Wire. Yeah. That's the neighborhood they moved us into.
They spent a lot of money on you guys.
Did you burn it down?
Well, that's where I started thinking, though, might have a talent.
That's pretty fucked
They're
up.
fucking. They come in and fucking ruin everything. They just fucking their dumb notes.
Well, now you don't need them. Like we were just talking. Like you could do your own show, like on one of these other platforms. And I think that would be cool. It doesn't even have to be a half an hour. Look, it could be like 15, 20 minutes. Like webisode stuff.
Well, thanks, Dave. Thanks. We never thought of that.
I just wanted to out Jew. I just wanted to throw a little Jew on the fire there.
This guy's always thinking. This guy.
Nobody ever wants to hear what you should do involves you doing it with your own money. But I just know you got to man up and do your own stuff. So
we made
there isn't like a magical. You mean I'm not going to meet someone at a kookaroo or a coffee bean and charm them with my comedy stylings?
I bought a new brassiere. I think it's going to be fine.
I'm into metal rock and roller derby. I'll find the executives. I always like that in L.A. Like, what is that guy into? Like, be into that? Like go see him.
Is that the...
I haven't had like a real meeting in like 15 years. I mean, like the assistant over the phone, over the speakerphone, and there's like horrible connections. And it's like we're in the business of communication, and it's like I don't know what's going on with your phone, and then it just ends. So I assume I whatever got the part. I don't know. Help me out of this one.
Help me out of this one.
You guys are the most unhelpful couple.
Rich, tell him about the meeting.
About himself.
Yeah.
What about the meeting?
The one where the lady
wait, hold on. That one?
She brought her kid to the meeting, and she said, we were in her office, and her kid was there, and she goes, "It's bring your kid to work day," and I was like, "That was last week." I know, I have a kid, and I brought my kid to work.
Well, first of all,
she goes, "Oh well, some people do it at different times." She was just blatantly lying to
They
us.
canceled on us.
Why did they bring the kid in?
4 fucking times they canceled, and then the 5th time, Bonnie and I said, "We're not going. We're not going to. We don't need to." And the manager, "Come on, just give them one more." So we go to the fucking meeting. The kid is in the meeting, and she's showing her little arts and crafts.
It's so bad.
Kids in the meeting?
Yes.
The kids in the meeting.
They wouldn't let the kid. They wouldn't.
Wow.
Take the kid out of the meeting.
So so it's the head lady. The second
what network are you saying?
That sounds nice.
What network?
Head lady.
We network. We. Okay.
Oh.
It's a head. The second
one.
Another one, and the kid. So then the head of the meeting walks out, and the little kid says, "You want to see something uncomfortable?" I go, "What, you got a videotape of this meeting?" Because it was the fucking, who brings her kid? And she was just like doing us a fucking favor.
The little kid?
No, the lady. Fucking brings her kid to a fucking meeting, expects us to, it's just
That's
fucking
horrible.
It all of a sudden makes it unprofessional, and they're not taking you seriously.
Yeah, they're not
But
paying
they asked
attention.
to see us. We never asked to see them. And
How did that work out for you guys?
Preemptive strike.
We're here. They fucking asked to see us. We never said, "Oh, let's go pitch to We Network."
What is we?
What
I've
is
heard
we?
of it, but what is it?
It's the Thinking Man's logo.
It's
the
That's
it's
on
the
the
Working
Joan
Man's
Rivers,
Is it the
network.
woman? Does W stand for women?
Yes,
That's the Women Network.
Women Entertainment or something?
Like
I don't know.
Lifetime?
What have you pitched for Oprah yet? Her own network.
Yes, own.
That would be probably the hardest meeting to get. That's got to be like a real
I bet.
You have to be whatever, like presidential kind of meeting.
Well, what had to be hard was to get a show on Bravo when the head of the network was putting on his own shows. We'd like to put you in, but there's another show going in that slot, my show.
Oh, yeah?
Andy Colin?
Yeah, he was the head, and he gave himself. Yeah, I guess it would be hard not to get a
He would
show if
put
you're the
all
head
his
of the
projects
network.
in.
I guess
He's
yeah.
right.
Oh, really?
But he bowed out now. He's not the head of the network anymore because
You trying to get in over
He's
there?
working his way.
no, we'd love to be on Bravo. You kidding me? All the fucking people that watch
What about
Bravo.
TLC?
We'd love to be on anything.
Yeah.
We'd go back to We.
The
kid wasn't in the meeting.
Back to we with the dumb kid.
You would take that meeting again.
Yeah,
Take that. We just bring our kid to play with
The
her
kid has decided to pick you up. He's going to run with it. Yeah, that sounds like unprofessional.
Sounds
Well,
horrible.
what are you going to do? We get there. And then the second meeting we had that day was great because it was guys. You can't have a good meeting with all ladies in the meeting.
Oh, damn.
You ask her, she'll tell
Bonnie,
you.
look out.
I refuse.
Misogynistic Rich Voss.
Yeah.
Starring in...
No, when we're at home and you've got your hands around my neck up against the wall, yeah, I agree with you.
Sexy.
Sexy.
Why are you... He just farted in her face.
He got up and bent
got
all the way
up,
over.
Bent over, shoved his ass in her face.
Sharted.
That is
No,
so...
she knows. There's some girl, there's some ladies that get us.
Yeah.
There's some.
What, fart
But when you're
humor?
in a meeting when it's...
Yeah, did he do that
A lot
in
of
the
women
meeting?
don't like that. Isn't that crazy?
Shove his ass in the child's face and fart?
You still do fart shit with your wife?
We love it.
Does she do it
we
back?
love it.
She does it all the time.
I never do.
I
That
look, you
is-
can tell she's lying by the way she said I never do.
I read
Give
an
us
article.
one. Give us one that she does.
I'll be laying in bed and she'll come and, and,
She'll fart on you?
and hers are men. She has men farts. That's not good. She's a man.
Bonnie.
She's a man.
He's lying.
Is that why you dress like a boy? To cover your man fart.
I think of Rich and I as buddies.
Yeah.
We're just Huck Finn and Tom Sawyer with different baby parts.
We don't,
Oh, boy. Back to the cream on the
More
tattoos.
cream.
Dave, you've missed
Is that something you've done in a meeting with execs? I'm just going to cream my prison
And
tat.
women don't get it.
But look how he caresses his own arm. It's creepy.
Yeah, you
Part
really,
of the character's
you really do love
allure
yourself.
is that he just keeps creaming his tattoo. It's hilarious. Oh, that sounds good. I like that.
Are you running out of cream?
About it?
Huh?
You running out of cream?
I got cream everywhere, baby.
That is really
Look
weird.
how he works his own arm, though.
You got to do it nice and gentle. You don't want to fucking.
Why don't you get on one of these Tattoo Ink shows? Tattoo
Actually, I got
Nightmares?
this one done.
Where?
On this one.
Was it the Tattoo Ink people?
America's Worst Tattoos.
Oh, that's great.
They played that show. How many times? Our
my
neighbors,
God.
who we saw you on the tattoo show, and I was bamboozled to do it.
Oh,
or she was
hate the bamboozle. I
I
got to
love
get a
that
picture
show.
with Jay Peterman.
Can I just say this?
Yeah,
Oh,
go.
ahead.
Get a picture.
I don't know if he's coming out yet.
Who's
What's
that?
happening?
I interviewed him on Later.
How was it?
He was a very nice guy.
Was he nice?
Wonderful.
Jay Peterman from
Seinfeld.
Gray hair guy.
I don't know.
You know him if
But
you
look,
saw
you
him.
get him around the holidays like this.
He also, I think he hosts a game show, or he used to, or something.
Oh, I know
I'm thinking
who
of Jay
you're talking
Thomas, but it's a different Jay.
It's a completely different
Excuse me, I'm
man.
getting a call from 1988.
Jesus, he ran out for a picture. I thought.
He rarely does, but he
What
likes
happened?
he
I
likes the
just- I just-
Seinfeld people.
Oh,
We should just get him on to say hi, but
I thought the things were going swimmingly.
Maybe he'll remember me.
anyway.
he's gonna walk in and go. Oh, you're the one with the tilted.
Oh, wow.
Back to the tilted vagina.
It's not
Dave
a
Attell.
tilted vagina. It's
It's
a
tipped?
tipped uterus.
She has a tipped uterus.
Hey.
Did you get the picture? Was he a nice guy?
Sure. Oh, thank you.
Was it DJ? Was it him?
Yeah,
Why didn't
he's
you ask
from
him to
Seinfeld.
come in?
He didn't give a fuck.
He's doing the after show.
Oh, good.
Sam Roberts.
Perfect.
Don't people know?
No, we don't care. We know.
I'd rather have this than him.
I'd absolutely rather sit with
I'd rather
you
have
three
this.
than any.
We're not starstruck
real
anymore.
celebrity.
We don't give a fuck. Every once in a while we are, I guess.
Wasn't he on that show, Tom Hertz's show, right? The Men of a Certain Age. What is it
I
called?
think he was, right? Yeah.
I always get the name of the title wrong.
He
but
was
very
game
funny
show hosting, wasn't he?
He did Family Feud for a
he
while.
was a Family Feud guy.
Welcome
okay.
to the Family Feud. He did like that or something. It wasn't like
great.
Richard Dawson, but it was pretty good. Yeah, but of course Seinfeld. Yeah, the biggie.
Who's the most starstruck you think that came in?
Tyson
there?
was
Who's-
pretty big.
Who?
Tyson.
Tyson.
When was he here?
The chicken guy. Shut up, Anthony. Mike Tyson was just in
He's
here.
been in
a few
four times. He does it regularly now.
He's been in a few times.
Yeah.
Who else starstruck us? I don't know. It's the A-lister guys.
Yeah, mostly, but it's people I see on TV too. Like
Bourdain.
when we first had Shatner in, that
I'm
was
the
pretty
only
cool.
one who's going to.
Captain Kirk.
Yeah, that was a big one.
Shatner?
Yeah.
Captain Kirk, man, that's like guy's a fucking icon on television.
Yeah.
And movies.
And Price.
We had Hugh Jackman.
Canadian.
That was pretty big.
Yeah, Canadian. He is Canadian. I saw him doing some fucking show over the weekend. He was doing this documentary for a space program, some mission to Mars thing, and they tried to fit in so many Canadian aspects to it, but they always just had to go back to NASA and like all the
built that
leaps
arm.
and bounds America had made. It's that Canadian arm. They love
Yes.
fucking with the goddamn maple leaf on that fucking arm. They love showing it. Hey, it's our arm, eh? Look, it can take off a toque. Fucking crazy.
It sounded like Dave. But this is
That
the
was
thing. He
Dave
went to
Thomas.
Yes,
he went to
exactly.
Vancouver. He's watching, Canadian television. Rich was, and he's saying, "God, they love talking about themselves." And the Studies in Canada show. It's like you're in Canada.
Right. But they do love talking about themselves.
Well, then what about America? I mean, that's all that.
Well, they have these Canadian PSAs and stuff, and it's about how
yes,
great
yes,
Canada
yes.
is and how America's
to improve
stupid.
your self-esteem.
Yes, they're the dumbest things. There was one where this guy, this real raucous kind of asshole guy, it was supposed to be the 1800s, and he comes riding up, and he's like, "I'm American!" And the Canadian guy's like, "Hey, settle down, this is our fucking shit here." And he's reasonable, and the American was just the biggest asshole.
But that's how the rest of the world sees you.
Yes, I know, and it was to make Canada feel good about themselves. I find those things hilarious.
Yeah, they're like,
they're available on YouTube.
A Canadian invented basketball.
Yeah.
They leave out that it happened in Massachusetts.
We were flying home from Canada. There was 200 people waiting to get on a flight to go and catch a boat and go on their cruise, on their big cruise, or one fucking trip all year.
They were taking a boat
and the flight was
to Cuba.
canceled for bullshit. And the Canadian, no one's yelling or pissed off.
Really,
they're like, hell,
they're like, oh, well.
They're like,
oh, what do we do?
Well, I guess that's that.
It's like me and her are screaming.
People are quoted as saying, I guess that's that. And, oh, well, maybe next time.
Oh, well.
And that's probably
we'll
acting
see.
up.
Yeah, that's
acting up.
Hey, settle down over there.
Yeah, what do you
Maybe
mean?
next year we'll get a bumper crop, eh? And be able to go again.
Yeah, meanwhile, America's like, fucking, 5 minutes late, fuck you.
We open the goddamn door.
We are
just wanted to
entitled
get
pricks.
home, and
Huh?
we're out of our minds yelling, and they don't.
Mike, please. No, I said.
They're in the microphone.
I
the
pointed
microphone
at Mike,
thing.
please, and he looks for Mike. He turned around looking for like a guy named Mike. No, microphone.
Canadian, they're nice. They're just nice, pleasant people.
Yeah,
They are future people. They
well,
really
these
are.
future people.
Like once they've solved, it's like a Star Trek. Once we've solved racism and sexism,
Right.
that's what will be them.
When it's like Vol is the god.
Yes.
Vol put fruit on the trees. Vol. Yeah, and then all of a sudden, they have to come down and once again, not fucking with the Prime Directive. They fuck with the Prime Directive and
Yeah,
screw
don't get
it all
involved.
up. Yeah, we had to get involved. Or the one where it's where he went down to that Indian kind of village thing and became Kirok. I am Kirok. Behold a god who bleeds. Jesus, that was great.
Am I supposed to?
When
That's
Shatner,
old
when
Star Trek.
Shatner
Good
comes
one.
in here, he that's all I do, and he gets so fucking annoyed.
Yeah,
it's
he
like
hates
I
it.
don't even know what you're talking about.
doesn't even remember the
He
episodes.
goes, I don't remember what I did last week. What? My favorite though is I did the Wrath of Khan, Death of Spock through the glass here. With him on the other side, and he was just annoyed. I was trying to get him to, live long and prosper. And
He hated
You
it.
liked Star Trek? You liked it?
I
Yeah.
loved Star Trek growing up.
You didn't
one of
like
my
it?
favorites.
Oh, horrible. I haven't seen one Star
And
Wars.
you can tell because he calls it Star Trek.
Trek,
And then
I
it's
said.
like Star Trek and Star Wars. You just don't like anything that shows technology or
Intelligence.
intelligence.
You were
that
a
have
cool
to
kid.
think
You didn't
about.
need all that stuff.
Right.
You're out there with it.
You watched it?
Star Trek? Yeah.
What
He's got a cramp.
Wow, you lost it. You have a weak, restless leg.
Oh no, it's gone. Oh, I caught it before it started.
Before
Your body was falling asleep.
Before it just totally pulls in.
I love when it pulls
We
in.
have to just grab your own calf muscle.
and scream in pain.
Make sure it doesn't go up your leg.
Yes.
But letting out that little whispery, ooh, ooh, ooh.
That was good. Something was up.
That his testosterone came back.
Yeah, that's probably what's cramping up. Oh, your muscles are
Talking
all
about
fucked up.
so boring. It put your leg to sleep. I don't get restless leg.
Friday night, I was up in Massachusetts, and I did a show at like a Comic-Con up there, or it's called Mega. These fucking
called
people.
what?
It was Mega something, but it was their
Mega-Con?
Comic-Con.
Mega something.
Mega Comic-Con.
Thousands of fucking people in this hotel that are so into this stuff.
Who was there?
Star
fucking
Trek.
costumes.
But who was there?
A lot of porn stars.
Oh.
And they have the guy that was on Ghostbusters.
The black guy?
Yeah.
He goes around all the time to those
yeah.
cons. He just sits there.
You know,
at the table. How degrading.
Elvira type and Jenna Jameson was supposed to be there.
Yeah,
She canceled it.
Virgil from WWE.
Yeah, all these weird celebrities are up there, and
people are like, "Look at this, Rich Voss is here."
Yeah, people came out. There's so many O&A fans at those things.
Of course.
Well, it's Massachusetts. We got a
Yeah,
big
that's
audience
why.
there.
But
Those things are so weird. They put out a list of who's going to be there, and it's like, oh, this is Mary. She was on episode 23 of The Twilight Zone. You might remember she answered the phone in the diner when and there's a line of people waiting to get a signature.
Barbara Eden was there.
Was she?
Yeah.
How's she looking?
Boy.
She's great.
I don't think I saw her. I didn't see her.
Which one of the Doctor Who's wasn't there?
Yes.
Is it changing of the Who right now?
There's a changing of the Who,
Iraq
right?
knows.
Yeah, Iraq is all
Iraq's
about
all in.
Doctor Who. Oh, boy. I haven't been a big Doctor Who fan.
No.
Who's
You
that?
haven't
Was
been
that
into science fiction
Doctor
at all,
Who's
Rich?
from what? From Dr. Seuss?
No, he's
No.
from Doctor Who. I love it. It's just so... You don't even have to like Doctor Who or have watched an episode. You just know about it. No, you just know it exists.
You must have been a very cool
knowing
kid not to know any of this stuff.
I've never heard of Doctor Who. I think there was a character in Dr. Seuss, Doctor Who, or...
No, it's Horton Hears a Who.
This is how stuff gets past him. Last night, he goes, what's this twerking?
Oh, my God.
Last night.
Last guy to know.
Yes.
Wow.
That thing is
That was
over.
a drug thing, I thought.
No,
that was twinking.
That's some ass shit.
Twinking? That sounds like something different.
Yeah.
That sounds
Twinking.
delicious.
Well, that's how you got drugs.
Twerking, you didn't know about that. Like you're in your own little bubble of rich.
But he's online
like it's just
all
rich.
the time. How
You would
does
think
he?
you would know things like this, pop culture things. You don't really know.
Some of it I do. I know the dog's dead on Family Guy.
All right, how'd you
Why?
know that?
How did it happen? What happened?
Run over by a
He
car
was
or
drawn
something.
dead. That's how
Why?
it happened. A lot of people are like, this is so tragic. There's a petition being put out now by people that are like, you killed America's dog. We grew up watching this dog for 15 years. It's a fucking cartoon. It's not. He got hit by a car in the cartoon.
But why would they take him out of it? What's the reason?
For,
To get ratings.
for publicity.
Why would they do that?
Of course they're just going to bring him
about
back. It's stupid.
You think they're going to bring it back?
The dude on Boardwalk
I hope they bring it
Empire
back, though,
doesn't
as like
get
a
shot.
Frankenstein.
The fucking
He'll be a
guy
ghost
hasn't missed
dog.
a shot in fucking 4 seasons on Boardwalk Empire. Half-face guy.
I didn't.
And then
I
he
haven't
fucking.
watched it.
You don't watch Boardwalk Empire?
I know I have to. There's many
It's
shows
good.
that are marathon shows that I got to get on.
You don't watch
Maybe
The
I'll-
Americans?
No.
Oh my God! Fuck this.
I gotta go fucking meet with
go
Barry.
get ready for Gotham this weekend.
Fucking Barry's here. I just found out.
Oh wow, really? All right, I'm going to
Who's
miss
Barry?
that meeting. He's our Jew accountant.
He's as boring as they come.
Sorry.
That's really.
It's all right. No, it actually works pretty well.
It works in our favor because you
I
don't
like
want
'em.
you don't want someone with a big personality if they're looking after some of your cash.
Hey, I just want to say thank you guys for having me, and especially around the holiday season. Make me feel good.
We
like a man.
always like spreading the joy of the O&A show for the holidays.
Dave's got to
It's a
come in
nice
more.
place
What
to
the
warm
fuck?
up a little
Yes.
You got to come in more.
Dave Attell.
Caroline's is.
I don't want to
come
be a
weekend.
bother on anybody.
Caroline's.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Bonnie, always a pleasure. You should be coming in more
Bonnie.
too.
Bonnie, that's a cool look with
Rich,
the
you
glasses.
come in enough.
That's sexy. No, that sexies up the hat and the
The
sweatshirt.
glasses sexy it up.
Yeah, because it really adds the whole, like, just, you don't give
You're like a hot
fuck
Snowden.
thing. Yeah. That's good. When was the last time you washed your hair?
Last night. Yesterday.
No, really?
Why?
Oh, it's just because she's wearing a hat. I thought maybe she had
But
like...
I do go sometimes, you know. I could go 4 days.
Dave, there he is. Look at.
I love, like, sometimes...
I'm at Gotham
when you
this
don't have to see anyone,
weekend.
you
I'm
just
a mom.
bask in
I'm
your own
just-
filth.
Gotham.
Yeah, we know, Rich. We were
I'll
going to
be
get
at
to you.
Immortal
Relax.
Inc. in 2 weeks, and hi to my friend Roy in North Carolina,
Who's
naming the
By the way,
Name is straight after you.
whining out "I'm a mom" isn't very sexy.
I'm a mom.
I know, and she does it like she's a Jew.
Yeah.
I know.
That must have been osmosis.
Thanks, guys. Vos,
Yes.
Gotham, Dave Attell, Caroline's, Bonnie.
Thank you, guys.
Nothing.
Nothing. And of course, the podcast, which I truly love.
Thank you.
My wife hates me on Riotcast.
There better not be 3 of those.
Thanks, everybody.
Son of a bitch.
I got
Oh my god. All right.
I'll trade you live reads to go talk to that fucking dog.
I know.
It's up to you.
No,
You want to make a deal?
I'll do the reads.
I knew you would say that.
Cue the music, E-Rock. Yes, this holiday season, stop overpaying every month for home phone service. It's time to do the math and get Magic Jack. The all-new Magic Jack Plus 2014. Less than $3 a month. Unlimited local and long-distance calling in the U.S. and Canada, the wonderful little hamlet of Canada. Magic Jack has crystal clear quality, sets up in about 5 minutes with a high-speed internet connection. Most importantly, Magic Jack gives you the option to keep your phone number. So it's your phone number. You keep it for life, and you could use it anywhere in the world with or without a computer. You could use any phone, corded, cordless, portable. Simply plug it into the new Magic Jack Plus 2014. Magic Jack won the 2013 Frost & Sullivan Consumer Choice Award based on quality, value, and ease of use. Magic Jack Plus 2014 is going to change the way you make calls forever. This holiday season, switch from paying $30 a month to less than $30 a year with Magic Jack Plus 2014. Get Magic Jack Plus at magicjack.com, Walmart, Radio Shack, and Best Buy. That's the Magic Jack Plus 2014. Service requires purchase of Magic Jack device and compliance with terms of service.
This is the Opie and Anthony channel on Sirius XM.
All right. The lovely and talented Dave Attell. Hey, the reason you're going to hate Steven Singer? Reason you're going to hate Steven Singer? Comes in many colors this holiday season.
I was trying to drown them out.
I know, I hear you. No problem. Diamonds, all those colorful diamonds Steven has right now. Brand new collection of colored diamonds starting at just $249. Choose from sky blue diamonds, green diamonds, yellow diamonds, black diamonds, and more. No matter which color you choose, you're going to come out the hero in this little exchange. Get that woman in your life a great gift from Steven Singer. You have to get her a great gift for Christmas. She wants to show it off to all her friends. If you get her something crappy, you don't just look like a dick to her. All her friends think you're an asshole. You're not going to be able to fuck them. Check out the new collection of colored diamonds, Steven Singer. These are really different. Gifts like, how about the sky blue diamond circle necklace? Sunshine yellow diamond circle necklace. They start at just $249. Go see his entire collection of colored diamonds online at IHateStevenSinger.com. Always fast and free shipping. Go see Steven Singer Jewelers. The other corner, 8th and Walnut. 888-I-HATE-STEVEN-SINGER on the phone. And online it's IHateStevenSinger.com.
You're listening to the Opie and Anthony channel on Sirius XM.
Hi. Oh, God. Didn't I just do this? I think I did. Maybe you just tuned in. Maybe you stopped. Maybe you went through a tunnel and the satellite stopped. Bye, Bonnie. Maybe the satellite cut out and you didn't hear what I said a minute ago. Stop overpaying every month for home phone service. It's time to get Magic Jack. Yes, Magic Jack. The all-new Magic Jack Plus 2014, less than $3 a month for unlimited local and long-distance calling in the U.S. and Canada. Magic Jack's got that crystal clear quality. Setup takes less than 5 minutes with a high-speed internet connection. And most importantly, Magic Jack gives you the option to keep that phone number of yours. So, you save it for yourself everywhere in the world. With or without a computer, you can use any phone, cordless, portable, and simply plug it into the new Magic Jack 2014. Magic Jack apparently won that 2013 Frost & Sullivan Consumer Choice Award. Based on quality, value, and ease of use, Magic Jack Plus 2014 going to change the way you make calls. This holiday season, switch from paying $30 a month to less than $30 a year with Magic Jack Plus 2014. Get Magic Jack Plus at magicjack.com, Walmart, Radio Shack, and Best Buy. That's Magic Jack Plus 2014. Service requires purchase of Magic Jack device and compliance with terms of service. I'll see you tomorrow.
The Opie and Anthony Show is available later today with SiriusXM On Demand. You've heard about it. You've waited 4 long hours for it. Finally, the moment is at hand. After Opie and Anthony Live is coming up next! This is After Opie and Anthony Live. Here's your host, Sam Roberts.
Jesus Christ. 866-WOW1WOW is the number. If you want to get in touch with us here at After Opie and Anthony Live, and me, more specifically, Sam Roberts. What a show. Some of the funniest people in the country were just sitting in this studio entertaining you. How lucky are we all to be in that presence? I don't know. You had Vos and Bonnie in here, Dave Attell in here. It's always fun as we lead up to vacation and watch the shows just become fun. Not that the shows aren't usually fun, but just filling up the room with comics and or weirdos and watching the magic happen. I can't wait till tomorrow. Roland, you're the talent booker of the Opie and Anthony Show.
Yes.
When they say no to, like Oliver Stone, for instance, you're the guy, right?
Yeah.
You didn't sound enthusiastic, but With that, yeah.
Yeah, I had flashbacks.
When they say yes to people, you're the guy too, right?
Yeah.
We're looking at a star-studded show tomorrow. If I heard right, Colin, Quinn, and Bobo scheduled to be in studio tomorrow. Is that right?
That is correct.
That's huge. That's huge. That's gotta earn you some points down the hall.
And the magician.
David Blaine?
No.
Just a magician.
Yeah.
And when we know, or
I think so.
You think so or don't think so?
No, but a full Bobo.
But he'll fool Bobo with his tricks. Yeah, I would love to see how Bobo reacts to magic. I think that's great. That's a great booking, Roland. That's a great booking.
So Bobo will go, wow.
Should Bobo have to bring back the prosthetic ass?
That's true. We did. I guess people, if you don't follow O&A show on Twitter and Instagram, you didn't realize Bobo was in last week. That was last Friday, wasn't it? Or was it 2 Fridays ago?
No, last Friday.
Last Friday. They all blur together at this point. Bobo was in last Friday with Eliza Schlesinger and Dr. Steve. Dr. Steve had brought in this giant prosthetic ass because he thought it would be fun for everybody on the show to feel what it's like to give a prostate exam. I don't know why Dr. Steve wouldn't just do something for the show for once and bend over.
Yeah.
Don't bring in a prosthetic. Pull down your pants, bend over, and let us all feel what it's like for ourselves.
I got a finger up my ass.
You did?
By Dr. Steve.
How'd that go?
Well, that was in front of 60 people on the bleachers.
Was it romantic?
No, it was awkward.
So you were like, yeah, Dr. Steve,
no,
take the prosthetic out of here.
Yeah.
Down with the pants.
Yes.
How about we all just take turns putting fingers inside you?
Or Eliza could give him one.
Whoever. Yeah. She's got nails, right?
Yeah.
It could work. And then we just wait. What is that supposed to feel like this? And we get to feel around in there, but he instead brought in a prosthetic. And it was a big, heavy thing. Like, it was a human-sized ass. There was balls and a shaft under it for whatever reason. I don't think that has anything to do, in case you want to give a reach around. And little moving parts, so you could add in different prostates and touch it. Dr. Steve donated it to the show after he was done on the air, and, I mean, we didn't have anything to do with it, so we sent it home with Bobo. We told him to go home with it.
He was excited.
734, you're on After Opie and Anthony Live.
Hey.
What's up, buddy?
Hi. How you doing there, Samuel?
Good.
I actually want to apologize for rolling for my call on Friday.
Good. You know how I like apologies here.
Yeah, I'm sorry I showed any concern for your health, sir. I'm sorry.
Oh, back to the health thing.
You want to.
Oh, boy.
No problem. I hope you're doing show during Thanksgiving meal. Piece of shit.
What are you doing for Thanksgiving, Roland?
Staying away from people.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Are you doing the loner Thanksgiving?
That's fantastic.
You're just not you're gonna be off the grid.
Off the grid, watching football.
Lock yourself in your apartment.
Watching movies.
You don't
I'll walk around. I'll get out.
You will. You'll leave the apartment?
Yeah, I'll get on the bow.
But not with people.
Oh, hell no. I'm good. I'm good.
Thanksgiving is your day of rest. Thanksgiving is the day that you say, I'm thankful for Roland.
I'm thankful for myself, and if you see people trip or struggling with something, I just go, they need someone to help them.
So you're thankful for people who are struggling because it brings you joy.
Yeah.
You know what that makes you, right? A bad person.
Or an asshole, yeah.
Yeah, or an asshole. You don't mind that.
I'll take the role as a pilgrim.
Mm-hmm. Eric.
Attacking the Indians.
You're going to try to conquer these people that are struggling.
Nah, I just like watching.
Yeah, you're far too lazy to be a pilgrim. You're just being a dude who just sits there and watch people.
An Indian lover.
I don't know. Do you know what you're saying anymore?
No, I don't.
You don't. An Indian lover?
Yeah.
You don't. You just started saying words.
Just sit back, drink, watch football, and sleep.
Yeah.
That's all I care about.
Eric, what are you doing for the holidays?
Family. Just for Thanksgiving.
Are you doing it? Whose house are you doing it at?
At my aunt's house.
Oh, okay, so it's your family.
Yeah.
And the wife's going?
Well, it's the wife's family, so our family.
Oh, so it's not your aunt, it's your wife's aunt.
Yeah, but at this point, you don't... It's just everybody's every now.
No, it's not. There's in-laws, and there's people who are your family. You don't count your wife's family as a different family?
Nah, not anymore. It's all one family.
Yeah, but don't you... So when you go see your wife's mom... Are you like, oh, hey, Mom, how's it going? This is just like when I grew up.
I call her Mom, yeah.
But you don't consider her your mother.
No.
The relationship is different. That's your mother-in-law.
Yeah.
To go to your wife's family's house is a big difference from going to your house. If you go to your house and it's your relatives, even if you don't see them that often, It's far more comfortable because you can really be yourself and just be a complete waste of space. Not you, Eric specifically, but the public you, but also you, Eric specifically.
That's horrible for you to say.
You have the option of being a complete waste of space if it's your family. If it's your in-laws, even if you've been married for
your in-laws.
Years, it's still your in-laws. You don't want to be a schmuck.
Yeah, you're still on. You have to impress.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So there's a big difference from going to your aunt's house than going to your wife's aunt's house, correct?
That is correct.
Right. What do you do to try to impress them? Do you have to wear like a nice red sweater? Do you wear your cardigan?
I wear a golf shirt or a polo shirt. Or
corduroy
like
pants? Do you wear corduroys?
No.
Penny loafers?
No. Ew.
I don't know how you dress.
No, I have some black dress shoes.
No.
Is it catered or no?
No.
The people people cook for themselves.
A lot of people get catered.
No, a lot of people don't get it catered. Maybe in New York City or wherever, like, you go to restaurant parties. Those are catered. But for the most part, Thanksgiving dinner is cooked by a family.
I don't know about that.
It's true. So you got to dress up, though? You got to wear nice grown-up shoes, church shoes?
I have black dress shoes, and I'll wear a nice shirt.
How often do you check to see if the dress clothes still fit?
Once in a while.
So do you ever get to the point where it's Thanksgiving and you're like, oh, shit, I should have checked before last year?
No, I used to have that issue. I don't have that as much anymore.
You're not fluctuating as much?
No, but I hate dress pants.
You never have to panic, though. Modell's is always open, my friend.
They don't sell dress anything.
No, they sell those breakaway track pants that Roland loves.
Well, his relative like Italian. He can wear like the. It's like he's
your mom.
Roland gets home from work and just rips his track pants off and then sits down on the couch in his underwear.
That's incorrect. He doesn't wait till he gets home from work to rip his track pants off. He sits there in the office after the show with his underpants on. So why do you hate dress pants? Itchy?
They're just not comfortable. They're not me. And you look like management. I just hate it.
Yeah, I would hate having to dress nicely for Thanksgiving.
It's such a pain.
I always do it at my parents' house. And that way you could just, like I said, I could just go and be an idiot. I don't have to impress anybody. I'll wear a fucking Yeezus t-shirt and a pair of jeans.
Yeah. Eric's in-laws, after you're done eating, you go catch a movie in their theater.
Your in-laws have a theater?
Yeah, they do.
What?
Yeah, nice. Roland's been to that house.
Yeah, it's nice.
Whoa, your in-laws got some cash, huh?
They got a movie theater in their house.
It's super nice.
Hate rich marries rich, doesn't it? Look at you.
They have an elevator in the house, too.
For what? Are they handicapped?
No.
Just lazy.
Have it.
Just lazy.
They have like a chef's kitchen, like a legit chef's kitchen.
How many?
They have the basement, and then they have the car garage basement, and
super nice.
Wait, car garage basement? I don't understand.
You can bring the cars in through the side of the house, and then go down. How by
big is this house? Is it a hotel?
It's pretty big.
It's huge.
How many stories?
Including basement 4.
4-story house. How many people live there?
2.
What the fuck do they do all day? What do they need all those rooms
they work.
for?
They own a corporation.
Their food spread is fucking unbelievable.
Do they enjoy their life?
And their food's delicious.
They have a custom-made wet bar, where it's surrounded by a seawater water tank.
Yeah.
Oh my god! It just seems so opulent.
It is.
But by that bar, they have like different meats and everything.
But then, do you have to be on your best? Are they classy people, or are they like new money?
No, they're classy people, but then they'll sit there and they'll watch like Christmas Vacation and love the shitter jokes.
Okay,
yeah.
All right. Do you have to wait until they get a little intoxicated before you can feel free to let the nagel flag fly?
No, I actually never drink around them.
How did that? That's probably a good idea. How did that family feel about you entering it? As horrified as your wife felt about you entering her?
No, that is horrible for you to say on all accounts.
You're right, I shouldn't have.
No, they were fine with it.
They didn't mind you?
No.
They didn't say, who's this Nagel?
Nope.
How is your family fortune compared to that?
It might be on par. My dad doesn't tell me a lot of things.
He doesn't?
No.
He's not going to waste a whole bunch of money on an elevator,
There's
though.
a lot of secrets on my side.
I like that, though. That's the way it's supposed to be.
You've met my dad many times.
Yeah, he's a good man. He's a strong man. He's like John Wayne, except filthy rich.
Doesn't look the part, though.
What do you mean? He doesn't look like
Doesn't look or dress the part.
No, he doesn't look hoity-toity.
So
you know
in
what?
Golf clothes.
Your dad's a smart man. He likes golf. He's going to spend his money on golf. The rest of it goes into investments. Let the money make money.
Yep.
He's not going to sit there and buy a seawater bar and a lazy person elevator. Doesn't that make you just a lazy person if you have an elevator in your house and you're not handicapped?
Yeah, that's awesome.
Why is no? Because you're lazy, Roland.
Yes.
Like you would want an elevator in your apartment, and you've only got the one. You're not even in a duplex.
But it's a nice luxury.
Like if it were up to you, you would have segways positioned at the doorway of every room, so you never actually had to move.
That's the dream, Sam.
I believe your guest is ready.
He is.
Yeah. They're bringing him in right now.
Jay Peterman, John O'Hurley's coming in here. You all remember John O'Hurley from the show Seinfeld. He now hosts the Dog Show that's on after the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. He's got a new book out and everything. Yes, Mr. O'Hurley can come on in.
Hello, how are you?
Welcome. We're live on the air already.
Are we?
Just waiting for you.
I'm live to tape.
You are. You come live to tape.
I come with a delay.
That's how prepared you are. John O'Hurley is here. Welcome to the show, my friend.
Well, if you have cans on, I'm going to put them on, too.
Yeah, let's match. Listen to that voice.
Now we have that similar look to us.
That is like a knife through smooth butter, that voice. I have to tell you, I'm very envious of your voice.
Are you?
Of course. You
bolt upright in bed at night going, damn, I hate this voice.
Yeah.
Even in my dreams, it's a bad voice.
I just want to sit back and listen to it. You know what happened to me? Did you do Entertainment Weekly Radio while you were here?
I did. They made me. Yeah.
Okay.
That's part of my community service.
They forced you to.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry. You could have talked to me over there, but here's what happened.
Huh?
When they started this channel, I tried out for it.
Mm-hmm.
Not to say that this is not better than Entertainment Weekly. I'm not trying to downgrade my own show because I've built this up since then.
Mm-hmm.
But here's what happened back then. They're launching this channel. I'm like, yeah, I'll try out for the show. And I did the demos, and they loved them, right? All the people around here loved them. But there was one person, and they said, these are better than anybody else's. But there was one person who I guess was a higher up that said, you know what? I can't stand the sound of that kid's voice.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? My goodness.
And I'm in radio.
I know, and you got to
of
live with this. This is really, I know.
So,
wow,
me, especially at that point when it was made clear, no.
Yeah.
It's not the content of what you're saying. It's not you as a person being a bad guy. It's just the audible sound.
I've had the same problem in radio. I have never been able to secure anything permanent in radio because of my hair.
Yes. Which, that makes about as much sense. Because when people listen to the radio, they want a nice personality. They want someone they can relate to.
And they do not want my hair.
No.
Yes.
You have a wonderful head of hair.
Some of it's real.
Don't downsell yourself. When did you realize your voice was the stuff of legends?
Well, thanks for the kind words. You know what? Yeah, let me tell you a little bit about my voice. My voice was the last one to change in high school. I mean, really.
Really?
I was well into my 16th year, and I had a squeaky little voice.
Did it sound like this?
And it was no, much higher.
Oh, okay,
no,
good.
It was in the soprano. It was like male choir stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And
like you could try out for the school play, and they all thought you were a great singer, but it was just because you were the only one whose voice.
I think what happened was, in the late 60s, which is when I was growing up in my early teens, all around cultural America was rock and roll, but it was controlled by the DJs of these rock and roll stations.
Right.
That really we didn't have such a splintering of radio now. So there were only a certain number of people that could be DJs, and they all had the same sound. If you remember the old DJ sound, these great radios, and so you grew up with these voices in your head, these big musical voices, and every album ever recorded can be up here. They had this, so they had these wonderful ranges,
and you're thinking about every word and the way it comes out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. So I think I grew up with a lot of that psychologically in my head, so that as my voice developed, and then I went into my minor in college. My major was in acting. My minor was in opera. So I studied classically as a vocalist.
Wow.
But in studying classically as a vocalist, you're also studying the speaking voice, because they're the same thing. One is just sustaining tone longer than the other.
Do you think you did all that because you were emotionally scarred from having this voice that never changed in high school?
I think part of it was that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, you were like, well, now that it's changed, I'm going to value this. I'm going to use it.
Yeah, we are the wounded kids, you and I.
Yeah, yeah, except mine is just still here. Maybe I should have minored in opera or something.
If you lived in L.A., we'd have a support group for you on Thursday nights. We've got pretty much everything out there.
What did your parents think of you saying, yeah, I'm going to have this minor in opera and this is what I'm going to pursue?
They hated it.
They did.
Yeah, no support from the parents. But that's all right. You know, my father was a doctor and my mother was in love with a doctor, and they had no experience in that. And you know what they knew of entertainment, they read on the when they were in line at the grocery store, and they picked up the Inquirer.
Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't really something that they had, you know, touchy-feely on. So it wasn't really something that. But also I didn't either. I mean, I just knew I wanted to be an actor. In fact, not that I wanted to be. I defined myself as an actor since I was 3 years old.
3?
Yeah, 3 years old I knew what I wanted to do, and people would say, what do you want to be when you grow up? I'd put my hands on my hips with a sense of disgust that only a 3-year-old can muster, and I would point to the black and white oval television set in the corner of the living room, and I would say, well, I am an actor, so that's what I'm going to be.
I have to tell you, from probably the ages of like 3 until you actually get a job as an actor, that seems very pretentious as a kid.
It kind of does, yeah. As I say, it was a sense of disgust. And I remember, actually, I'll tell you even a funnier story. I was sitting at 10 years old, I stole our portable black and white television set that weighed 40 pounds and made it portable, and stuck it under my sheets every night with the little rabbit ears, and I would watch the Johnny Carson show at 11:30 at night, and well past my bedtime at that age. But I would watch it because it was my connection to entertainment. All the great stars, and Johnny would talk to them, and they would have very funny stories. But I remember getting up in bed, and I walked around the room with my hands again on my hips, listening and saying, I don't have any stories to tell Johnny Carson.
And you were how old?
10 years old.
Okay.
And I was serious. I go, what am I going to tell him when I'm finally on the show? And the first time I was on The Tonight Show, Johnny had left, and it was Jay Leno. And so Leno, during a commercial break, he turns over to me, because I had put one hand on one side of the chair and one hand on the other. And I was just looking forward, and he looked at me, he says, you okay? And I looked back at him. I said, oh, I'm fine. I'm just saying hello to a 10-year-old kid.
Yeah, it's an amazing thing when that stuff starts to happen. But when do you kind of realize that this is something that happens to people? Because when you're a 10-year-old and you're watching this, and this is as big of a dream as you're describing, it seems as attainable as it is, it's a different world. It's unattainable.
You know, I never realized that I couldn't. I think one of the things that I've been lucky enough to have is always living with the power of my imagination.
Yes.
And I do talk a lot about that now when I speak to other people, about valuing what you imagine rather than valuing what you think. That your imagination doesn't lie to you. It tells you really who you are and what you're capable of. Your mind will lie to you, and it has a different agenda. It knows fear and everything else, but your imagination doesn't. So I've always kind of lived with that as my guide. And so I think in many respects that I could not get that daydream out of my head of what I was going to be with my life, do with my life. So it was always my guiding force.
So it seems like you were kind of born with the mentality of like a motivational, power of positive thinking type of speaker.
Very much so.
So is it hard for you to process when other people don't have that? Like, is it difficult for you to give advice when people say, well, I can't just not think that, or I don't understand what you're talking about?
Well, I always believe that success is meant for the minority and not for the majority, which is why it's called success.
Yeah.
You know, and it will, that historically has always been that way. I don't know that the nature of man is going to change, but there are just some people that just decide to live by their imaginations, and they're no-limit people because of that.
They're no-limit soldiers, as Master P would say. And if it was easy, everybody would do it.
Exactly,
right?
Yeah. It's the wonderful line was that successful people just do the things that failures don't want to do.
Right.
And it's as simple and brutal as that.
That's good advice. Now, we should mention what you're here to talk about before we get into Seinfeld and everything else.
Sure.
Because there's so many things to talk to you about, Mr. O'Hurley. But, of course, the dog show.
We're on Thanksgiving Day, once again, 12th year running. It's the National Dog Show, presented by Purina. It's the #1 show on NBC.
Yeah, and it's an amazing thing that the dog show, I feel like the dog show started as people would notice it was on TV because everybody watches the parade, and then they go back into the living room and they're like, oh, what's this dog show on?
Yeah. I think it started that way because if you're sitting there with a remote in your hand and you start pressing it around and all of a sudden you see a close-up on a pair of dog eyes against a beautiful blue carpet, you're going to watch.
Right. You're like, oh, what kind of dog is that?
And you hang, and then you're watching 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and, pretty soon we've got you.
Yeah, when do you think it became like a thing where people are like, no, I watched the dog show every Thanksgiving?
Our first show in 2002 was, we had 19 million people.
Wow.
Yeah, we've grown since then. I mean, it was
So how many people watch this thing?
We have an audience now. We grew up about 13% last year. We're up over 21 million people. So it's an enormous undertaking, but it's an enormously successful thing for NBC, and a perfect piece of programming, because if you think about it, following, what do you put in that slot? And they would scratch their hair for years trying to figure out what to put in that 2-hour slot that precedes football, that comes off the parade. And it's like, what is there that, they used to run, reruns of It's a Wonderful Life and get a 1.3 rating, and they were happy with that.
Right.
But the dog show comes in, and all of a sudden it accelerates the ratings from the Macy's parade and just is a great lead-in now to football.
What does 21 million people translate to in ratings points?
Gosh, I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Probably huge, though. A lot more than 1.3.
Yes, it does. Significantly
more. And it seems like it's the easiest it's a family show without it being corny.
Something, it's exactly right. There's something for a 2-year-old and a 92-year-old to watch. And the nice thing is that there are 78 million dogs in this country, and we have 2,000 of the best there with 175 different breeds. And each year we introduce more. We're introducing 3 this year. So there's something new and fun and exciting every year, and you get to, as my co-host David Fry says, you get to root for the alma mater factor. The dog that is sitting next to you is the one that you're rooting for.
But that's why you like this dog show, too, because you're sitting there thinking, you know what, success is meant for the minority, not only in human beings, but in dogs. I like that top 2,000. I'm not interested in the junkyard mutts that are sitting there watching their TV going, how do I get to the dog show?
Well, it's funny. And that actually brings up the funny point, because I've written several bestsellers on the subject of dogs, but I have a new one out this year called The Perfect Dog, which I've written for children.
Yeah.
And it answers the question that my son asked me last year before the dog show. He says, Daddy, is there a dog that's perfect?
Mm-hmm.
And we was talking about Best in Show, and I said, well, so I wrote him, in response to that question, I wrote him a Dr. Seuss-style poem called The Perfect Dog, and it introduces the question, is there a dog that is perfect? And I go through all of the elements that a perfect dog would have, but then I conclude with the phrase that the dog that is perfect is the one next to you.
There you go, because you can pet him, he's wagging his tail.
Exactly right, and it's your companion, and that's what dogs are. They're our companions for life.
But the dog show gig has also got to be frustrating for you, because you're sitting there going, there's 21 million people watching this, I should be negotiating for a ridiculous fee, and then NBC comes back to you and says, John, people are watching for the dogs, all right?
Thank you for being my agent on this.
Because most of the time you could be like, look at all these viewers I'm bringing in. NBC can easily say, no, what are you going to do? Go host a cat show and see what happens.
I promise you they take very good care of me.
They do.
They take very good care of me.
Plus you get to hang out with a bunch of dogs. So
I'm pretty low maintenance.
Is hosting a game show, is it the easiest gig in show business, or is it more difficult than we can possibly imagine?
Are you talking about Family Feud?
Well, Family Feud, but you know what?
I also did To Tell the Truth.
That was my show.
To Tell the Truth?
I loved that show.
To Tell the Truth was, people ask me, what was your favorite experience in entertainment? It was always To Tell the Truth.
It was.
Because it was a talk show that you played along with.
Yeah.
It was the perfect, and it was funny, and unfortunately, had the internet not grown and developed as it did, that show would probably still be on the air, but the internet just made all of the things that we talked about on To Tell the Truth kind of secondary,
right?
Because people already knew the answers to the story.
Mm-hmm.
Interestingly enough, though, one of the people that I had on To Tell the Truth was Sergey, who founded Google.
Really?
And nobody guessed his occupation.
Huh. Well, and now
look who it is. Yeah.
Jesus. Yep. Did he give you any stock or anything for having him on?
I looked at him and I said, someday, because I had known him before that, but I said, you are going to be one of the wealthiest men in the world.
You said that to him.
Yeah, and intrinsically he knew it, but something that
he was already aware of it.
Yeah.
But is it an easy gig?
Well, it's fun. Is it easy? No, it's actually very.
Even Family Feud. Family Feud seems very extraordinarily easy.
Well, it isn't, because here's why: you have nothing written. There is no comedy written.
Mm-hmm.
You're out there flying by the seat of your pants, hoping that you can be quick enough to process the information that's in front of you to come up with a witty answer or something funny. And that's what it is. So you end up, every time you begin a show, you're really leaping and hoping the net will appear.
Right.
And you have to trust that that your mind is fast enough to pull your little database of one-liners and what have you, or make something funny out of their comments. So that makes the show difficult for the host. But it's also very enjoyable, too, because I always looked at it as just, it's a cocktail party, and I just have two families that I'm going to have some fun with.
You just go hang out. Plus, maybe you have a little drink before you go out there and loosen everything up.
That doesn't loosen things up for me, no.
Makes regrettable choices that end up on television.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
When you get Seinfeld, and you get to be Jay Peterman, It was already a hit when they brought you in, correct?
Oh God, yes.
So is this like?
It was the #1 show then, sure.
It's the role of a lifetime, I would imagine. You're like, they want me to be on Seinfeld?
Yeah. Well, originally I said no.
Why?
Because I was the dog show. My series, we hadn't even thought about a dog show then. No, but my series had been canceled the day before by ABC. It was called A Whole New Ball Game.
Mm-hmm.
It was a comedy, and I was crying in my beer that evening with my manager, trying to take the cancellation as personally as I possibly could.
Of course.
And I got home that night, and Larry David's office had called and said, "Do you want to come guest star over here on Seinfeld? We have this really wacky role we think you'd be spot on for."
Mm-hmm.
And I originally said, "Yeah, I don't think so. I think we're still licking my wounds here over the cancellation of the show." And so I said, "Dad, tell them thanks, but no." And
I'm not a guest star. I do my own shows.
I just didn't want to do one. I was just not in a good frame of mind anyway. So,
which, by the way, gives me hope, because I also wanted to know if you've ever not been in a good frame of mind. You seem like an extraordinarily nice man. I'm glad that there are some dark moments.
I allow myself 24 hours to mourn anything, and after that, that's it.
Good.
I get 24 hours.
Good.
My wife knows that as well.
I want to hang out with you during those 24 hours personally. That's what I would like to see.
So the next day I ended up going over to Seinfeld. I did go, and the rest is history. And it was they handed me the J. Peterman catalog, and they said, "We just want him to sound the way this catalog is written." Which, if you go to jpeterman.com, you'll see the catalog that we parodied. And to me, it sounded like I guess a 40s radio drama combined with a little bit of a bad Charles Kuralt.
So the cadence is you.
I just created the character.
That's great.
Yeah,
and they loved it, obviously.
They had a great time with it, and it gave the writers a chance to write these long, flowing, ridiculous monologues that went nowhere, and the farther they didn't reach their the farther the destination, and the more pointless it was, the funnier it was.
Did you get to tell Jerry, "Listen, Jerry, do not end this show. This is our gravy boat"?
Jerry called me to tell me they were pulling the plug the day that I was actually at Best Buy that day buying a refrigerator for the brand new home that I had closed on the day before, and he said, "We're pulling the plug on the show," and I said, "They will never find your body."
I'm putting it in this refrigerator. Well, look, they are wrapping you up, but you know what I found out about you? Do you own J. Peterman?
I own the J. Peterman Company.
You bought the company after Seinfeld.
I liked the role so much I bought the company. After Seinfeld ended, they went into some financial difficulties. But and John Peterman, the owner of the company, came back and said, "You want to put the company together under our parallel strengths?" And so to this day, since '99, I've owned the J. Peterman Company with the real J. Peterman.
That's insane. And is it doing better now?
We're doing fine. We've been running successfully. We do about 35 million a year.
Recognize this wallet?
Is that a Peterman wallet?
It says, I swear to God, I've had this for a year now.
That, my goodness.
J. Peterman. It's made out of catcher's mitt leather. It's a fantastic wallet.
It's exactly what it's made of. Yeah, and some catcher is running around without a mitt. Honey, have you seen my mitt?
All right. I got to plug your stuff. And I want to plug your stuff, more importantly. It's the perfect dog is the book.
It is.
It's
Amazon. Yeah, pick it up on Amazon. It's great. If you're looking for a great gift for your kids or kids that you have to buy for this year, it's under $10. And it also includes a CD of me reading The Perfect Dog. So
and his voice.
If your child says, "Read it again," you don't have to. Slip in the CD, and I'm there on an endless loop.
And I wish somebody had given me that CD as a child. Maybe my voice would sound a little more pleasant to everybody listening. And, of course, the dog show is on after the Macy's parade on Thursday. So you're going to watch that anyway. Thank you so much, John O'Hurley. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back in a minute.
Thanks again.
The O&A show continues, sort of, next. This is After O&A Live. Sirius XM. Sirius XM. And now, After O&A Live continues. Here's your host, Sam Roberts.
Woo! John O'Hurley, what a delightful man. I don't even know why. I mean, by the way, the dog show's on NBC. I don't think I ever mentioned what channel it's on, but who's not going to watch that? Red in Canada.
Hey, yeah, I was actually kind of curious whether John has actually done any professional singing in his career with that voice.
Yeah.
Your voice, I'd rather listen to a dog scraping his ass across the carpet.
Well, I don't think that makes it sound. Maybe the moaning that goes along with it. But yes, if you actually wanted an answer to your question, he's done some Broadway work. However, I'm starting to think that the whole question was nothing more than a farce to get your joke in about my voice sounding like a dog's asshole on a carpet. Thank you, Red. Artie on Long Island.
Hey, how you doing, Sam?
Good, buddy.
Hey, Sam, listen, I don't know how these assholes don't have you have your own show. The last 2 interviews I heard from you were phenomenal.
Oh, gosh.
Oliver Stone, I couldn't get out of my car.
Thank you, man.
You kept me unbelievable. And the last one with Hurley, I'll tell you, you're a talented guy, man. A little mini Ron Bennington there.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate the compliment, Artie.
You're welcome.
All right, I'll talk to you later.
I enjoy it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. John O'Hurley makes it easy, though. You forget. I mean, you just got to look into some of the stuff this guy has done, and there's so much to talk to him about. I could have easily spoken to him for the rest of the after show. I thought I was going to. I didn't realize that our time was so limited, but yeah, he's a fascinating dude. Very, very, very fun guest. Speaking of guests, I was supposed to get Giovanni Ribisi, who I love from movies.
Boiler Room.
Do you love Boiler Room, Eric?
Oh, of course.
Best one, probably in my top 10 movies of all time.
Friends.
Yeah, and he was on Friends, but he was he was promoting the show Dads, and I've said on Twitter that
I thought that got canceled.
Well, that's here's what happened. Dads was not a good show. It was Seth MacFarlane's live action show, and I watched it, and it was not my cup of tea. Like it was one of those shows where they were doing weed jokes, smoking weed jokes, and just really laying everything on so thick. It was like, come on, a little subtlety, a little respect for me as a human being to be able to figure things out and process information. But no, it wasn't a great show, and I have him booked for an interview. And then Fox announces that they're putting the show Dads on hiatus. So I'm sitting there going, oh, great. I could talk to him about that, because I didn't know how I was going to talk to him about Dads without being like, it's not a great show. But then he cancels. I guess because he doesn't want to talk about the show being on hiatus. David in Ohio.
What's up, buddy?
How you doing?
I'm doing good. Celebrating a little birthday today. I want to call and tell you that you're spot on. Enjoyed the voice and the personality like you bring in.
Oh, gosh, thanks.
Well, yeah, I'm on the road. Like, I can't cancel my Sirius subscription, even though I'm frustrated. I know O and A are frustrated, but I need to get a morning fix from you guys.
Look, I'm going to tell you something. O and A talk about people canceling subscriptions. O and A talk about leaving the platform. That's O and A. I'm going to tell you from Sam Roberts, who does not have any fuck you money whatsoever. I don't even have Toodaloo money. I don't even have a polite goodbye money. I have money to pay for this month's rent, and that about covers it. I plan on being on Sirius XM for quite some time. I think the service is phenomenal, and I hope everybody subscribes and tells their friends to subscribe.
Glad to hear it, brother. Hey, I was seeing if you and Roland, or just you, could hook a brother up on his birthday with some Yeezus handouts or maybe a DVD or something.
I don't have any Yeezus stuff, but I can. I'll send you a copy. What do you like? Comedy, horror? I got all these DVDs. Comedy. All right, I'll send you a copy of We're the Millers on Blu-ray.
All right.
All right, that's that Jennifer Aniston movie. So I'm going to put you on hold. Somebody's going to take your address. Happy birthday. And we go to Izzo in New Jersey.
Hey, Sam, what's going on?
How you doing?
Hey, you brought up Master P and No Limit during your John O'Hurley interview.
Yeah, I did.
And I know this goes back to Monday's show, but yesterday I wanted to call in and you were talking to Mike. But another song for Anthony I think that you guys could look into with the N-word is Down for My Niggas by C Murder.
Look, I mean, one of these days we'll really get deep into it, because there are a lot, especially now. There seems to be this whole thing going on, thank you, Izzo, in hip-hop music that is completely opposite from what's going on in the media, where everyone on the news is waiting for anybody to say or do anything even remotely racial so they can pounce on it, so they can attack them, so they can tell them how bad they are as human beings. On the other end of the spectrum, in hip-hop, there's this whole group of artists that are just like, let's see how much N-word we can fit into any given song. And it's not like it's an underground group of artists. It's the big songs. Jay-Z is putting out songs just flooded with the N-word. And like you heard yesterday on Opie and Anthony, YG is flooding songs with N-words. And it's really weird that the media is kind of just waiting until somebody says it in speech, or somebody says it I guess in an arena where they're not supposed to say it. Because so many people go on television and they say, the N-word is never appropriate. It should never be used. It should blah, blah, blah. They do the Brian Gumbel speech, where it's an outrage whenever that word is brought up from whoever. But they never mention any of these rap songs where it's been there for, years they've been doing this. And it's more now. They're absolutely using the word more now than they've ever used it. Like, I don't even know if I'm supposed to be playing this song. And we play this song on Sirius XM. And this is an XL channel. But I don't want anybody to attribute those words to me and say nobody should use it at any time. So I go, why don't you talk to the guy who said them and recorded them and made a hit single out of it? I guess that these news cycles just have so much time to fill because there's so many news channels and they always need to get the scandal going and they need to have the outrage that they're just waiting for somebody to make the slightest mistake and hoping that they can blow it up into a national scandal that people will just leave the news on for, as opposed to actually reporting news. You love this song, Eric?
It works.
It's catchy.
It's better than Drake.
You like this song better than any Drake songs?
What was the Drake one that we... his version of Started at the Bottom, Now We're Here.
That's his song. What do you mean his version of it? There's only one version of it.
The dirty version, as they call it. The XL version.
Mm-hmm.
I like this one better.
Mm-hmm. They're both catchy songs, but it's also great because, white kids love hip-hop. And
Get
so...
Out.
Huh?
Get Out.
Yes.
Is this a trend?
It's starting to become a trend.
Wow.
And I blame that Marshall Mathers, that Eminem guy. But it's making a generation of kids be okay with it. And the kids use it. And O&A have brought that up, and other people have brought it up, and especially in urban areas. Huh? What'd you say, Roland?
I like to do it like this.
Oh, somebody just walked in. Kids will use it. But then I guess they reach a certain age, maybe 18, where they're no longer allowed to use it. It just becomes confusion. I think everybody, it's okay to be offended by it. I don't mind when people are offended by that word. The problem is having to make rules and laws, and everyone has to agree with me, and everything has to be okay, and blah, blah, blah. Like, if you could just decide, yeah, I don't like that word. Even if you say, I don't like anybody who uses that word, that's fine. You don't have to like them. But if it's okay with you, I'm going to probably define my life on my own terms. And just move on. Because I'm not sensitive about any words. But I feel like, I don't want to bother anybody because I could be the next story. They're just waiting. Look, I got to tell you something. Kanye West just walked in. That's why Roland was making a... Kanye West wave to you? Yeezus himself? What's Kanye West doing here? He's going to all the hip-hop stations. And I'm going to tell you this. You all heard me with John O'Hurley. Imagine if I was actually a diehard John O'Hurley fan. I'm going to tell you, there's nobody in this building that would do a better Kanye West interview than me.
I would, because I went to go see him.
Roland, nobody even knows what you're saying.
I would say Kanye?
I don't even know what you just said just now.
Well, Kanye would.
No, he wouldn't.
I was very confused at your concert.
Eric, do you think anybody here would do a better Kanye West interview than me?
What about the morning mashup?
No! They're included. They're included. They would do a terrible Kanye West interview. Terrible. If Nicole wants to do a good Kanye West interview, she's going to have to sit in here with me. But he's only doing hip-hop stations because they play his music. Listen, the reason you're going to hate Steven Singer comes in many colors this holiday season. Many colors of diamonds, that is. That's right. Steven Singer has a brand new collection of colored diamonds, and it's starting at just $249.
I'll help you.
Thank you, Roland. Choose from sky blue diamonds, green diamonds, yellow diamonds, black diamonds, and more. No matter which color or size you pick, you'll come out the hero. You have to get the woman in your life a gift, and you want it to be a great gift. The more you procrastinate in buying her holiday present, the guiltier that you're going to feel. The guiltier that you feel, the bigger the present you're going to buy. So, here's some advice. Check out Steven's new selection of colored diamonds. These are really different. Gifts, like the sky blue diamond circle necklace. The sunshine yellow diamond circle necklace. Start at just $249. Go see the entire collection of colored diamonds online at IHateStevenSinger.com. Always fast and free shipping, so take my advice. Get the woman in your life a great gift. Steven Singer Jewelers, the other corner of 8th and Walnut. 81888-I-HATE-STEVEN-SINGER, or online at IHateStevenSinger.com. Eric, I would do a better Kanye West interview than Sway, wouldn't I?
Of course you would.
Of course I would. Stay tuned. Ron and Fez are coming up next. We'll be back tomorrow with the big Friday show on a Wednesday. It's going to be insane.
Colin, Quinn, and Bobo.
Colin, Quinn, Bobo. And I've heard a little, there's a possibility, Eric, of an SBW after show.
Wow.
Sam, Bobby, and Hookah. That's all tomorrow. Goodbye, everybody.
Opie and Anthony show is now over. For real this time. Check out the O&A show on Facebook at facebook.com/Opie and Anthony. And catch Opie and Anthony live Monday through Friday from 6 to 10 a.m. Eastern. Ron and Fez are next.
Hey.